Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Jinx Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. HELLOO Mass Media. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival, the yearly extravaganza where our heroes in training compete in a ruthless battle to the death. Though for legal reasons, please note that was a hyperbole, and that killing is not a legal action within the confines of this festival or anywhere else. Then why do you say that every year? Present Mike ignored Eraserhead's logic to continue announcing. Coming into the arena now, you all know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who fought off a villain attack with their hearts of steel. One of the first-year classes of the hero course, it's Class A. From the darkness of the spacious hallway, they all walked out into the giant arena to the cheering of the equally giant crowd, the sun shining brilliantly down on them. The spiked sensation of nerves along with the malevolent energy of his quirk glanced through Izuku's chest at the sight of it all, even as he made sure the stiff smile on his face stayed in place. Along with everyone spectating in person, they were also being filmed. Now wasn't the time to have a sudden bout of honesty. We're expected to give our best even with this many people watching. I suppose this is just another skill UA is training us on to become heroes, Ada commented while looking up at the stand. Not to mention they expect Izuku to be able to speak in front of this many people. Talk about a brutal school. As they made their way to the stage at the center, the other classes filed out of different entrances with Present Mike running through the list. This class hasn't gotten as much screen time, but it's still full of talent. It's Class B. Then come the general classes, C, D, and E. He's going through the non-hero classes too fast. It's expected since this is mainly an event for the hero course and there isn't as much to say. But he hopes Hitoshi-kun doesn't feel slighted by it. Lined up in a neat square, everyone looked up at the gray stage to see the R-rated hero, Midnight at the mic. Her whip cracked in the air to catch their attention. Now for the athlete's oath. Is it okay for her to work at a school even though she's R-rated? Takoyami quietly questioned. Ignoring his impending doom, Izuku commented, well, high schoolers watch rated R movies all the time, so I guess it's okay. Hero, I don't really think this is the same as that. The students will be represented by Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Midnight cracked her whip for extra emphasis. On cue, Izuku stepped forward and started his perilous trek. Even while making sure his head was held high, his eyes were carefully watching his feet, ready to catch any rock or mishap that might send him tumbling over himself like the unfortunate embarrassment he is. Midoriya is the representative. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka cheered him on as much as she could while whispering. Zero responded. It must be cause he placed first in the entrance exam. In the hero course entrance exam, you mean? The snide feminine voice distracted Izuku enough for him to glance back partway between the stage and the mass of students, eyes automatically tracking to the area it came from. Izuku first caught sight of Hitoshi, then a female classmate that was standing nearby him. Instead of the disdain he was expecting, the girl looked at him with wide eyes that spread to the people in view around her. Oh, this is the first time other classes are paying attention to him. They must be noticing his eye patch. Hitoshi mouthed the words, keep going. Izuku took his advice and looked away to make his way up the stairs of the stage. He watched each step he took with care. And as he took the first step onto the stage proper, the camera finally focused on him while he went to the mic. He could hear whispers from the unfamiliar students that were surely a reflection of the crowd's indistinct murmuring. Wasn't there a kid that landed in the hospital after the villain attack? Is that him? It's gotta be him, unless he already had the injury before starting school. It's been 2 weeks and it still hasn't healed. You think, maybe it doesn't work anymore. That's gotta suck. How did the hero course student that did the best on their practical end up being the most hurt? That doesn't make sense. I thought that meant they were supposed to be the best. Izuku stepped fully in front of the microphone and looked over the staring of the students before him and the thousands of heroes and people in the stand. The thud of his foot on the stage echoing too loud in his ears for what the actual volume must be. Even as his teeth pressed together painfully in his mouth, his small smile hadn't faltered. Nothing to get worked up about. It's just like how it was before, with everyone talking about him behind his back. Easy for him to handle. Just put all of the focus on the not easy part of this. Misfortune swirled underneath his skin in his concentrated effort to not let it leak out. With only a slight stutter at the start, he ran through the generic and scripted athlete's oath that he'd practiced with Hitoshi, then tacked on a generic cheer for everyone to do their best so that it didn't seem completely without life. After the obligatory applause, he walked back towards the stairs and started his way down them. It was sort of a miracle that everything had gone off without a hitch at this point. The only thing left was the final stretch. On his fourth step down, the bolt on one side of the step gave in with a metallic shriek, and the sudden lack of support set him flying forward with his arms flailing. See, what did he say? Sorry Hitoshi-kun, but it looks like this is where he dies today. Powerful claws caught his torso before he could finish his full body faceplant. His eyes trailed up from the black to see more black on the face of Dark Shadow, who was stretched out far from Takoyami, behind his quirk near the front of the crowd. Takoyami gave him a thumbs up and declared dramatically, "I won't let you die, Midoriya." As Dark Shadow placed him firmly on his feet, Izuku clutched at his chest. "To Takoyami-kun, it's good he caught you, but you both know that he wouldn't have actually died from that, right?" Hitoshi muttered under his voice. Midoriya Izuku was saved from a nasty fall by his classmate Takoyami Fumikage. What a wonderful display of friendship. Eraserhead followed up Present Mike's commentary with, "They haven't even started yet, hold off on the announcements. What's with this rusty bolt? This stage is supposed to be UA quality. Someone fix this oversight immediately. We can't have a festival with a busted stage." Midnight shouted towards one of the hallways where backstage workers probably resided, having come down to inspect what happened, before looking at Izuku directly. "Sorry about that, Midoriya-kun." He was pretty sure that was his fault, but he decided not to complicate things further by telling her that. Once he made it back to his original spot, Midnight explained that the first round would be an obstacle course without mentioning what said obstacles would be. It went without saying, though, that it wouldn't be anywhere near what normal obstacle courses looked like. The starting gate was set right at a large passageway that led to the outside of the arena with all of the students clustered together. Izuku tried to ignore the claustrophobic feeling he got from so many strangers brushing up against him, and managed to not look back at those who were stealing glances at the mysterious student representative. He then felt a bit better when he realized that the eye patch probably did make him seem very mysterious, and therefore very cool. Ready, Al and STARTTTT. Everyone tried to shoot forward at once, inevitably getting smashed together trying to pass through the gate. Izuku could see Todoroki break out of the crowd to send a sheet of ice back to crawl over everyone's feet and immobilize them. Rather than waste some of his very valuable energy, Izuku did his best to jump over the ice and run forward without sliding everywhere. A lot of his fellow classmates did similarly, having known the kind of threat to expect from Todoroki, and Katsuki in particular blasted forward with his quirk to follow the lead Todoroki was giving himself. Glancing around, Izuku also found Hitoshi and saw that he had a handful of competitors holding him up away from harm. He felt a burst of excitement seeing his friend was off to a good start. Once they made it past the ice, Izuku saw they were quickly approaching a line of robots taken straight from the practical exam, including a couple massive zero-pointers. The first obstacle is Robo Inferno. We're putting our leftovers from the entrance exam to good use. How will the students handle these massive mechas? The Hero Course kids fought those. There's way too many to get past. Izuku felt a little bad for the rest of the students. Only the ones that tried out for the hero department would have experienced fighting these. But he also knew that the students that couldn't fight them like Hitoshi would be able to slip past once the fighters had done all the work and thinned out the line. Todoroki, who was the first to reach them, showed no hesitation in freezing up an entire zero-pointer despite having not seen them before. His ice rushed up the side of its legs in what looked like an effortless movement of his hand. When he ran through its now stationary legs, he called out behind, "I wouldn't try to follow if I was you." They were frozen in unstable positions, as though they were waiting for his words. The zero-pointers tipped over. Most of the students that had been quick to hop on the opportunity Todoroki's path seemed to provide dashed back quickly. But Izuku noticed that Kirishima and one other person were still there when the hulking metal crashed into the ground with a thunderous thud. "So they'll fall. You said that way too late." Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers. Todoroki Shadow from one is busting through while also sabotaging the others in a single move. What a cold guy. He's way ahead of the pack. It almost feels unfair. Are they dead? I didn't think you could die during this. How unfair is it that now that he's actively suicidal but trying not to be, he would just be presented with a convenient way to die like this? Though, death by being crushed seemed like an unpleasant and elongated way to go. Definitely wouldn't be his first choice. Hoping that Kirishima had been using his quirk, Izuku thought of how best to break open the part of the robot the other student was caught under, only for both Kirishima and a shiny metallic boy to pop out of the robot's shell like larvae emerging from a carcass. Todoroki, that bastard. If it was anyone else but me, they'd be dead. Class A's full of bastards. If it was anyone else but me, they'd be dead. Both Kirishima Ijiru from 1A and Tetsu from 1B were flattened. Ouch. Also, aren't their quirks a little too similar? Someone actually named their child Tetsu. Never mind. The only thing that matters is no one's hurt. Suddenly remembering he was in a competition and that he shouldn't be stopping to help his opponents, Izuku started running towards the line of robots where the smaller ones were right beside the feet of the zero-pointers. A couple of his classmates, including Katsuki and Takoyami, had jumped over the towering giants rather than stay and fight, but he would have to go through them instead. Someone else from Class B suggested those on the ground work together to make a path forward. It was as simple as it had been during the exam. When two normal-sized robots approached him from the front side by side, he focused on both of them and snapped his right hand while wishing them to break. One jolted to a stop with a spark shooting out of its head area, and the other broke its knee joint to collapse on its side. He ran right past them without pausing, but glanced back to see the internally malfunctioning robot had started up again, apparently having rebooted itself. As usual, targeting two separate things at once split the energy between them to make it less effective. He hadn't needed them to be permanently incapacitated, so it worked perfectly to save energy. Most of the students gaining the lead are from Class A. That first-hand experience is showing itself clearly now. A loud shot rang out, and a zero-pointer was struck in the head by a cannonball, plume exploding out along with the explosion. Another one of the giants were sent falling to the ground. And there was finally a clear enough path for the bulk of the contenders to move forward, Izuku going with them. He looked back to see Yaoyorozu had undone her shirt to produce a full-fledged cannon from her stomach. Recommendation: students really are scary. Both Yaoyorozu and Todoroki easily took out something he needed a lot more effort to destroy. No wonder they're given a different practical. Running forward with panting lungs, Izuku finally slowed down once he approached what looked like a ledge. Him and the rest of the competitors that were by him looked out at what could only be described as a treacherous canyon made of individual columns of land with long stretches of rope connecting them all. Looks like the first obstacle was too easy. But how about this? Fall and you're out. Crawl across to make it to the other side. It's the fall. Looking down the first ledge he was presented with, Izuku noticed that this fall was much higher than the one from his school building that he'd been planning to kill himself with. He wondered if there was a net further down that couldn't been seen from up here, or if the teachers had so much confidence in the students they just thought they wouldn't fall, and he really would fall to his death if he jumped. This festival is officially not made for suicidal competitors, though he supposed that should have been obvious from the start. Hopefully Hitoshi-kun won't freak out too much about this. In the distance, Izuku barely caught sight of Todoroki sliding down the ropes on ice. Is he just not afraid of death? Surely anyone that wasn't suicidal would be when trusting their stability on ice with a fall like that. And Katsuki a bit further behind him using explosion to fling himself through the air. A little ways ahead of him Asui was confidently crawling across a rope with her froggy grip. And some other student he didn't know was decked out in support gear galore to jump across the wide gaps. There was nothing Izuku could do this time but lock up the energy humming under his skin and hope that his quirk doesn't break the rope while he crawls across. He lost a fair amount of time that way. By the time he was crawling over his last rope to the other side, many of his classmates and other students had already passed him by using their quirks to get over quicker. Running towards what looked like a plain dirt field ahead, Izuku noticed that everyone was progressing much more slowly through it. The last obstacle is a full-on minefield. You can see the mine's locations, so keep your eyes open and watch your step if you want to make it out. They may not be deadly, but they're loud and flashy. Why is this the only one that's specifically not deadly? Does that mean they really might have died during the other ones? Speak more clearly about these things, Mike-sensei. Seeing a good opportunity to try out his cool new eye, Izuku glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention, and discreetly unlatched the string of the eye patch around one of his ears. He closed his normal eye to focus hard on the distance. The robo-eye adjusted itself with a metallic whirring sound he could hear inside his head. And with pristine vision, Izuku was able to see the detailed figures of Todoroki carefully stepping through the field, only for Katsuki to be close behind, flying over the danger entirely. It forced Todoroki to change strategies and start fighting the other off. We have a new leader. Get excited, mass media. You'll love this kind of sit. We're on national television with children watching. Eraserhead immediately snarked. Right, sorry. We swear our content is family friendly. Don't sue us. If he wanted to, he'd be able to target them right now to halt their lead, but there wouldn't be a point in doing that. It's not like he cared about getting first. He let the eye relax back to normal while setting his eye patch back into place. If he went at this at the pace everyone else was, he might not make the cut. While he knew they would let a fair amount through this round since it was only the first one, it hadn't been specified what ranks they had to make it into. But that was okay, since he had the perfect way to get through while just running normally. Examining the field carefully, Izuku found a portion that was the most cleared of other people. He imagined a line straight ahead that went to halfway down the clearly visible field, and focused on a set of earth mounds that were closest to him. He only had a second to internally pray that the mines weren't set up so close that he'd blow the whole field up, before he snapped for the second time. Ignite. In a burst of light and deafening sound, the mines he had been looking at all went off at once, triggering a set that were next to them further down. Then more, until everything went silent and there was just a path of ruined dirt clear of mines that went halfway down the field. While the competitors that had been nearest to the chain explosions, some of them probably having to jump out of the way or even being caught on the outskirts of the blast, stared at the leftover mess in confusion. Izuku went sprinting down his new runway. WOAH. Midoriya Izuku just purposely blew up the field to make a path. Guess that's one way to do it. This kid might not be leading the pack right now, but it'll be bad luck if you underestimate him. None of the spectators or viewers will understand that joke. Can't you give me something more than unbridled sarcasm to work with? I'll explain his quirk later if I have to. It's the announcer's job to know when to talk sit up and when to wait on it to dramatically reveal later. Weird. All this time I thought you were running your mouth off with no filter. So mean. But I also love it when you sass me. What exactly is Eraserhead and Present Mike's relationship? It looks like things are shaking up now as a whole bunch of people are trying to get in on Midoriya's newly made path. He ran down the field quickly. But up ahead some of his competitors jumped into the almost trench-like rut the explosions left in the ground. It was counterproductive to let people stay ahead of him when he was trying to improve his rank by bypassing them. But if he tried taking them all out with only one snap, there's no way it would be effective. Actually, did he really need to target them specifically when they were surrounded by a literal minefield? All the mines in his line exploded, but there should still be some on the edges. Directing his eyes to the ground beside the group up ahead, Izuku snapped for the third time, and an explosion sent them all thrown off to the side while screaming. He called out an apology as he ran past them. Midoriya just blew them all up. How surprisingly cutthroat for such a meek guy. Didn't you just say not to underestimate him? Reaching the point where his path ended, Izuku had to finish the other half of the field but was worried that the extra energy of the fourth snap might lead to someone getting hurt this time. It was then that he realized he was getting close to Katsuki and Todoroki's fighting now that he was approaching the latter half of the field. They were still further down it, but any path he made would have to go right by them. Should he just do the rest of it normally? He contemplated for a split second. Looks like the rest of the competition is willing to risk possible fire for the chance to use the shortcut. There's a whole bunch trailing behind Midoriya. Will he take them out or leave them be? He glanced back after Present Mike's commentary to find that there were a bunch of people following him, including some of his classmates, but the thing that caught his eye was a flash of purple in the midst. Hitoshi was using this path. Izuku's own strategy could also help Hitoshi do better. That was all he needed to know to decide what to do. Snap number 4 caused a burst of new explosions right down his path, but it also branched out. Katsuki, Todoroki, and a couple of others that were in the lead either lost their footing or were blown back for a small fall. He was relieved to find no casualties. Midoriya's done it again, but this time he also targeted Todoroki Shoto and Bakugo Katsuki, aiming to slow down the leaders while also pushing forward. What marvelous ambition. That's wrong, Mike-sensei. That was completely by accident. Regardless, Izuku ran onto his new path and kept going, his breathing getting more labored the further he went without pausing. The further he went, the more people he passed, until, right at the end of the minefield where Izuku was approaching, Katsuki glanced away from Todoroki to catch sight of Izuku with a glare. Desperately glancing around, Izuku found that most of the people that had been ahead of him had been offset by his explosions, and were just getting back into their speed. Did he really get so far ahead? Todoroki and Katsuki speeded down the shadowy hallway with their quirks, half focused on mobility and half focused on pushing the other away, while Izuku finished getting off the field. It's gonna be a close one, folks, between the fiery Bakugo and the icy Todoroki. Who will be first place of the first round? Why do you not use your black magic against them? Izuku yelped in surprise as he realized that wasn't Eraserhead's follow-up commentary that he'd come to expect. Swerving his head to glance beside him while still running revealed it was Takoyami who'd spoken. Takoyami, who was currently being held in the clutches of his quirk so both of them could glide over the land without touching it. Takoyami-kun, you can fly. I suppose one might call this flight. I hadn't realized my own hidden power until my clash with you, Midoriya. I've been getting used to it over the course of this race, but my heart still betrays me when I'm too far off the ground, and I'm not that fast. Perhaps I instinctively fear following the path of Icarus. Takoyami frowned as he abruptly cut himself off. He shook his clenched fist in the air. That's not what I came over to discuss. Curse my endless prose and wandering thoughts. Izuku smiled kindly at Takoyami. It wasn't quite real, but it wasn't too hard to form. I'm close enough that I could target them, but I don't really need to. My rank as it is should definitely qualify for the next round now. Takoyami stared at him for a few seconds as they crossed the threshold where the dirt path of the course and the concrete of the arena hallway started. It was during that time when Present Mike blared over the speakers, and the winner of the first round is none other than the Golden Boy Todorokishuto, followed closely by Bakugo Katsuki in second place. It was sorta predictable, but Bakugo put up a good fight. Katsuki isn't going to like that. Well, Ada was right in that we're all trying to be heroes in our own way. And you do have to be conservative with your quirk use considering how it works, Takoyami hummed before looking away. Izuku wasn't really sure what he had been looking for, Don't hold it against me for going on ahead, though. As soon as they crossed the line between the sunny day and the dark hallway, Dark Shadow grew slightly in size. It seemed to translate into increased power and speed, as Takoyami was jolted ahead of him. He reached the finish line in no time. Izuku just stayed focused on running past it himself, but he couldn't help but watch the harsh black back of Dark Shadow as the distance between him and Takoyami increased. Takoyami Fumikage comes in third, while Midoriya Izuku is fourth. I guess it's another sign of their friendship that they finished one after the other. What does their placement in the race have to do with friendship? Don't know. All I know is that I should have bet money on Midoriya coming in 4th, 6th, or 13th. It's so obvious in hindsight. Him getting 4th was purely by coincidence, and it's illegal to bet on these games. Shit, you're right. Everyone forget what I said just then. Why are you like this? Coming to a stop, Izuku hunched over with his hands on his knees to catch his breath. A person from Class B crossed the finish line. Then another. Then he stopped paying attention to that. The energy inside him was sporadic, having grown slightly with his cursed placement, but he still lost a considerable chunk of power even with that. He was still more than half full, but he wouldn't be in a few snaps. He's noticed that the most snaps he's gotten are 13 snaps. Since even when he had a lot of energy he used it all up for high-energy events. It was like that for the practical exam when he also hadn't had anything to supplement, so he should expect to get about 13 snaps over the course of the day. Though if he was more conservative in energy use and could supplement it somehow, he could probably get above 13. The screaming cheers of the crowd were deafening, but he couldn't tell if any of it was for him. It didn't feel like it. It felt like it was all for Todoroki, who came in first, for Katsuki, who tried to beat Todoroki with everything he had, for Takoyami, who advanced his quirk technique to advance his rank. What did he do to earn this spot? It hardly feels like he did anything. His gaze was stuck on the ground, but he heard Takoyami come beside him to speak hesitantly. Midoriya, are you? To think you've both bested me in a race, a trial that my quirk should have given me an advantage in. Izuku straightened up quickly to watch Ida's speed walk towards them, the other's name having been announced during his haze. Ida did a knife hand for emphasis. I must work on improving myself even more. Why are you the one complaining, Ida-kun? I'm the one that did the worst out of our classmates from our lunch group. Uraraka groaned, shaking her fist while coming next to Ida. Shoji and Asui were following shortly behind her, probably having finished around the same time. Asui proved his assumption by saying, "We didn't do that much better than you, Ochako-chan." Kiro, all of us placed well. We should be proud. Shoji agreed with a nod. But I'm trying to win. It's not over yet, so I'll just have to do even better in the next rounds if I want to beat Todoroki-kun and Bakugo-kun. Seeing that a lot of people had finished, Izuku looked through the crowd to find Hitoshi. When he caught sight of the other's standout purple hair, Hitoshi made eye contact with him and gave a thumbs up, but he didn't come closer. Izuku wondered if it was just because he was treating the rest of their friends like serious competition, or if he was treating Izuku like competition. That last thought made him feel like he couldn't breathe. He didn't know what he'd do if Midoriya. His head swerved to the side in a jolt to see Shoji watching him carefully with multiple eyes, and Takoyami frowning next to him. It was Shoji who spoke. Midnight Sensei told us all to gather around again. You didn't hear her, right? You're starting to act like you did right before the festival started. Is something wrong? Everything's wrong, his internal voice answered even though there was nothing actually wrong. Izuku tried to make his smile seem sheepish. What do you mean by that, exactly? Like how I'm quiet? I'm just kinda thinking deeply. Sorry. He started walking towards the rest of the group, with the other two walking by his side. Well, there's that. But you're also sort of smiling into space when you've been quiet even though you don't look like you're thinking about something happy. I don't think I've seen a person do that when people watching before. Of course you haven't. That's not the way a normal person processes their emotions. It's only cause he's gotten so used to smiling when he's feeling awful that he just does it automatically. He's trained his face to have the opposite reaction that it should. How is he supposed to explain that? When you can't explain something, change the subject pretending like you forgot what you were supposed to talk about. That's a rule that saved Izuku many times. You people watch, Shoji-kun. I guess that makes sense. You have so many enhanced senses it probably just happens. He stepped in line with the others, who had all stayed together. Oh, yeah, I guess so. But anyway, time to go through the results. Midnight Sensei's loud declaration interrupted Shoji. Just like Izuku had hoped, he failed to get the conversation back on topic in time. Midnight explained that the top 42 students, another cursed number, this one didn't even have anything to do with him, would qualify for the second round, with the challenge being a Calvary battle where the team's starting points were determined by the rank the group's members got. The goal was to steal other teams' headbands to increase their points, and the group with the most points would be first place. Even if your headband was stolen or your formation was broken, all teams would be active until the end. They had 15 minutes to form teams, and the match would last another 15. The most important thing, though, was that the first place winner of the last round was given 10 million points instead of following the regular scoring system. It was clear that if you were aiming for first, it didn't matter how many other headbands you got if you didn't win Todoroki's. As soon as the timer to form teams started, Takoyami turned to Izuku. He planned to not attempt to covet the grand prize, and instead focus on stealing smaller bands to be a runner-up. Is that correct? Izuku let his eyes widen in surprise. Gee, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. UA always has at least 16 students in the final tournament, so they need to pass more teams than just the first place winner this round. Your perspective on these chaotic tribulations made me think that would be the case. Takoyami stared at Izuku again as he seemed to nod to himself. Usually I would like to aim for first, but Todoroki will be a difficult opponent for me to win against given the brightness of the day. Shall we prove our blood pact through the trial of battle? A grin felt like an appropriate response to that. We don't have a blood pact, but if you wanted to do one we could. I always wanted to try that kind of ceremony. He glanced down at his bandaged hand. Though, with my quirk, it might be better if we found a substitution for the blood. Of course, Takoyami's eyes narrowed as he mulled over his thoughts. He turned to Izuku with owlish blinking eyes, like he'd just figured out what Izuku said. Wait, you really want to try one? Like for real? Can we do that? Did his occult fascination just surpass the limits of Takoyami's gothness? This is bad. They've been in sync about so many other things that he just assumed this would be the same. Haha, just kidding. There's no way you were joking, don't lie to me. I didn't say I wouldn't consider it. Takoyami glanced away such that Izuku, though he'd be blushing if he had a regular face. He admitted in a quiet voice like he was admitting a great shame. I don't actually know what you do for a blood pact. I just mentioned it cause I thought it sounded cool. Oh, is that all? The tension in his chest relieved slightly, making it easier to smile. Well, there isn't one true way to do a blood pact. I leave you two alone for one round and you're talking about blood pacts? Not even surprised. No wonder Shaoji gave up on listening to your conversation to leave and go find a team. Hitoshi's deep voice huffed. Izuku quickly turned to see his friend walk up to them, and his smile gained sincerity from the uncharacteristic joy he felt rise up. The anxiety he'd felt from Hitoshi's previous distance dissipated into nothingness, because if Hitoshi was approaching instead of keeping away like he had been before, that meant, do you want to team up, Hitoshi-kun? That'd be so much fun. He latched onto Hitoshi's arm to smile up at him, knowing how much Hitoshi liked to see him happy. He didn't pay any mind to the way Hitoshi's cheeks flushed with the touch. I never would have thought I'd get the chance to team up with you. There's no one else I'd rather have by my side. It would be so great. Please, why are you asking so much when you know I'm gonna say yes? Don't make such a big deal out of this. Hitoshi averted his eyes similarly to how Takoyami did just before, his face flushing deeper the more Izuku spoke. You're strong, you know. Of course I'd want to team up with you. My quirk isn't good at activating against multiple people at once, so it's easier if I get a team where I don't have to use it a lot. His eyes tracked to Takoyami at that last part. He was avoiding specifying what his quirk was still. Great. Oh, Takoyami's on my team too. Are you okay with Hitoshi joining, Takoyami-kun? Izuku glanced at Takoyami without letting go of Hitoshi. His other friend blinked once slowly. Red eyes focused on Izuku, then Hitoshi. Then, a huge smirk formed on Takoyami's beak. When he spoke, his drawling prose almost sounded teasing. Who am I to separate such a fated pair? It seems I've misunderstood your relationship up until now, but the light of your heart shines clearly through the fog of concealment. I'm pleased to have learned more about you two today. Voice filled to the brim with irritation, Hitoshi responded with a sneer. I think you're having a misunderstanding right now, Takoyami. What exactly do you think you've learned about us? I do not believe that needs explaining. 7 minutes left to finish forming teams. We got too off track. Izuku released Hitoshi's arm at Midnight's announcement to glance between the two of them. With my and Takoyami's quirk we could probably get by, and Hitoshi's might help for a last-ditch effort. But we'd really do better if we had a person that could help with grabbing the bands from a distance while Takoyami defends against the other team's retaliation. This is Sui-san, student representative Kun. I couldn't help but overhear your plight. Izuku tensed as he was pulled away by the shoulder to have some gadget shoved in his face. He realized that the person who was holding onto him was the pink-haired girl with support gear he'd seen during the race. The unknown competitor gave him a somewhat sleazy grin with her eyes shrouded by her googles. Allow me a quick introduction. I'm Hatsume from the support department, and I have just the baby that you need. The grappling launch system I used for mobility during the last round can have its head exchanged for one that can grab items. With a clear shot, you'll be able to take those bands right off the competition. The baby that she shook in Izuku's face was a launcher with a long cable that had something similar to a crane grabber attached to it. It would need careful aiming, but it definitely looked like it was something they could use. Are you okay with not trying to get the 10 million band? Haha, what use would I have for getting first place? My sole interest is to advertise my babies as much as possible. Todoroki Shouto shot down my offer, so teaming up with this year's rep is the next best way to gather attention. So that was her goal. That made more sense than just her wanting to team up with them randomly. Hitoshi insistently pried Izuku out of Hatsume's grip with a smoldering grimace at the girl. But it was Takoyami who spoke next. It looks like Asui teamed up with Uraraka and Shoji, while Ida has joined Todoroki's forces of light. If the darkness needs another to join it, the crazed inventor will probably be the best we can do. Izuku still needed to ask, Are you okay with your stuff possibly accidentally breaking? My quirk has the tendency to do that to electronics, but since I'll be using it against other things, it'll probably be okay. Hatsume frowned at that, but responded, My babies are all precious to me. But it's inevitable that they'll break once used in actual combat, so it's fine. What is your quirk, anyway? This would be another test, then? Well, I'll spare the details, but basically I make bad luck. In the context of this round, I'll probably be trying to trip people and make them miss attacks. Interesting. I wonder what kinds of equipment would complement that type of quirk best. It's important to be able to make babies for more unique quirks as well. What a great challenge. He supposed that was one of the more positive responses he's gotten, even if it was unconventional. As they reported their team and got into formation, Izuku took his time examining the competition. Katsuki was looking as murderous as always, with his glare focused only on Todoroki. His team consisting of Kirishima, Ashido, and Zero for a total of 670 points. Todoroki was looking as cool as ever, even under what must be mounting pressure, with Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and as Takoyami mentioned before, Ida being his choices. Their headband was, of course, a little over 10 million points. Shoji and Uraraka were in a strange formation, with Shoji hunched over and Uraraka just holding onto him from behind, with Asui being absent but Shoji's webbed arms conspicuously raised up to cover his back. Assuming Asui was wearing the headband and was on Shoji's back inside the protective dome, it'll be difficult for anyone to steal it. Though, he didn't particularly want to try to steal his friend's headband when there were others to choose from. Other people from 1A formed various smaller groups, and 1B had their own set of groups. Theirs was the only set that intermixed classes, as it was easier to work with people you were already familiar with. It seemed that Hitoshi and Hatsume were also the only non-heroic students to make it past the first round. It was a harsh system. Everyone knew that the UA Sports Festival was mostly just to advertise the heroic students. But that's what will make Hitoshi's accomplishments here look even greater. He might have told Todoroki he doesn't care if he gets beaten, but as long as Hitoshi winning depends on Izuku winning, losing isn't an option. They have to get into the finals no matter what. Takoyami took point. Hitoshi and Hatsume flanked him, and Izuku was the one hoisted up to lean against Takoyami's shoulders. Hatsume's modified crane gun thing was on his back to be used by his right hand when necessary, with his left hand staying free to snap. He secured a headband with the number 485 printed on it tightly around his head. Blood begets blood in this brutal battle royale. Are you all ready for the second round of the festival? From in front of him, Takoyami kept his gaze on the competition as he spoke. The battle is upon us. Blood will be shed on this hour. There's 12 teams of Bright Eyes students here, but only a few will make the cut. Here's the countdown. I don't think it's gonna get quite that violent, but as long as it's not our blood, it's fine, right? Hitoshi answered what was supposed to be a rhetorical statement with a drawl. 3. My babies will shed as much blood as you like. 2. That's literally not what that thing is for. 1. The corner of his mouth, already set in its default smile, twitched in amusement. He'd ended up in a somewhat strange group, but he supposed that's how he knew it was the right one. And STAAR2222. 3. 2. 1. And STAAR2222. Everyone moved at once. Bakugo's team rushed towards Todoroki's at the same time Hagakure's and Testastetsu's did. The sinking ground provided by Honuki Juzu's quirk was iced over, with an insulating blanket provided by Yaoyorozu to protect themselves. Kaminari released a burst of illuminating electricity to stun all the surrounding teams, which was then supplemented by Todoroki icing over their feet. He'd clearly learned how easily avoidable that move was from the first round. Team Todoroki retreated with Ida's speed helping them make haste. But the fight had only just begun. Team Bakugo dissolved the ice with Ashido's acid, allowing Bakugo to lead the charge once again. The rowdy boy jumped off his horse with explosions to propel him, only for Todoroki to repel him with a column of ice. A safety line made of Zero's tape pulled the Bakugo back on before gravity could take hold. Is leaving your unit even allowed? Here it is, yeah. As long as his feet don't touch the ground, he's safe. Midnight answered Present Mike's query with a thumbs up and grin. There was a lot to take in this round. from Honuki turning Team Tetsu's icy prison and the ground underneath into a puddle so they could advance, taking a headband from a Wana team with Shizaki Ibara's vines when they went past, to Jiru using her own quirk to break apart Team Hagakire's with the sound of her beating heart assisted by Satu's strength. Team Asui made a startling appearance with Shaoji bounding towards Todoroki only for a pull made by Yaoyorozu to intercept the hidden Asui's tongue, and several more teams ran after Todoroki's. One could easily make the mistake of only focusing on the students fighting for the 10 million ban, but the number one hero wasn't the type to make mistakes, so Toshinori made sure to watch everyone carefully. When paying attention to the leaderboard, there was a notable trend of both smaller 1A and 1B teams dropping down to 0 points. The teams responsible for this were the 1B team led by Monoma Nito, and the interclass team led by young Midoriya. Those two teams ended up using the same alternative strategy of picking off headbands from teams preoccupied with Todoroki's. While he spoke with a cheerful tone, Tagata Mirio had the same nuance to his voice that Toshinori had often heard from Night Eye. Toshinori turned his gaze from the field below their vantage point of a windowed room in the arena to look down at young Tagata. There was a smile on his face even as his eyes diligently tracked the first year's movements. That's only to be expected. It wouldn't be smart if every single team tried to win by getting the 10 million points, but at this rate the points might end up too distributed between the two. Toshinori hummed and thought, as long as only one other team besides the one with the 10 million band has a significant amount of points, both of them will still make it. So they are going with passing the top 4. That's what I thought. Things might work out for them then. I wonder if Todoroki Shoto can keep his headband all the way through, though. You teach hero basic training for both first-year classes, right? So you must know all their quirks. Got any insight as to how it'll go? It's hard to say. While Class A is getting all the attention, Class B does have their own formidable quirks. Toshinori's neutral expression turned into a frown as he thought of his failure again. That said, Class A still has the advantage of experiencing villains firsthand. And the one who experienced that the most was undoubtedly young Midoriya. The one who knows about you now, right? Tagata commented casually about the explanation of that mess-up Toshinori had given him. Even just fighting villains once makes a world of difference in how you fight. Seems like 1A will come out better than 1B, then, and you're betting on Midoriya for sure. Though if he sticks with his strategy, he won't be first place this round. Not that that's an issue when you're playing for the long game. 7 minutes in, a lucky number. Let's see how the teams are looking. Hey, what happened here? Team Bakugo's down to 0 points while 1B's Team Monoma's climbed higher. Right on cue, Bakugo turned his sights onto Team Monoma and promptly forego going after Todoroki to retrieve their own head. Monoma countered one of Bakugo's explosions with a hardened arm that had evidently been copied from Kirishima. It's probably for the best Team Bakugo switch targets. Winning against Todoroki is more of a gamble than fighting against a team that's been gathering headbands through mainly hit-and-run tactics instead of power. I doubt they've permanently given up on Todoroki's band. Young Bakugo isn't the type to be content with second place, but he's also not the type to let people get one over him, so it seems that'll end up getting in the way of him getting first in the conventional sense. That's right, there was a world of difference between those who aim for number 1 and everyone else. It was always clear to see for him. Team Monoma's strategy was sound, but it failed to take into account a personality like Bakugo's, who was so set on winning that he would compromise on nothing. All Might became the hero he was by not compromising on saving people and reaching the top. And he knew it lent with it a certain kind of unstoppable momentum that, when subsidized by strength and power, led to the undefeated symbol of peace. Becoming a good hero required a certain amount of this uncompromising attitude, even if it wasn't directed at actually climbing the hero ranks. For example, young Tagata's goal was to become a hero that saves 1 million people. It was the kind of goal that Night Eye approved of, not something totally impossible like saving everyone and having an actual metric that success can be judged by. But it didn't need to be more than that. What was important was that Tagata set a goal that was considered almost impossible to accomplish, and fully planned on surpassing that goal in a true plus ultra fashion. He was like Toshinori without being quite the same as him, which was why Night Eye had sponsored him to be One for All's successor. Tagata could be here to watch the first years due to the setup of UAS Sport Festival. The school wanted to be able to advertise all 3 years of their students equally, and only had one arena anyway, so they separated the different years to different times so that everyone could watch all 3. The first years were always first, this time being placed in a morning to afternoon slot, and the late afternoon running into the night would be the second years. And then finally on the morning after, the third years would go with the principal acting as the host. All 3 years had different first and second rounds planned so that the second and third years couldn't plan their strategies ahead of time. Knowing this, Toshinori asked, if you were to face this trial in your festival, would you aim for the 10 million or not? Tagata cupped his chin as he hummed thoughtfully. Well, usually I don't do well in these anyway. but since I'm aiming for first this year, I definitely want to aim for the 10 million even if it's harder. Having the most impact by winning multiple rounds would be the best case outcome. But first I have to make sure I don't accidentally break my arms using one for all, haha. Tagada spoke that last sentence sheepishly, a hand coming up to rub the back of his head with a grin. Toshinori didn't know whether he should be concerned or not about how easily the boy had been able to brush off breaking both his arms in his first attempts at one for all. Luckily, Night Eye had been much more helpful in working through the quirk with Tagada than Toshinori, who had never had a problem with it, and now Tagada could successfully use a small percentage of one for all's power without breaking anything. His experience with fine-tuning his own precision requiring quirk had been a great boon. It was no wonder why both Night Eye and Nezu had advised him to choose the young man. While contemplating the mentality of his new successor, Toshinori couldn't keep his thoughts from straying to another student that had caught his interest, though. Young Midoriya, Toshinori thought while watching the boys send a team to their knees. Are you also aiming for the top in your own way yet? It looks like you might still have further to go before you reach that mindset. That Monoma guy just screwed himself over by targeting Katsuki and egging him on like that. Now Katsuki will hound him till the gates of hell. It's too bad. The 1B student on his team with pitch black skin probably has a really cool quirk Izuku won't get to see now. The first half of the match had gone well enough, with the majority rushing after Todoroki. They were given the prime chance to get behind some of the groups and take their headbands right off them. It took a shot or two to get used to the mechanics of the claw gun and the kickback from shooting, but he's been able to take off the target band as long as it catches onto one of the ends. They got 2 small ones from 1B groups that way. Izuku had noticed that another 1B group had been following the same strategy, though choosing to prey on one of headbands instead. Hagakire's was taken off this way when they failed to notice the other group close behind them, and their blonde-haired leader was looking smugly satisfied with his growing collection. There was a strange moment when Izuku was watching this unfold and the still unknown boy glanced his way and made eye contact. There was something sharp in those blue eyes, the familiar look of someone judging him, and he wasn't sure what the other came away with when those eyes diverted without acknowledgement. He had thought it might mean that Monoma didn't think he was worth acknowledging, but then the other had started talking sit to Katsuki, and now he thinks maybe he should just be glad the 1B student didn't feel strong enough about him to belittle and stir up conflict. Flashing Katsuki's stolen headband in his face, Monoma drawled out an explanation in a way that wasn't far off from how villains on TV shows explain their diabolic plan. When Midnight Sensei first announced the race, it didn't take much to figure out they wouldn't be thinning out the numbers that much. It was the perfect chance to hang back and observe your guys' quirks and abilities. We placed more modestly in exchange for more information to help with the coming rounds. The whole class was in on it, Kirishima exclaimed in surprise. He didn't complain about how tight Katsuki was surely gripping his shoulders in his barely repressed rage. Not everyone, but that wouldn't have been a bad idea. It's better than aiming for some fleeting first place like a dog chasing after a bone. Monoma turned his back to Katsuki with a wave as his team started their retreat, simply glancing back to smirk at his victim. You talked such a big game that day when everyone went to see what the fuss was about, but you aren't even the best of your class. You're not a recommendation student. And you're not the year's representative, which means you were already beaten once in the practical exam. My theory is that either fighting some lackey villains or being born with a flashy quirk gave you a big head. Let this be a learning experience for you. To probably no one in Class 1A's surprise at all, Katsuki gained a demonic aura and shadowy face as he growled out, "Change of plans. We go after half and half after I take our headband back from their corpses." Watching Team Bakugo start their literally explosive comeback while keeping up their own momentum, Hitoshi commented from his right. Bakugo was Todoroki's major competition, wasn't he? With him raging after someone else, it looks like Todoroki'll get to stay on top. Maybe, but I wouldn't count everyone else out just yet either, Izuku responded for his classmates' benefit, despite not feeling very confident in them either. Todoroki once again used his team's electricity and ice combo to halt more teams, with this set being less able to get out. Izuku's team was entirely made up of pragmatic people. Hitoshi had grinned wide at the easy pickings, and Izuku complied. "Oh, hey, our headband." Someone Izuku didn't know from Class B cried out as Hatsume's claw retracted back to them with a white cloth in its clutches. It brought the other team's attention to them as well, causing them to lose the advantage of surprise. But they had ways around that. Their next target was an all-girl 1B team. When Izuku fired the claw, the leader scowled and grew her hands to an enormous size to swipe at it, only to clash against Dark Shadow's claws. The metallic crane whirred past Red Hair, bringing the headband with it, and retracted back to Izuku again. The redhead huffed in frustration, her team members still unable to move. "How dare you take advantage of Kendo's team's plight?" Izuku blinked as he glanced back to see Tetsu yelling out them with a literally iron fist in the air. He mentally cursed as the ground beneath them transformed into mud, making them sink down past their ankles. The leader of the team they were coming to the rescue of, who Izuku now knew was Kendo, didn't sound happy about the situation either. "What are you doing, Tetsu? Don't let what's happening to other teams distract you from trying to win." The skeleton-faced student that formed the mud answered, "Sorry, Kendo-san, but I agree with him this time. You're not the type of president that leaves classmates to fend for themselves. And Monoma's also getting help. No reason why we can't do the same. Monoma's getting help because the teams that are helping him don't have any points anymore. They're trying to help his team win since they can't. This is the opposite of that. Well, if we take some headbands while doing this, it's fine then, right?" Tetsu objected. While the two teams had their conversation, Izuku had thought up a counter move. "Hatsum-san, turn on your jetpack. Takoyami-kun, have Dark Shadow help pull us out. Only one of them needs to fall." While his team burst out of the mud, Izuku set his eyes on the vine girl from Team Tetsu and snapped for the 5th time. She cried out in pain as one of her ankles twisted while they were in the middle of running towards Izuku's group. The sprain caused that leg to collapse, causing their formation to break for a split second as she fell to the ground on her knees. The other two horses stopped to pull her back up while she used her vine-like hair to hold up her side of Tetsu and support her remaining leg. It'll be difficult for them to move around anymore. WOAH. Looks like Midoriya landed a major hit on Shizaki Ibara from Team Tetsu. Or at least I'm pretty sure that was him. It's hard to tell sometimes. That was him. WOAH. Helpful commentary from Eraserhead. You must be hyped about this. While the other helped pull her back into formation, Tetsu glared down with gritted, sharp teeth. "Shizaki, you bastard, what did you do? The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away," Shizaki recited under her breath. Her expression was screwed up in pain, but she wasn't crying out anymore. Broken so easily. He hates it. Izuku winced at the familiar feeling of guilt and blame. "Sorry, but I really can't have you coming after us again." Hitoshi cut him off. "Hey, you over there, don't think I don't see that hand." "Crap." The green-haired girl on Kendo's team cut off her words with a vacant expression in a clear sign of Hitoshi's quirk, as their team set back on solid ground to rush a retreat. Izuku only then noticed the floating disembodied hand that had probably gotten too close to their headbands for comfort. What a cool quirk. But, thanks for the save, Hitoshi-kun. Sorry I didn't notice. You were all preoccupied, it's fine. I don't think I showed enough for anyone to catch on anyway. Hitoshi smirked at Takoyami as he said this, to which the other boy responded with a grimace. Indeed, I am still left with many questions as to the mystery of my own teammate's quirk. And to think you had been holding back during our fight, Midoriya. It displeases me. Sorry, but I don't really like doing stuff like that. He wouldn't have done it if Hitoshi wasn't on his team. Also, since you have Dark Shadow, that wouldn't have even helped with you. I suppose so. But anyways, Izuku's eyes trailed over to where Kendo was scolding the partly immobilized Team Tetsu, and then found where Team Monoma was being shielded from Katsuki's wrath and quirk by smaller 1B teams. It looks like their class is a lot more unified than ours. Why is that? I noticed that too. In the support department, it's every inventor for themselves. So I thought it would be like that in all of them, Hatsum commented in curiosity. We've already made a debut with the USJ attack, and Class B all has to make up for falling behind us in the eyes of the public. It could be as long as some of them gain recognition over us, they'll be satisfied with the outcome. And perhaps their teacher encourages such behavior as well. Aizawa-sensei forces us to do our utmost best, especially when competing against each other in a simulation of the real-life hero industry. If there hadn't been around specifically endorsing teamwork, I doubt any of us would have offered aid over trying to improve our own results. I would have offered help if any of you guys had wanted it, he thought to himself, but knew better than to say anything aloud. That morning had already taught him he wasn't in the majority when it came to his more laxed ambitions towards the festival. Either the people watching will see him as an almost hero or an almost villain. There wasn't much more to it than that at stake for him, and he could hardly choose which way the opinions would lean. All he could do was try to give a good showing and hope for the best. Looks like with 3 minutes left on the clock, Team Todoroki is holding themselves up to wait out the rest of the time. Smart move. I don't think anyone's getting past that wall. His head swerved around to find what present Mike was looking at. He caught sight of Shaoji charging at Todoroki one last time with Asui's tongue flung out in an advance, only for Ada to pull the rest of the team away and past where Todoroki had been growing a solid block of ice off the wall leading up to the high-rising seats. The ice gleamed in a tall, heavy fortress that lengthened until the team behind it was shut away. Anyone besides Katsuki would have a hard time breaking down the wall with the little time there was. Todoroki had obviously seen an opportunity and saved this move for last. Izuku himself could probably break open part of it, but again, that's not where their goal lied. He wondered if Todoroki was counting on that, too. A quick glance at the leaderboard showed Todoroki to still be in first at 10 million, followed by Team Monoma in second. their team in third, and Team Tetsu in fourth, all somewhere above 1,000 points. Team Asui had their original score of 430. Then everyone else had been cleaned out to show a string of zeros. Everyone prepared to defend. Without Todoroki's headband in play, everyone will be trying to get points from the high-ranking teams left. Right there with you, Izuku. My babies don't feel fear, and neither do I. Understood. Our foes cannot defeat the darkness that broils from our depths. Looks like trouble's coming for Team Midoriya. Without the 10 million prize to take the fire, they've become the favored target. Sorry guys, Jiru called out, her earjacks flying toward them. Team Hagakure was the first to approach them, with Ojiro and Aoyama in a two-man squad behind them. But we really need some points right about now. Dark Shadow swiped away the earjacks. But Izuku foresaw a bigger problem with Aoyama's naval laser. There was also the problem that as the only leading one team available, two of the still mobile 1B teams were running towards them as well. Their team had become backed into a wall with all of their competition coming from the same side. The sixth is a big one, so it's better to spread it out anyway. Izuku mentally chose one person from each team in his field of vision and snapped, "Stop them." Ojiro tripped over a ditch before Aoyama, who was on his back, could align his shot at Dark Shadow. Ojiro caught himself, but his partner went flying to the ground in an almost flashy crash. One 1B team ran into some glue that seemed to have been left behind by one of their classmates, and all they could do was tug at the captured leg. The second 1B team accidentally ran into Jiru's thin and hard-to-see earjacks, wrapping around the horse-like girl's horns. Both Jiru and the 1B girl screeched as the horse girl tried to pull her head away, only to pull at Jiru's ears and cause her to cry out in pain. Sadu, Kuda, and Hagakure all fretted over Jiru on their end but weren't able to do anything to help. The horse girl's insect-like partner fretted as he began to carefully unravel what looked exactly like tangled flesh-colored earphones, only to pause his hands and yell, "Hey, wait a second, Tsunotori, your quirk is detaching your horns. Stop panicking and just detach them." Sorry, can you speak? Slower, I think is the word. Still learning Japanese, Tehi. Detach your damn horns already. Stop pulling on my damn ears, that effing hurts. Hang in there, Jiru-san. Aoyama, are you okay? There was an ominous crack sound a couple meters away where Aoyama had landed. "Non, give me a moment please." "Well Sid, run for it." His three teammates didn't need to be told twice. They fled to the relative safety of the inner field. He didn't expect it to be that effective split between four people. Maybe it's because it was four. He can't go higher than that without thinning it out too much though, probably. The fields dissolved into mass chaos. Did Midoriya really do all of that? Three teams have been temporarily incapacitated while the last one's not going anywhere. What the hell just happened? He's minimizing his quirk use by taking advantage of the need to stay in team formations and only targeting single individuals in the groups to halt the entire group's progress. A good strategy. And Eraserhead gave even more commentary. You must really like Midoriya. Is he your favorite? I don't have a favorite. Favoritism is unprofessional. I didn't hear "I don't like Midoriya" in there. Tsundere-sensei. Who the hell is Tsundere-sensei? Izuku couldn't help the flush that overcame his cheeks at the attention. At his side, he heard Hitoshi give a bark of a laugh. "Ha! Did you see the looks on all their faces? I'm watching that segment when I get home. It'll make for some good comedy." Hatsum sounded off cheerfully. "It was hilarious. Way to draw that attention to us, Student Representative Kun. This is just what my babies need." Truly a work of unbridled chaos, as Mike-sensei said. Takoyami agreed with a nod. There's only 1 minute left now. Todoroki's still safe and sound, but looks like there are still some groups fighting to the last breath. Effing die. Izuku tried to keep his guard up, but couldn't help watching as Katsuki flew through the air at Team Monoma. He broke through some invisible shield to tear two headbands off the competition, splitting Team Monoma's points. Team Bakugo brought themselves up to fourth while Team Monoma falls down to fifth. Last-minute game changers are the best. He couldn't quite see Monoma's face this far away, but he guessed the other boy was scowling now instead of smirking. "TCH, that won't be enough. We need at least one more band. Don't think I'm done with you yet. I'm getting all your points, motherfur. We need more points. Look over there. That team is still slow from what Midoriya-kun did." This time Izuku tracked the sound of Uraraka's voice shouting over the field. It seemed like at this point Uraraka was keeping her quirk constitutively active, so Shoji only had to deal with her weight, which was much lighter than his own, giving him enhanced speed that had Uraraka flailing her legs while dangling onto him from behind. In a superhuman leap, Shoji jumped over the mud pit surrounding Team Tetsu that had been put up as a protective barrier and past them. His many arms swat away the vines that attacked them, and Isui's tongue flew out at just the right moment to grab the white headband. An iron hand came up to grab at them as well. Some bands retracted with the tongue while one stayed in Tetsu's grip. Team Tetsu saved their original headband but lost all their extra points. They fall to 5th while Team Isui jumps up to 4th. Class 1B's been knocked out of the rankings. 30 seconds left. Bakugo's beating up on Team Monoma again. Losing his points must have really pissed him off. Sure enough, Izuku looked to the side to see Team Bakugo being pulled down a slick acid path at high speeds using Siro's tape as leverage. They zoomed right past Monoma for Katsuki to swipe the headband off his neck. 20 seconds. Katsuki set his sights on the ice wall and banged on Kirishima's head with a yell to change their direction. He doesn't really think he could still get the 10 million in this amount of time, does he? 10 seconds. Katsuki propelled himself over the wall with a fiery blast. His 3 teammates tried hanging onto Siro's tape as it hung over the side like a fishing rod. But without any way to see their teammate, there was nothing they could do. 3, 2, 1 yeah. The Calvary battle is officially over. There was the sound of a body falling onto the ground on the other side of the wall, followed shortly by a loud curse. As expected, Katsuki failed to get the headband from Todoroki. The top 4 teams of this round will go on to the finales. Midnight announced from the stage with another crack of her whip. In first is Team Todoroki, second, Team Bakugo, third, Team Midoriya, and finally in fourth, Team Isui. What a relief. We just barely made it. Izuku heard Uraraka cry out in the distance. His own team also shared a look to celebrate their victory, with Hitoshi smirking, Takoyami wearing a coolly satisfied half-formed grin, and Hatsune grinning like Dr. Frankenstein reincarnated. Izuku himself gave them all a bright smile, but on the inside he was feeling dull. It's just like last round. However, Midnight wasn't finished with her announcements. The finale is a tournament between all the students. As there was one odd-numbered team of 3, we will be pulling one lucky student from the runner-up team, Team Tetsu. Decide amongst yourselves who will get the honor. Seriously. Why did we have to lose? We were so close till the last second, damn it. Now only one of us gets to go on and the final round is overrun by one of bastards. Tetsu shouted with his hands clutching his head. Shizaki closed her eyes forlornly and brought a hand to her chest. I must apologize. If my movement had not been hindered, we would have made it all the way through without our headbands being stolen. I must repent for my sins. Even the heavens are frowning down upon us. That wasn't even your fault. It was the mystery Quirk won a representative, is how people were thinking of him now. He supposed it really was hard to guess just based on all the random events he caused. The 4th member of the team, who Izuku still didn't know the name of, sighed. We should be thankful even one of us gets to go considering we lost. Nothing else we can do about it. But the weather is turning bad. That's weird. The forecast for today said it was gonna be sunny all day. Perfect weather for the festival. Izuku glanced up to see dark clouds were starting to form above the arena. Right, that was his fault, too. It's nice for when he needs to use it. But if he doesn't want to change the weather, it's really inconvenient. He doesn't even know how to stop it. It was hard to feel good about winning when Izuku won by hurting another person and ruining their team's chances. He knew it was a competition, and that spraining someone's ankle was well within the limits of what Recovery Girl could easily heal, but it left him feeling empty like usual instead of fulfilled like accomplishment was supposed to. However, one thing he could feel good about is that his win helped Hitoshi win as well. When he thought of Hitoshi being able to go to the finales and prove his right to be in the heroics department, it made Izuku feel like it was worth it. Tetsu ended up being the one nominated to continue to the next round, probably because his team saw him as being the most passionate about it and also because he saved their last headband that put them in 5th. Midnight announced that there was a lunch break before the finales, after which the lots to determine the tournament brackets would be pulled. With knowledge of who they would be facing, competitors were to prepare for the tournament while both non-competing and competing students could do various games and activities for the crowd. During lunch, Hitoshi pulled Izuku aside privately to the locker room to give him a bag. Looking inside, he could see it was filled with a variety of small pocket mirrors. There were 13 in total, of course. Hitoshi-kun. I couldn't. Of course you can. You've got 2 classmates that both eat to fuel their quirks, don't you? Refilling your stores to prepare has to be allowed. Why else would they give you rest periods? Hitoshi sighed and shook his head. I figured you'd think that way. That's why I got them for you instead. But you had to pay for these, didn't you? I don't want to waste your money. At that, Hitoshi smirked like a cat who caught the canary. I asked the Harukas to pay for them to properly support their charge in his schooling endeavors in exchange for their lack of emotional support with him returning to his study. They know I got them specifically for you to break, so it's fine. When you say it like that, it kinda sounds like you bullied them into it. Financially providing for us is part of their job description. And it wasn't that expensive anyway. Mirrors like this are pretty cheap. Hitoshi shoved the bag into Izuku's arms, before leaning forward to look over him with a half-lidded stare. Just use these before whatever matches you want. Don't let your guilt for the losing students drag you down. They were working against the competition to get here just like you, and you just used your quirk like you needed to. You don't need to feel guilty for that. Izuku let his face pinch into a winch. You could tell I was feeling like that. Visually, no. But I know you enough to know that's what you would feel. Hitoshi's voice dropped into a hush when he asked, during the first round with the canyon fall, how did you feel about that? Did it remind you too much of? A neutral frown formed from his lips. But Izuku's tone was slightly sarcastic when he replied, I didn't particularly feel like killing myself on national TV if that's what you're asking. Hitoshi winced, before recovering into a scowl. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to make sure it didn't make you feel bad. Guilt immediately filled Izuku's chest. He looked away in shame. I know Hitoshi-kun. I'm sorry. I just feel irritated when it feels like you expect me to try something every time you turn around. The intensity of the feeling comes and goes. And when it comes, I know better than to act on it. I'm still in control of myself. You don't need to be so worried or try to push me to telling someone. You don't really talk about it a lot, so I didn't know that's how it feels. And even if you feel in control, how do you know you'll always? Hitoshi cut himself off, seemingly deciding to change what to say. I just want you to be safe. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. How about I start telling you more about what I feel like? That way I don't need to talk to anyone else about it, since you'll feel more secure that I'll be okay. He thought it was a good compromise, but Hitoshi still looked discontent even as he nodded in agreement. Izuku stuck the mirrors in the locker, put his stuff in to save for later. Then the two of them got lunch together. He didn't have much of an appetite, but he ate anyway, knowing he would need the energy. When they all gathered together in front to the restless audience, Midnight Sensei pulled out the box they were supposed to pull out lots from, and Izuku realized that they were making him decide what bracket he was being put in. Were the teachers trying to make him lose on purpose? If he's involved in the process, it's not random. But there was nothing Izuku could do about it. Rules were rules. So when it was his team's turn, he sucked in his breath along with his bad luck and hoped for the best. Why did he even bother trying? When the tournament setup was shown on screen, Izuku looked for his name, then promptly stopped paying attention to everything else that was written. The first round was him versus Hitoshi. Oh, Takoyami was next to him along with Hitoshi. He looked between the two of them with great apprehension. Hitoshi just sucked in a sharp breath and grit his teeth, not saying anything. Izuku sighed deeply with closed eyes, and when he opened them, he smiled. That's just what happens when you don't have luck. It's okay though, I think we can work this in our favor. Izuku. Hitoshi's voice sounded a bit strangled, but Izuku kept going regardless. He took both of Hitoshi's hands in his and smiled up at him, speaking quietly so the only one that might overhear them was Takoyami. It's okay, Hitoshi-kun. All you have to do is use your quirk on me to win and go to the next round. That will be a good demonstration. And hopefully, Izuku looked at the rest of the chart. Though it was mean to say, the outcome of the match after them was rather obvious. Hopefully Todoroki-san won't learn enough about your quirk from that to know the trigger. Hitoshi roughly pulled on his grip to lead them away from the others and into a hallway alone. Izuku glanced back to see Takoyami watching them leave with a conflicted expression. No one followed them, and they were all dispersing anyway to clear the field for the intermediate activities, so the two of them didn't look out of place. His hands were slapped away from Hitoshi's once they reached the shadowed hallway. Izuku glanced up in shock to see that Hitoshi was glaring him down, fists clenched and shaking. Is that supposed to make me feel happy? You just losing on purpose like that? What kind of person do you think I am? Hitoshi-kun. Izuku stumbled over what to say while taking an involuntary step back. He hadn't expected Hitoshi to be so against the idea. It's just more practical that way. I don't care that much about moving on, but for you getting into the hero course is on the line. Between the two of us, of course you should be. Hitoshi didn't let him finish the sentence, objecting with, didn't you tell the people that would be watching us you'd do your best? Letting me win isn't your best. None of them matter compared to you. I don't want to win if it means I get in your way. Izuku finally shouted back. While Izuku was panting from the force of his yell, expression falling into a stinging scowl, Hitoshi lowered his voice into a quiet but harsh drone, and I don't want to win if I can't win against you properly. Do you think you losing on purpose will help me look good? They know we're friends. Present Mike took me to the hospital for you and Eraserhead saw me there. If you just let me use my quirk, they'll know you did it on purpose. They won't respect that kind of win. Then I'll just drop out ahead of time so you can go on to Todoroki without him knowing anything. If you can win against him of all people, that'll prove how your quirk can overcome more powerful ones. Are you listening to what I'm trying to say? I want you to fight me for real. If I can't prove myself against you, then I don't deserve to move on. You're the one that's not listening. I'd rather die than get in your way, Hitoshi. Don't you understand that? Hitoshi took a gasping breath as his jaw dropped, his anger falling away from his face in his shock. He looked as though Izuku had slapped him across the face with his words. Izuku looked at his friend beseechingly, trying to get him to understand. I'm not here to compete, Hitoshi. I'm not here to win. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm not even here to prove anything to anyone. I'm in this class because I want to help you. If I'm just a hindrance instead, then what's the point of me even being here? He wasn't just talking about being here in the class. He was talking about being here at all, alive instead of falling over the side of a building or canyon. The reason why even now, even when he feels empty and like he's at fault for people's misfortune, he isn't planning another attempt is because he's here for a reason. Hitoshi. If he's just going to bring misfortune to even Hitoshi, then why does he even bother trying? He might as well just give it up as a lost cause. Give everything up. Hitoshi's face pinched together, brows furrowing in clear frustration and concern. He spoke softly this time. Is that really all you care about? Even after all this time, do you still not want to be a hero? Not even a little? The other day flashed through his mind. Fayuki telling them he would cheer them on. Aki working up the courage to give them her card. The mirrors the Harukas had bought for him. And all his other days at UA came to mind, too. All Might teaching their class. Eraserhead sticking up for him. His friends, and their unyielding ambitions and reasons. What about you, Midoriya-kun? Why are you trying to be a hero? Wouldn't that be such a wonderful thing? He couldn't answer Hitoshi. Instead, he clenched his jaw and looked down at the concrete. You felt it, didn't you? You felt how good it was that people were rooting for you. I know, because I felt it too. Hitoshi's hand came up to grasp at the fabric of his jersey in front of his chest. It'd feel great, wouldn't it? To be recognized as a hero even with our quirks. To take your power everyone said could only be used for bad and use it to save people. But even if that happened, I don't want. Izuku objected without him even knowing what he wanted to say. It was too much to put into words. Nothing was worth more to him than Hitoshi. Nothing, not even that. A heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder forced him to look back up. Hitoshi's expression was pensive and full of melancholy, but it had lost its bitterness and anger, like someone that had moved on to accepting their grief. I can't force you to fight if you don't want to, but Izuku, the thing I want even more than being a hero is for you to live your life properly. I won't be happy to win if it means you've given up on your chance to regain your dream. If you want to be a hero, even a little bit, then think about trying to live for yourself this once and see me in the ring prepared to do your best. I don't want to be your only reason forever. Hitoshi's hand left Izuku's shoulder as he walked past Izuku and back into the shining midday light right outside the hallway. Izuku watched his back as it got further away. Ah, this feeling. It's just like with Katsuki, and just before with Tokoyami. The feeling of the people around him moving forward with their lives. The feeling of not being able to move forward and watching as other people do. The feeling of not being able to live and getting left behind. I love you, dear. Even when he could no longer see where Hitoshi had gone. Izuku stayed standing in the hallway looking out to the light. Then when he got tired, he sat down with his back to the cold wall. Wrapping his arms around his legs, he curled forward to hide his face in them. What kind of face is he making? He wonders. He can't tell anymore. He can't feel anything. This is bad. He doesn't know what time it is, or what time he was supposed to go on. What if he just sits here until everything's already over? He supposed that would be fine, too, but Hitoshi would be mad. He doesn't want that. Why does everything have to be so hard? If his luck was better and he didn't get set against Hitoshi, this never would have happened. Why does everything have to be his fault? It really would be easier if he just stopped trying. Maybe he should have let the villains at the USJ kill him. If it was someone else that did it, it wouldn't be his fault. Midoriya. Izuku startled at the sound of Tokoyami's voice. His head flew up from his knees to find the other standing just inside the hallway, the sun a sharp backdrop against his figure. Izuku smiled his same empty smile at him. Tokoyami-kun, sorry I didn't notice you, I was just tired. I must have dozed off a bit. He rubbed at his real eye, feigning drowsiness. Tokoyami didn't look reassured. Shinso sent me to look for you, said you two had a fight, and that you might still be here. If he's worried, why doesn't he come get me himself? Why did he leave me behind in the first place? Why do I have to have a reason other than him? Izuku pushed down those caustic thoughts into that box where he put all his unwanted feelings. He smiled apologetically at Tokoyami. Is that so? Sorry to be a bother, then. I was going to leave soon. He moved to get up, but Tokoyami stuck a palm out to signal him to stay put. Instead, the bird-headed boy walked over and slid down next to him, sitting cross-legged. I heard what you were telling him before. That's what your fight was about, right? Why would you want to give up your chance in the festival like that? Even if Shinso's trying to get transferred, both of you worked hard to get to this round. You don't have to give it up so easily for him. Just another person that doesn't understand. Even if they have similar interests, their perspectives are still too different. Izuku considered faking an answer, but he didn't know a normal answer that would justify him giving up the match. It was impossible to explain without being somewhat honest when Tokoyami had already been informed this much. The most he could hope for was being vague about it. Have you ever been saved before, Tokoyami-kun? Tokoyami tilted his head in bird-like curiosity, not recognizing the relevancy of the question. Like by a hero. No, I haven't had the misfortune of being in a situation that would require Takoyami trailed off as he realized his accidental use of the word misfortune, something that he probably pegged as something that might upset Izuku in this context. But really, that just helped Izuku get his point across better. I've always been misfortunate, but Hitoshi-kun saved me. That's why I don't want to get in his way. He's already a hero to me. So even if he says he would prefer I fight, I don't think I could. How did he save you? Well, that's a secret, sorry. Izuku brought a pointed finger up to his smile, trying to pass the avoidance off as something casual. Takoyami just frowned deeper at it. However, Takoyami thankfully didn't linger on the question. He hummed in thought before responding. When you put it like that, if he's that important to you, then he's like your biggest hero, right? So it's like an All Might fan having to fight All Might. That's a good way to put it, yeah. He also wouldn't like fighting All Might either. But every All Might fan that aims to be a hero is basically trying to compete with him. If you become a hero aiming for number 1, that's the same thing as declaring you don't want to lose to him. Would you say that that makes them not true fans? Izuku thought of Katsuki. He's always aimed for being number 1. And he's always been an All Might fan, too. It was probably the only thing they had in common. No, it's because they're his fans that they want to be like him. Precisely. So you competing against Shinso doesn't mean you're rooting against him. It just means you're trying to be his equal. Also, Takoyami glanced away in hesitation before looking back to Izuku. I don't know him as well as you do, but based on Shinso's personality, isn't he also most likely upset that you're just assuming that you're going to win? Izuku sat up straighter in shock. He felt the slight sensation of his face falling to match his stunned emotions. What? I never assumed that. I know Hitoshi's capable of beating me. He's at a major disadvantage since I know how his quirk works, but he can still work around that. Then why are you so hesitant to fight? It's like you think that if you actually try to win, you'll win for sure. There's still the possibility that you'll try your best and he wins instead. That's why it's important that both competitors in a fight give it their all. Takoyami raised his fist up to Izuku, as though trying to inspire a fighting spirit. Both sides fight for their aspirations as equals, and the one most capable ends as the victor. It may make defeat bitter for the one that lost, but at least they know their struggle and fortitude was respected. I know if the other side pitied me and forfeited, that would just hurt the pride I have for my ambitions. Some people may feel differently, but for me the thing that's worse than losing is winning without being capable of feeling the accomplishment of it. Hitoshi is very pragmatic, but Izuku averted his eyes to stare at his knees, his eyelids falling into a contemplative, half-lidded gaze. That sounds like something he would think too, if it was a fight that's important to him. To think you had been holding back during our fight, Midoriya. It displeases me. If I can't prove myself against you, then I don't deserve to move on. This whole festival he's felt like what Takoyami described, winning without feeling the accomplishment of it. Part of the reason for that is just because his emotions are duller than they should be about a lot of things. But another part of it is that he hasn't really been giving it his all. The most important thing he wanted from the festival was out of his control, so he's just been playing it safe to get by, so that he doesn't stand out too much, so that he can't stand out in a negative way. It'd be one thing if his overall goal had been to ensure his progress to the next round so that he could eventually try to win the tournament, like what the ringleader from 1B had attempted, but he hadn't really cared about winning the tournament or any other part of the festival. What he had cared about was, is this too much? Would people think he's cruel for this? Would he hurt the others too much if he did this? Of course he hasn't been trying his best. How can he when he's too scared about what his best is? After giving him a moment to think, Takoyami started speaking again. Midoriya, what is it that you really want? For yourself, not for anyone else. I want to win against my luck. I haven't faced your struggles, but I know that with mine the only way to come out on top is to face it. I have to face my quirk so that I can eventually control it fully. So why don't you try facing yours? It's said that fortune favors the bold. You can't progress if you don't take the risk to try. You can't live if you don't take the risk to try. Takoyami-kun, if I wasn't here, would you be sad? You mean if you weren't at UA? Of course I would be. That's why I was despairing when it had been said you may not return. After the USJ, Takoyami didn't truly understand the question, but he answered without hesitation. I see. It makes me happy to hear that, even though he was happy. He didn't force a smile on his face to match it. He wasn't quite at that point yet, with his conflicted emotions and active quirk still hovering underneath his skin, and he wanted to enjoy the moment fully. He hoped Takoyami didn't take his stoicism as evidence that he was lying. Looking up at the artificial light of the hallway, which wasn't lit due to the light of day still illuminating the area, Izuku thought of the light he'd broken to stop that sludge villain from suffocating him. He hadn't been trying to save himself for himself back then, too, but he had still tried, hadn't he? It was because he tried then that he at least got far enough to meet Hitoshi. And because he met Hitoshi he got far enough to be sitting in this place with Takoyami. He's lived more than a year longer than what he'd planned on. Has it really been that long and that short? It feels like that all happened an eternity ago. Good things come to those who wait. He hadn't thought that saying applied to him, but it looks like in some ways it has. I guess trying a bit harder might lead to something good, then. 10 minutes before the start of the first match, Izuku went back to the locker room and broke one of the mirrors Hitoshi had given him. Hey guys, are you ready yet? Hitoshi took a deep breath, using the time he had hidden away before entering the field to calm his nerves. The crowd was going wild with the start of the most anticipated part of the festival, but there wasn't even a guarantee that this first fight was happening. It hadn't been called off yet, so there was that, but he could only wait and see if it stayed that way. You've all been through hell and back to get here, but now it's time for the one-on-one tournament. You've only got yourself to rely on. Even if you're not a hero, there'll be a lot of times where that's how it is. He knows that. He's always known that. For the longest time, all he had was himself. He's gotten complacent, getting used to Izuku's support. Back during the first round, he knew that part of the reason Izuku chose a strategy to make a path that others could potentially use had been for him. That was just something he'd do. And during the second round, he knew that Izuku would agree to team up with him even when the other competitors wouldn't. He had thought about trying to compete against him then, to prove that he didn't need Izuku's help with this, but it was smarter to work with him instead. Izuku was powerful when he let himself be, and he showed it when he brought their team victory. Again, probably partly for Hitoshi's sake. He wondered if Izuku still would have gone so far as to sprain someone's ankle, directly damaging their body, if he hadn't been on Izuku's team. Spirit, technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge, use them all to show us your best. I'd rather die than get in your way, Hitoshi. Don't you understand that? If he was smarter, he would have just taken up Izuku's offer. He had been right that if Hitoshi had successfully used his quirk on the unsuspecting son of Endeavor, it would have been an almost guarantee for him getting into the hero course. But he couldn't be smart about it, cause he was too pissed off. It had pissed him off so much when Izuku first suggested to give the match. But he shouldn't have been so harsh to him. He knows that Izuku's mood can fall to dangerous depths with even just the wrong choice of words, especially if they're said by him. He asked Takoyami to look after him, something he usually wouldn't entrust to other people, but it was necessary since he hadn't been in the right state of mind to handle it himself without getting overly emotional. Takoyami was the only real choice to go to out of the other students. He hoped the other had been able to help more than Hitoshi had. Hitoshi is too much of a sore point for Izuku. No matter how much he said that he wanted Izuku to face him for real, Izuku would always just say that he wanted to do things for Hitoshi's sake. He'll throw a match for Hitoshi's sake, but he won't believe that Hitoshi can win on his own. Does Izuku really think he needs his hand held through this? Even if he was the one to suggest Izuku joining the hero course to help Hitoshi through it, this hadn't been what he meant. Hitoshi knows that Izuku wants to prove himself to the world, just like himself. But even more than that, Hitoshi wants to prove himself to Izuku. Even more than the people and heroes that are watching from their homes and in the stands. Even more than the teachers that would decide whether he gets into the hero course or not. Even more than his personal hero Eraserhead, who's watching up in the announcer's booth. It's only natural that a guy would want to be acknowledged by the person he likes. But it's still embarrassing that it would get him this worked up. There was nothing more he could do, though. Either Izuku will fight him or he won't. Whatever decision he made, Hitoshi would have to accept. It was Izuku's right to make whatever choice he wanted. Hitoshi just hoped the decision Izuku made would make him happy, and he wasn't sure if Izuku would decide based on that. With a loud exhale, Hitoshi walked out of the dim hallway and into the harsh brightness of the field. The sky was only partly covered by the clouds Izuku's quirk had summoned, so the sun was still shining through clearly. The roaring surrounding him got louder, and he could see that Cementos had renovated the center to have a large cement fighting ring. Across the field, he could see the small figure of Izuku walking towards the center too. It made his stirring anticipation grow. As they stepped past the threshold between the grass and the cement of the outer ring, trudging up short steps to get to the elevated inner ring, their two images appeared on a split screen and Present Mike announced, for the first match, staying cool under the pressure and conflict with his usual pleasant smile. It's the first-year representative Midoriya Izuku of 1A. Versus, he didn't stand out much but worked with Midoriya for the second round. It's Shinso Hitoshi from the General Studies 1 degrees Celsius. Despite being in different classes, these two are actually good friends. So this match is much more dramatic than it seems. Hitoshi presumed that Eraserhead must have done something to shut him up, because the hero added on, "You don't need run your mouth that much." When they looked at each other from across the ring, Izuku smiled at him just like he had been on the screen. But Hitoshi hadn't expected him to not smile now, not when everyone was watching him. However, he looked at Hitoshi head-on with a stare more intense than his causal smile belayed. His remaining green eye even more stunning than Hitoshi usually found it. "Sorry, Hitoshi-kun, but since you asked me to prepare properly, I used one of the gifts you gave me. I hope you don't regret giving them to me." Well, he really screwed himself with that one, didn't he? but a grin stretched across his face despite the thought. The worried nerves in his system replaced itself with more adrenaline. Izuku decided to fight. He thinks Satoshi can fight him. Jiga, hold on a sec, I didn't finish. Anyway, the rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to give up. Don't be afraid to bring the pain. We've got good all recovery girl on standby. And don't be afraid to fight dirty. There are no ethics within these death games. You're still calling it that. Don't worry, I don't regret it in the slightest. And with that, the board had been set. Hitoshi's quirk was in place, but he doubted that Izuku would be careless enough to answer from just that. He didn't foresee the getting Izuku to talk part of his plan to be pleasant or fun for either of them. If the people in the stands could hear what he was going to say, they'd probably think Hitoshi was cruel. But with the distance and cheers, not even Midnight or Cementos would hear anything from their stations on the field, and Present Mike had said that fighting dirty was in the clear. It's not like there's any other way Hitoshi can fight, for that matter. Though like I said before, no actual killing. You'll be disqualified. Save it for the villains. Now, READYYYYYYYYYYY. As much as Izuku knowing everything about Hitoshi and his quirk was his weakness, Hitoshi knowing everything about Izuku was also a weakness. Hitoshi knew a plethora of things that he could say to Izuku that would get him to crack. And a good chunk of them would have been so cruel and awful to say that he wouldn't do it even if it meant winning. But there was a large weakness of Izuku's that he didn't mind talking about, so there was no need to go that far. Face going blank, Izuku rushed forward to push his palms into Hitoshi's shoulders, forcing him to back away or fall to his knees. When one of Hitoshi's feet slipped a bit, he caught it before he could fall, and realized that Izuku must be using their proximity to target ambient bad luck energy at him. He pushed back to avoid giving more ground, but Izuku didn't budge. He was getting more training than Hitoshi as part of the heroics course, giving him the physical advantage despite Hitoshi being bigger than him. He doesn't need that, though, for a mental battle. Man, Takoyami really got you to do this. I almost can't believe it. He started slowly, his voice more strained from the effort of keeping himself in place than he would have liked. One of his knees buckled when his heel caught on a crack that shouldn't be in brand new pavement. He switched tactics by letting himself drop onto his knees, with the lack of support causing Izuku to almost trip over him before he pulled back his momentum. Hitoshi needed to get right to the kill. When Izuku backed away a bit, Hitoshi stood back up with a bitter grin. His poisonous doubts and self-frustration spewed from his lips easily, despite having kept them bottled up so much. Even though I stopped you from dying, even after all this time I still haven't saved you. You still can't live for yourself. But somehow Takoyami can get you too. It's no wonder why he's in the hero course with you while I have to cheer from the sidelines. Izuku aborted his movement forward, his jaw dropping open only to screw up tight in an obvious attempt to force silence. He still kept himself under control, something he was experienced in, but he was disturbed enough that his actions were forgotten. Hitoshi had him hooked. In the end, I was just all talk. I didn't know how to help you take that next step. And even worse than that, you were right about what you said before, about me wanting to stay your most important person. Even though I should be glad you're getting closer to Takoyami and that he can help you, it makes me feel like you don't need me anymore. It hurt to admit that out loud, and Izuku looked like he was hurting keeping himself quiet. All of his fake cheer had been washed away and replaced with a large, distressed eye. Hitoshi was even worried about this ruining Izuku's progress making friends outside of Hitoshi. But it was also the thing Hitoshi hated most about himself right now. The easiest thing to find the right words to target it. It didn't start that way. When he tried to get Izuku to talk to Takoyami and he got advice about his eye. He'd been truly glad that there was someone that understood how Izuku felt about these things that he loved. However, it's become clear to him that Takoyami was much more able to help Izuku in some ways, more able to keep up with him. Takoyami was the one who won his place in the hero course along with Izuku. Takoyami was the one with the useful quirk that could catch Izuku when he fell. Takoyami was the one who finished the race together with Izuku while Hitoshi lagged behind. Takoyami was the one Izuku picked first to team up with in the Calvary battle, which is a stupid thing to get hung up about since they had already been standing right next to each other when it was announced. But still, and now, Takoyami was the one who managed to get Izuku to fight for himself when Hitoshi was too upset and bitter to put any of his brewing self-doubts into words. He should be happy about Izuku getting closer to Takoyami. But it was hard to when he felt jealous whenever he looked at the two of them without him there. What a pathetic person he was. I'm such a pathetic person, he repeated aloud, to know how badly you need other people in your life and still be bitter when it happens. I should know that you won't leave me behind, but my feelings don't understand that. And now I'm saying all of this even though I know it could hurt you because I want to prove myself to you and win that badly. I'm trying to get into the hero course, but a person as selfish as me doesn't deserve a place there any. Izuku finally lifted his head to glare at him with proverbial fire spitting from his eye and mouth. Shut up. How could you say that? Just, how could you think you haven't? Izuku's face turned blank when brainwashing took hold, and Hitoshi had to reorient himself from the success. He'd thought that Izuku would call out to him in distress, maybe be close to tears, but that reaction had been significantly angrier than he thought it would be. He was really in for it when this thing's over. After what looked like a one-sided debate, Midoriya Izuku has yet to reinitiate his attack. What's going on, Midoriya? Present Mike's voice reminded Hitoshi what he was here to do. In a firm voice he didn't really feel, Hitoshi ordered, "Walk out of the ring." Izuku turned sideways to walk towards the side of ring with slow steps. Present Mike accented the moment with, "What the hell's Midoriya doing now? Why is he giving up? Like I thought, it's another case that proves how impractical the entrance exam is. I have their specs here." Shinsu's brainwashing couldn't help him pass the exam, but is a tremendous ability to have an anti-personal battle. Midoriya probably knew what his quirk was and how it worked, but he still managed to successfully trigger it. The Racerhead gave a whole paragraph of commentary. Also, Midoriya's been brainwashed. Can you even fight that? Is this the end for Midoriya? Eraserhead's praise bolstered his will. He didn't look away from where Izuku was approaching the end of the ring. This will be worth it. When he gets into the hero course to be with Izuku in his class and they eventually work towards being heroes together. When Izuku can look at him after the match in a new light, with the knowledge that Hitoshi has what it takes to stay by his side, he can work himself back into being supportive later. Right now his illogical jealousy was a tool to be used. Hitoshi heard a faint cracking sound, and looked down to see Izuku's last step had left a new line in the concrete. His quirk must have been left on high from when he was using it against Hitoshi. One of Izuku's feet inexplicably lost traction, causing him to collapse in on himself and faceplant into the concrete. With brainwashing in place, there was no instinct to catch himself, so Midoriya fell straight onto his face without even bracing himself with his hands. Silence, pure silence surrounded Hitoshi. He couldn't say anything. The crowd couldn't say anything. The nationwide loudmouth Present Mike couldn't say anything. They were all too busy staring at the body on the floor in disbelief. Too slowly for Hitoshi's comfort, Izuku's arms crept forward from his sides to plant their palms onto the ground, and with his back facing Hitoshi, Izuku pushed himself up centimeter by centimeter. When he got back on his feet, he turned to look at Hitoshi with a blinking, confused expression. Blood was gushing from his nose, which may or may not be broken, and had stained the bottom corner of his eye patch red. Present Mike was finally the one to break the vigil. Did Midoriya's quirk do that? And did he do it on purpose? I have no idea. Eraserhead has no idea. I'll tell you now, folks. Midoriya's quirk is Jinx. It makes bad luck. But was this bad luck for Shinso or Midoriya? I really can't tell. What a mysterious quirk. Hitoshi couldn't hold it in anymore. His lips curled up with a snicker, which then broke into full-body laughter. He let himself have a couple of seconds to curl his arms around his stomach and get his overly loud laughter out of his system. It caused Izuku to blink at him more. Ha ha ha. What the hell? What the hell? Of course that would happen. Only you could fall and break your nose and have it be a good thing. Izuku. As Izuku wiped away some of the blood with his unbandaged fist, a smile came back on his face. Hitoshi thought it wasn't entirely fake, considering it looked a bit. Evil was too harsh of a word, but mischievous was too soft, set above the innocuous smile. The gleam in Izuku's green eye was wicked, like a cat that's about to push something off the countertop. Evidently, he did not appreciate Hitoshi laughing his ass off at him. Without answering, Izuku smeared 2 fingers in the still flowing trail of blood and drew 2 familiar lines on the bandage he used to cover the scar on his left hand. Lifting it up revealed a smeared inverted cross. Oh sit. Izuku ran at Hitoshi to push him back with momentum. Hitoshi couldn't do anything as he lost ground, sliding back towards the line indicating the boundary of the ring, until he managed to elbow one of Izuku's hands away to halt the progress and strengthen his stance. That hand was Izuku's marked hand, which he pulled back and to hit Hitoshi in the stomach. The pain it caused was secondary to force of it pushing him back too much, causing his balance to give out. A misplaced recovery step led him to slipping on a small rock, and the battle against gravity was lost. He landed on his back with his head bouncing against the concrete, making his eyes squeeze shut with a hiss. He forced them open to turn his head and look down. His upper body had passed the line. Midoriya caused Shinso to fall out of the ring. Midoriya Izuku progresses to the next round. But am I allowed to say that the way he drew on himself with his own blood was sorta freaky? No, you're not. I guess I'm not then, even though it's an obvious observation. It had a strategical purpose that applies to his quirk. Whether it's freaky or not is irrelevant. Really, what a mysterious quirk. See, it's a good thing I asked you to help me. How are we supposed to know what's going on with Midoriya's quirk without your experience from teaching him? You've said that line twice now, and All Might could have done that for you, too. No offense to our number one, but I don't enjoy his company as much as I do yours. What exactly is Eraserhead and Present Mike's relationship? Hitoshi gave himself a moment to just stay lying on the ground to huff in self-pity. The crowd cheered loudly at the conclusion of the battle, but within the cheering, Hitoshi heard a few cries of his name. Shinso, you were great out there. You're the star of general education. You did just as well as the student representative of the year. Hitoshi blinked in surprise as he picked himself up off the ground. He looked up at the stands to see a bunch of his classmates were leaning over the edge to wave down at him. He could see that Tomoyo and Kinomoto were in the lineup, grinning brightly despite his loss. The heroes in the crowd were murmuring loudly among themselves about him, too. That quirk would be great against villains. I wish I had it. What's UA doing putting him in general education? There's only so much you can do when there's such a large gap in battle experience. Tomoyo cupped her hands around her mouth to shout. You hear that, Shinsu-kun? Everyone thinks you're awesome. An indescribable feeling filled his chest, bringing lightness to the heavy weight that usually sat there. Tomoyo may say it was everyone praising him, but Hitoshi knew that there would still be people that didn't think like that. However, that was okay, because those people cheering in the crowd for him right now, his classmates and various random heroes, they all saw him as someone that could be a hero now. And it wasn't just him they were talking about, too. After all, he wasn't even the winner of the match. A bad luck quirk. Mike's right to call that mysterious, but it looks really useful from what he's shown. That's an understatement. Don't you realize he turned the entire tide of the battle in his favor? That's why they were falling or about to fall over so much. That's what it was like in the second round, too. Luck was never in his opponent's favor. The advantage that gives shouldn't be underestimated. He blew up those bombs and destroyed those robots with it too, right? That's a lot of destructive potential given the right scenario. It's no wonder he placed first in the entrance exam. Do you hear them, Izuku? Those people believe in our potential. Because you didn't forfeit, you got the chance to prove yourself. The two of them faced each other in the middle of the ring to give a formal bow of respect. And when Izuku lifted his head, Hitoshi saw the smile on his face was still fake. Oh, so he was still pissed, then? Now he feels like he kinda ruined Izuku's moment. Hitoshi turned around to walk back to the hallway he came out of, but glanced back when he heard footsteps following him. Izuku smiled at him without comment as he went with Hitoshi to the wrong hallway. When some miniature robots rolled up to him to guide him to the infirmary for his nose, he waved them off saying he could get there on his own. Really pissed, then? Ah, Midoriya. The competitors are supposed to go back to the separate areas they exited from. What's that, Midnight-sensei? I can't hear you. Izuku glanced at Midnight without breaking his stride, blatantly lying to her face. Just come tell me after I leave the field, okay? Hitoshi sighed under his breath as he accepted his fate. As soon as the two of them crossed into the shadows, hidden from prying cameras and eyes, Izuku launched himself at Hitoshi. He hadn't expected it when Izuku wrapped his arms around Hitoshi in a crushing hug and buried his face into Hitoshi's chest. That wasn't really the right reaction for someone that was angry, but since when did Izuku have the right reaction to anything? He wrapped his own arms around Izuku, too, his hand coming up to cradle the back of his dark green curls. It was the least he could do. Hitoshi saved me. Izuku spoke in a breathy, wobbly whisper that was muffled into Hitoshi's shirt. He saved me. Not just that one day, but every single day after. Every day I feel tired. Every day I feel guilty. Every day I want to give up. He saves me every single time. No one is allowed to say he hasn't saved me. No one is allowed to call him a pathetic person. Not even you, Hitoshi. Hitoshi sucked in a sharp breath. Izuku was trembling in his arms, so he held him tighter. He couldn't see Izuku's expression with his face hidden like this, and he almost wanted to cry. I'm sorry, I know. You didn't know, or you wouldn't have said that. Just because I'm not completely better doesn't mean I haven't been saved. It's only because I was saved that I'm still here to get better. Do you understand? I understand. The hands clutching his back tightened their grip. Hitoshi rushed to say, don't stop being friends with Tokoyami, okay? I'm just feeling irrational about him. It's good that you're friends. I would stop if you asked me to. Hitoshi's heart sunk lower in his chest, the heaviness retuning. I know, that's why I'm telling you that's not what I want. Understand? I understand. It would make me sad if I couldn't be friends with him anymore, so I'm glad. But Hitoshi. Only then did Izuku lift his head to look up at Hitoshi. He belated realized that Izuku could have gotten blood on his jersey, but thankfully it looked like the bleeding had stopped. Part of the reason I decided to fight was because Tokoyami said you were probably thinking that I didn't think you could win. There wasn't anything about him personally that convinced me. It was still you. His face heated up at being caught. Had he really been so obvious that Tokoyami could see that? He guessed they were both the prideful type, but still. So you weren't thinking like that? No, but it's true that I hadn't considered the outcome of fighting you and losing. It made me feel better to know that even if we fought, I might not get in your way. Hitoshi scowled in displeasure. You shouldn't feel bad about winning, Izuku. You did a great job. You aren't responsible for how well I do in this competition. I know. Izuku narrowed his eye at Hitoshi with a slight pout. I felt better about trying to win after you laughed at me for falling on my face on national TV, too. Hey, that happening was a good thing for you. It's the reason I lost. I also decided to fight because it seemed like good has come out of when I've tried to keep going, like meeting you and being with you, so I wanted to keep trying. And it did have good. I almost can't believe all those people were cheering for me, for us. This is the first win today that I've really felt like I won, but Izuku's mouth screwed into a frustrated scowl. I still hate that I won instead of you. It's bittersweet. Well, don't be. It's true I would have preferred winning, but I still got to impress people. Eraserhead even said my quirk was a tremendous ability, and I'm glad that. Hitoshi didn't finish his sentence, embarrassed about what he'd say, but Izuku just looked at him with a knowing look in his eye. I'm always watching you, Hitoshi-kun. You don't need to prove yourself to me any further. You're already the highest bar there is. Other people just can't measure up to you in comparison. His face heated even more, and he was sure it turned bright red. He couldn't find any words to say and had to avert eye contact. But Izuku just huffed a small laugh and pressed his face into Hitoshi's chest again. He felt a smile form on Izuku's face. Excuse me, but I need to go through here. The two of them practically jumped apart to look down the hall leading further into the arena. Standing there awkwardly a couple meters away was Todoroki Shoto, who just blinked at the two of them. Todoroki-san. How long have you been waiting for? Izuku cried out. Even he couldn't keep his calm under these circumstances. Not for long. I was hoping you'd finish quickly and leave, but my match is on right now, so I'm so sorry. We'll get out of your way. Izuku grabbed Hitoshi by his arm and fast walked down the hall. Hitoshi made sure to be right behind him, trying his best to not let his overwhelming embarrassment stop their escape. They got to the locker room right on time to see Todoroki bury the tape kid from Izuku's class in a literal glacier on the small TV stationed in the top corner. Hitoshi frowned at the display, while Izuku got right to switching his bandages and eye patch for a fresh, not covered in blood set. You know how you're going to fight him? Not quite. I was more preoccupied with just trying to fight you. Izuku stared stoically at his hand as he wrapped it, his eye patch having been the first thing changed out. But I've decided, since you lost to me, the best way to make you look better now is if I keep doing good. That way when the teachers think of how you lost, they'll think there was no helping it. He fought against the winner of the tournament in the very first round. If he got put against someone else, he would have gone much farther. Hitoshi's eyes widened as he realized what Izuku was saying. You, having finished tying up the bandage. Izuku stretched and curled his fingers to test how it fit. His expression still hadn't changed. I'm going to win. All of it. I fought this battle for me, but the rest of them I'm going to be fighting for you. As I slid over to gaze at Hitoshi without turning his head. I know you want me to live for myself, but right now, that's still the best way for me to stay motivated. Hitoshi sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, one step at a time for these things is fine. You already did good today, with just that. When they left the locker room to drop by recovery girl to let her quickly check Izuku's nosebleed, there was a slight curl on one end of Izuku's lips. Hitoshi thought it made him look brighter than when he'd given his best smiles to the cameras outside. When Izuku rejoined his classmates, his friends congratulated him on his win. Or at least, those of his friends who were present. They all had fights coming up, so some of them were in their waiting rooms getting prepared and had come back after. After Todoroki's iceberg was thawed away, Shoji went up against Kaminari. It was a rather strange fight, since Kaminari immediately knocked out Shoji with his electricity. But he also used his max voltage, which meant that his brain had short-fused, and if Jiru and Yaoyorozu's sighs of frustration and disappointment were anything to go by, he might not recover by the time his next match came around. So even though Kaminari won the battle, he wouldn't be winning the war. Next was Ida versus Hatsume, and that somehow ended up being even weirder. Hatsume gave a portion of her support items to Ida, who had probably been tricked by some lies she made up about wanting it to be a fair fight, and spent an entire 10 minutes evading Ida with her gear while also advertising all the items in play on the field. After she'd gone through everything, she stepped out of the ring with a satisfied grin. Seeing Ida shout in despair reminded Izuku of what Takoyami had said about it being harder to win without accomplishment than to lose. If Hatsume was allowed to use her match just to advertise her merchandise, he should have been allowed to use his match to let Hitoshi move forward. He pushed that thought down into the box like everything else. He'd already made his decision. He would stick with it. Ashido and Asui went next. Going into it, Izuku had thought that Asui would be at a major disadvantage since, even if she could use her tongue to throw people from the ring, Ashido was a chemical hazard waiting to happen. But despite this, she still threw her tongue out to rap about the sliding Ashido, who then used what Izuku assumed was a mild acid on Asui's tongue. But Asui didn't let go. With a pinched face, she finished winding up her tongue to toss Ashido from the ring. Su-chan, Even though it must have hurt, she kept holding on anyway. That was her resolve. Uraraka looked down at the field with her brows furrowed in concern. Izuku glanced down at his bandaged hand at that thought. Tokoyami went against Yaoyorozu following that. While Yaoyorozu was strategic and could make anything she needed, Dark Shadow was too powerful to delay. Tokoyami didn't give her the time she needed to make more intricate items. And the shields and other simple things she could make weren't strong enough to defend against his claws. She was forced out of the ring, much to her obvious frustration. After seeing the last of their lunch group go, Uraraka headed down to a waiting room to prepare for her fight against Katsuki. Izuku really didn't envy her about that, but when he tried to give her advice, she said she wanted to handle it on her own. Uraraka might win, but if Izuku goes all the way to the finals, there's a good chance he'd have to fight Katsuki. That sorta makes him want to lose before then. But he couldn't lose, because Hitoshi lost his match because of him. If he was going to take that from Hitoshi, at the very least he needed to keep going for him. He wouldn't let his friend lose in vain. Izuku had been planning on staying for Kirishima's match against Tetsu, but right after Tokoyami's win, Todoroki approached him. He asked Izuku to follow him to talk somewhere. All Izuku could do was agree while hiding how dumbfounded he felt. Was this about what he overheard from his and Hitoshi's conversation? How much of that did he even hear, anyway? The sports festival arena was a large and sprawling building, with many empty passageways and rooms to go through. Todoroki ended up bringing him to one that was close to the competitors' area leading to the field, but not directly next to it as to not be disturbed when either Kirishima or his Class 1B opponent passed through. His mind was spiraling trying to figure out what Todoroki would want with him, but he didn't show it on his face as he smiled at the intimidating boy. "What did you want to talk about? Does this have to do with before? I'm really sorry about getting in your way like that." "It's fine," Todoroki cut him off curtly. His expression didn't even twitch at the mention of what must have been a very awkward encounter for him. "And it isn't directly about that, but I'll admit that I was wondering, are you dating that guy from General Education?" Izuku's mind blanked for a full 10 seconds, before uncontrollable heat rushed up his neck and face. He was stuck between trying to maintain his casual smile and his face naturally wanting to cry out at his internal combustion. So in the end he probably looked like some weird mixture of expressions, having an obviously strained smile and stiff, flushed face. He barely managed to keep his voice at a normal pitch. No, we're friends. Are you sure about that?" Before he could try to defend himself in what surely would have been a painful stammer of nonsense, Todoroki glanced away thoughtfully. "Though, I guess I don't know anything about either being friends or being in a relationship. So friends can act like that too, huh?" He feels like he's giving Todoroki the wrong idea about a lot of things. But he wasn't exactly wrong. They aren't dating. They just have a very complicated friendship that goes way beyond being casual friends. Saying that Hitoshi was his reason to live and the most important person in his life would be too much to admit, though. Like I said though, I have something more important to discuss. Usually Izuku would have felt anxious from such a serious lead-up, but it was a relief to move past that topic. His relief was short-lived when Todoroki continued on to say, Before you said you didn't really care about winning, but in that last match you did. You tried to win even though you didn't want to win against your friend." Izuku felt his insides turn a bit cold at that reminder. Todoroki continued to stare at him neutrally, not implying any sort of provocation. "I want you to try to win against me too. Beating you wouldn't be meaningful with what I'm trying to prove if you don't try your best to. If you want a real fight so bad, why don't you talk to Katsuki about this instead? He's the one that's been your runner-up this whole time. It's because he hasn't been able to beat me that I'm more confident I can win against him. It'll be a tough fight, but I've already seen what he can do and know that he'll come at me full force." Izuku kept himself from wincing at Todoroki's dismissal. "It's a good thing Katsuki's not here to hear that. You're the one that I don't know enough about. From what I've heard about that monster that was at the USJ, if you can beat it, then surely you'd be able to beat me. I haven't seen that power from you yet, but I know it's there, and I want to fight against it to prove myself." The mention of what he did to the Namu, even if Todoroki didn't know much of the details, wasn't something he wanted to think about. Todoroki probably had no idea he was basically asking Izuku to break all his limbs. Technically, if he could push past the pain, he'd still be able to use his quirk, and in this context it wouldn't be a smart strategy on Izuku's part. But he's pretty sure that's not what Todoroki had in mind for their fight. "May I ask what you're trying to prove, Todoroki-san? It sounds like this is about more than just winning. You know who my father is, right?" Izuku nodded in affirmation. Everyone in their class must know that Todoroki was the son of Todoroki Enji, the number 2 hero Endeavor. Izuku even caught sight of the hero second to only All Might in the stands earlier. "I'm going to prove to him that I don't need the fire quirk I inherited from him to become a hero. And that starts by only using my ice quirk to win this tournament. He keeps trying to pressure me to start using that side of my quirk again and is persistent, so it would be better if you, one of my biggest competitors, gave me a hard fight to win." He'll have less to complain about that way. Izuku let his brow furrow in confusion. Why would you not want to use that side of your quirk? From there, Todoroki's features became colder, and he explained the circumstances of his birth. How Endeavor set himself up in an arranged quirk marriage with Todoroki's mother for her ice quirk to have a child with a powerful quirk combination. How Endeavor's ultimate goal was to surpass All Might, but the man saw he was incapable of that himself. So Todoroki had been forcefully trained to surpass the number 1 as his proxy. And in not so many words, how Todoroki's mother became so fearful of Endeavor that she saw Todoroki's left side as a reflection of the man and eventually lashed out. She said that she couldn't stand to look at my left side. Right before she threw boiling water at me. She was taken to a hospital, and I haven't seen her since. Izuku felt a breathless sort of dread just from hearing those words, a cold sensation embedding in his spine. Todoroki just continued speaking with a firm, hard tone. That man. I hate the thought of being a tool for him to achieve his ambitions after what he's done. By denying his quirk and winning this tournament without it, I'll deny him the thing he wants most. I won't give him that satisfaction. Do you understand why I'm asking you this now? His mind re-emerged from its blank but overwhelmed state. He wasn't sure what the appropriate response to these kinds of revelations was, whether it would be a benefit or a hindrance to the person most involved to act emotionally on it. So he was stuck with an empty stare that he hoped didn't come off as being callous. It was a wonder why Todoroki would even talk to him about this in the first place. While Izuku had asked him about his motives, he was hardly obligated to reveal such personal information. But he hadn't even hesitated to explain it all to someone who didn't even know what they had been asking about, to someone that he already made clear he only saw as competition. Izuku doesn't understand why that is. He knew that if it had been him, he would go to the grave without uttering a word about what had happened. It made him feel like he needed to repay Todoroki in some way by showing him the same amount of respect and honesty. What else could he do in the face of such a thing? Even if he's unsuited for it, he should try his best for Todoroki's sake. He spoke slowly while gathering his thoughts, but his words were steady. I understand. Yeah, I knew that your quirk was strong, Todoroki-san. But I never knew you were such a strong person too. I'd never be able to endure the kind of life you've lived. He would have tried to kill himself much earlier. With a mother that was gone and had hurt him, and a father he was better off without remaining. I feel like I owe you a bit of an apology. Why? You haven't done anything wrong towards me. It's not like you owed me a good fight. I'm just asking for my own benefit. It's not about that. Izuku had to look away from Todoroki's unyielding gaze. He wasn't brave enough to speak directly to it about things he would rather never discuss. For the longest time, I've believed that there are 2 kinds of people in this world, those who are born lucky and those who are not. I guess when your misfortune is so obvious, it's just natural to categorize people like that. The wall of the hallway was dull with muted colors, professional but not pretty to look at, but he didn't know where else to set his gaze, and he felt like it matched his mood. To me, people that are born lucky are those who have everything that I don't. They're born with good quirks, they have good families and friends, and because of this they live happy lives. When looking at the world like that, it helped me explain to myself why I'm not happy. The only part of that I had was a good mom, and then I didn't even have that anymore. I don't really feel strong enough about people with luck to think of my view of them as being emotional, but I think most people would interpret it as envy. He hadn't thought much about Todoroki before today, but even with that, he knew how he viewed him. It had been an easy call that he hadn't even needed to consciously decide. Izuku had to push the words out. As he arrived at the point he had been leading up to, I thought that you were born lucky, born with a powerful, perfect hero quirk, and the child of a respected and wealthy hero. I suppose anyone would think that way, but that was the wrong assumption to make. I didn't realize that depending on a person's life, even a good quirk could be hated, and that having a good quirk doesn't mean you're happy. I'm sorry for that. He had to glance back to see Todoroki's reaction, which was mainly Todoroki staring at him like he was trying to figure out what his eyes were seeing. It was an unfamiliar look on him. Okay, but that's not really that big of a deal. It's not like you said any of that to me before. And you're right that most people would think about me like that. Right now, the thing that I really care about is your resolve. My resolve is to beat you now. Itoshi, my friend that I fought this round. This festival is his chance to get noticed and transferred to the hero department. I cut that short for him, so I owe it to him to try my very best. So even if you have such an important reason to win, that doesn't matter. I can't afford to lose to you or anyone else anymore. Izuku finally brought himself to form a small smile, trying to make his tone more encouraging, instead dour and serious like previously. I do wish you the best though, Todoroki-san. It's good that you can still be a hero without using the part of your quirk that you hate. I already know that being forced to bear with it just makes things harder. So I hope you achieve your dream the way you want to, since you have that option. Todoroki seemed like he was at a loss for what to say, and his stare became even more questioning. Izuku wasn't sure why that was. Everything seemed pretty clear to him. Maybe he hadn't come off as encouraging as he wanted. Are you saying that you don't want to use your own quirk? Izuku's face fell back into neutrality, but he gave into the reflex of tilting his head in vague confusion. Well, yes, who would want a quirk like mine? I'm just using it because I have to. There was an extended moment of silence that quickly turned awkward. Soon, loud cheers echoed down the hallway as the match going on came to a close, with Present Mike declaring it a tie and that the one going forward would be decided by an arm wrestling match. Kirishima must have been fighting Tetsu for a while now. Sorry, Todoroki-san. I would like to go back to watch Uraraka-san's match. Is there anything else you wanted to say? No, I suppose not. Even as he said this, Todoroki sounded hesitant, but he started walking away from Izuku and back to their area of the stands anyway. Izuku followed behind before passing him, rushing in consideration of his time limit. He made it back just after the match had begun. His thoughts were split between the rough battle Uraraka was facing and his thoughts for how he would handle his own upcoming fight. Todoroki's power wasn't something that could be beat with just luck. Izuku could probably break up his ice before he got caught in it, but he'll definitely run out of energy before Todoroki runs out of ice, if the other even runs out of his quirk at all. The only way he could win is if he finishes the fight relatively quickly. Uraraka put up a great fight, one that Katsuki was being cautious against even as some of the crowd didn't see her as a threat to him. After what appeared to be uselessly trying to fight against Katsuki's more powerful explosions, a look in the air revealed how she had been collecting his own debris to use as ammo for a miniature meteor shower. However, Katsuki was able to defend himself against even that with his quirk, even against someone like Uraraka, who had a good quirk that was useful for many different things. The disparity between her quirk and one that was perfect for heroics, as had often been said by many people at their old schools, was clear. It would be one thing if Katsuki was just coasting on his quirk, but he had been training it and his strategy for it more than most. Moreover, he had been prepared for Uraraka to counterattack due to him not underestimating her. That was a point that he seemed to have improved on since the start of school. Having exhausted herself with her quirk use and the injuries she sustained from Katsuki's attacks, Uraraka collapsed. Katsuki was declared the winner. When two people both took things seriously and did their best, the natural outcome was for the person with the better suited quirk to win. That's just what happened when people weren't born equal. Izuku had always known this, and he knows that between the two of them, Todoroki had the better quirk. He knows the most probable outcome is for him to lose. He doesn't know if changing the luck of the match will be enough to change that, but there wasn't much else he could do but try. He had to try. He couldn't bear facing Hitoshi if he lost right after making him lose. And he does have a bit more than luck to use too, since he has useful information on his opponent. It had already seemed like Todoroki wasn't using the fire side of his quirk, but confirmation was a good thing to have. During the short break between rounds, Izuku went back to the locker room and broke 6 mirrors. When he went to the prep room to get ready, he was brimming with energy swirling underneath his skin. 6 mirrors wasn't as much of a boost as 13, but it was still a lot. It was what he would need if he wanted his snaps to be strong enough to break Todoroki's huge ice without his usual enhancement. Uraraka was still there when he entered the room. She smiled at him softly despite her recent loss. "Aw man, I'm just gonna have to work harder for next time, right?" Haha. He recognized that her smile was a lie. She had wanted to win so badly, but was given the rotten luck of having to go against Katsuki for the first match. So he did the courtesy of smiling at her kindly, dismissing her concern when all his time had passed and he needed to head to the field, and left her to her thoughts. He hoped that she had someone she could be honest with, but he felt like he couldn't be that person. It wouldn't be fair to her considering he hasn't revealed himself in kind. In the middle of his trek to the field, though, footsteps thudded down an adjacent hall towards him. Endeavor's figure, tall, big, and literally on fire as part of his costume, stepped forward and glanced down at him. Izuku could only stare up at the man with wide eyes. The number 2 hero halted his stride, but he looked down at Izuku within a way that was too cold to be considered interest. And his voice was exactly the same deep, harsh voice that Izuku had only heard on the TV or in videos prior. "There you are, the student representative of the year." He had been looking for him. Izuku would rather he had not. "Why yes, I have to say, based on your performance so far, I'm surprised you managed such a thing. Usually someone with a quirk like that explosion quirk would score first in the practical. You've done decently but rely more on tricks than power. It's not the kind of matchup I had been hoping Shoto would get with this year's representative." Endeavor spoke curtly, obviously not caring how Izuku would take what most would consider an insult. He didn't usually react to criticism of his quirk. He's much too used to it at this point. And frankly, Endeavor's isn't the worst he's gotten by far, but the misfortune inside him became agitated at the man's tone. But regardless, his face and voice were blank of any evidence that he was bothered. "I see. That's unfortunate for you. Endeavor's eyes narrowed slightly at the plain response but didn't react to it otherwise. All I'm here to say is that you need to bring out more of your power against my son. He's too good to have trouble against anything but the strongest abilities, and you must have that potential if you were first in the practical. Even if it's not like All Might's power, at least try to be a good stepping stone for his learning, will you? The other competition besides the explosion quirk are too abysmal for his level. It'll be a waste of a tournament if he doesn't face any more challenges than that. It wasn't a request, but an order. Apparently having said all he came for, Endeavor turned his back to Izuku and started walking in the opposite direction of the field. Jinx's energy became even more agitated at the dismissal of his friends' and classmates' effort. And even more than that, it prickled at the barrier keeping it from the world at how Endeavor still managed to speak so uncaringly about his son even when he was only preoccupied with him. As a replacement for his quirk, Izuku allowed the words he would have kept at bay to be spoken. He really is unfortunate. Endeavor paused just enough to glare over his shoulder at Izuku in annoyed confusion. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Todoroki-san. Izuku gave Endeavor a polite smile that he knew would be dissonant with his next words. That kind of thing tended to bother people more than glaring, in his opinion. He's unfortunate to have been born to such a horrible father. I would know, since I'm an expert at unfortunate things. The whiplash was immediate. Endeavor's eyes widened in both shock and rage while turning fully towards him, undoubted caught off guard by the rudeness after Izuku had gone the whole one-sided conversation being silent and complacent. It was Izuku's turn to turn his back to the other, and slowly walk towards his match where Todoroki would be waiting. Part of the reason why he was walking away dramatically like this besides just out of spite was that he thought it would look cool, but that was beside the point. Because of that I know that luck isn't distributed fairly, Endeavor-san, but you should still tread carefully. People will scoff at the notion, but, to me, misfortune is a very real thing indeed. Karma is only a superstition until it's arrived at your doorstep. He's lying, blatantly lying. While misfortune is real and Izuku leans on the superstitious side, he has no idea if karma is also real. If it was, surely he would have gotten some good karma at some point as compensation for all the pain he's been put through. But it didn't matter whether he thought it was real or not, or even if Endeavor thought it was real or not. What mattered was that it was unsettling to think about. Izuku allowed himself to glance back once, and saw that Endeavor was boring at him with a piercing glare, the fire on his face wafting off in stronger twisting flames than before. It gave Izuku a bit of satisfaction. Spreading this kind of misfortune can be sort of fun, too. He locked that thought away. It was too much like the one he had when he'd been using his quirk in the battle trial. Endeavor's barked-out response made Izuku think he was saying it just to have something to say. Your quirk's gone to your head, boy. You place too much stock on mere luck. People only think that way until it runs out for them. I've never relied on luck. I work to get to where I am. Relying on luck to stop villains is a sign of an incompetent hero. And I won't let a child who hasn't even set foot into this industry imply that I'm that sort of hero. At this point, Endeavor had gone from objecting to sounding downright insulted. Must be a sore point. Izuku had to pause his steps at that. Then what kind of paperwork did you submit to be able to get such a powerful quirk, Endeavor-san? I'm not sure what quirks his siblings have since they aren't featured in the news that often. But I'm guessing he's the only one that has a good enough quirk for you, right? It takes luck to be born with a good quirk, after all. Izuku didn't bother looking to see how Endeavor reacted after that. He needed to hurry to make it on time. He had said more than he had meant to. He really does hate talking to people that are so busy going after what they don't have that they ignore what luck they've been granted. He didn't want to hear Endeavor tell him what he already knew. Izuku knew he couldn't beat Todoroki if he held back with his quirk. He knew that pushing Todoroki out of the ring would be too hard when he could stop himself with his ice. Unless Izuku did something about it. People are broken so easily. He hates it, and he hates that his quirk can break them. Ever since that day years ago, Izuku's known just how easily they can break, and he made it a point not to use his quirk to make sure it wouldn't hurt anyone. And yet somehow, Mom still. But ever since starting UA, he's known that he has to use his quirk now. He knows he has to hurt people with it to keep up with the course. And the villains at the USJ proved that in the case he did try to become a hero, he would need to use it to hurt people then, too. And now that he's reached this point, now that he's tried his best to beat his reason for being alive and won at the cost of Hitoshi's progress, he can't afford to hold back now. He knows, theoretically, that he can control his quirk, that he can keep it from going too far. He's never trusted that. And he still can't trust it now, but he's going to have to bet on his own capabilities. He has to win for Hitoshi, no matter what. Both of these competitors stand out in their own way, but only one can move forward. It's Midoriya Izuku versus Todoroki Shoto. Shoto stood across from his competitor, a good distance set between the two of them. However, Midoriya didn't look like someone that was waiting for a fight to start. No pent-up tension or determined expression like what Todoroki has seen of others so far. Instead, he just smiled at Todoroki from across the way like he was saying hello at the start of a normal class period. Not like they were about to battle in front of countless people both surrounding them and watching remotely. It was something that he did often, as Shadows noticed. Is it confidence? He doesn't give off that impression. But then why is he even smiling in the first place? If he's not happy, why does he smile? READYYYYYYY. Art. He jumped right into it, raising his right hand to send fast-growing spikes of ice, the opposite of an iceberg pace. In that same instant, Midoriya snapped, and it shattered into glass like shards like a great force had hit it. Chunks of ice burst apart randomly, being sent all over the ring and field. Only a thin icy trail remained behind. As the cold debris and mist scattered, Shadow took a step back when Midoriya emerged from the left side. He was sprinting forward while bending away from the path of leftover chunks of ice that were left, and his forearms were in the middle of lowering themselves, having been lifted to protect his face. Midoriya is trying to use his weakness. It won't be enough. He had to win against his father. But even while Shadow thought that, the usually feeling of anger and determination that accompanied it never came. Instead, all he felt was uneasiness that pulsed tension into his chest, straining his breath and lungs. It's good that you can still be a hero without using the part of your quirk that you hate. I hope you achieve your dream the way you want to, since you have that option. Midoriya agreed with him. He agreed with what Shadow was trying to do. So why had Shadow felt like what Midoriya had said was wrong? Shadow only just caught a glimpse of red blood and the sharp shard of ice impaling one of Midoriya's arms before he shot more ice at the approaching boy. It seemed he had expected the second attack, as he preventively dived into a roll to dodge. And when he launched himself up and at Shadow again, he snapped to destroy the third shot from Shadow's ice. He had to turn to aim that time. Midoriya had moved to the side enough that he was approaching from Shadow's left. He needed to focus on the incoming threat, on the battle that was before him, but his thoughts had been racing ever since the end of their conversation. They refused to die down. Did it feel wrong because he had said Shadow hated his quirk? He hadn't thought about the fire of his quirk being his quirk. It was his father's, like how his ice was from his mother. Shadow denying his fire was about denying Endeavor and Endeavor's power. Referring to it as hating his own quirk felt like it was missing the point. That's right. The entire point of this was for Shadow to separate himself from his father. Calling the fire his quirk contradicted that. Midoriya was close enough that Shadow decided to switch tactics. Instead of a booming and large condensed attack, he spread out his hand wide to make a curve of icy spires that acted as a barrier. It was too spread out to evade without losing momentum, and Midoriya had to use another snap to break a hole in the middle and not be frozen by the wave of ice. It caused him to stop momentarily, which is what Shadow had wanted, having already launched himself towards Midoriya. He caught the other off guard with an up-close burst of ice. Midoriya tried to back away, but he wasn't fast enough to stop ice from capturing his foot up to his shin. Now that his opponent was immobilized, Shadow huffed out a cold breath that could be seen in the now cooling air, trying to alleviate the cold that was spreading through his limbs after persistent and full-power use of his quirk. He suppressed his shivers to lift his right hand to freeze the rest of Midoriya. As long as his hands were free, he could get out. But in the short pause, Midoriya crouched down and slammed the palm of his bandaged hand onto the ice. Fresh blood stained the white in the form of a symbol. The ice shattered, since Midoriya was right next to Shadow at that point. He launched himself at Shadow, his hand scraping for purchase at the back of Shadow's uniform while pushing him to the side. Shadow's first instinct was to swiftly stop their momentum by bringing up a short wall of ice, but he should have prioritized counterattacking instead, as Midoriya immediately retreated right after. It was like what Midoriya did against his previous opponent. In class, he had always needed to snap to activate his quirk. Could it be easier for him to use it on things in contact with him? That complicated things. Shadow also noticed then that Midoriya had pulled out the ice that had been stuck in his arm, and the wound was now bleeding heavily. It might have gone all the way through. You're going to bleed out a lot at this rate. Midoriya grimaced from the pain, but didn't look too worried. There's no helping it when it comes to those 7 snaps. As long as we finish before I lose enough to pass out, it'll be fine. What was he even talking about? That doesn't sound fine. I'll do you a favor and finish this soon, then. He was tired of Midoriya maneuvering around his quirk. The other had more power than he expected coming into this fight, considering in class he fought with support items for his quirk. Did he do something to prime it for the fight? It doesn't matter. Shadow still has to win. But again, uneasiness came with that thought. He had to force himself to ignore it as he sent another powerful conglomerate of ice Midoriya's way. But his competitor was close enough that he could dodge it. It didn't have enough distance to grow very big. He's distracted. How can he be distracted now, when he's here to prove his ambition? That man is watching him in discontent right that moment, but he couldn't focus on the fight. It's good that you can still be a hero without using the part of your quirk that you hate. I don't understand you. He finally had to admit it aloud. Midoriya froze up, having expected an attack. But it was clear Shadow would be off his game until he cleared up his thoughts. So he continued to speak anyway, the way you were talking before. It's like you're okay with hating a part of yourself. Don't you think that's strange? I hate my father and his quirk. Not my quirk. I see it as being separate from me. But you just admitted so easily how you didn't want to use yours. It gives the impression that you don't see it that way with your own quirk. Midoriya stared at him a bit with an unreadable look in his one eye. Before he spoke slowly, are you sure you really think of it that way? Shadow's eyes narrowed at that unpleasant assertion. What do you mean? I mean, I can't speak for you, since you're obviously quite different than me. But if my mom had said something like that and hurt me for it, I would definitely hate the part of myself that she rejected. It's about more than just how Endeavor treats you and what he did, right? All at once, his lungs felt empty of air and his chest felt empty of feeling. Like the ground was no longer steady underneath his feet and he was falling. Like the world around him had shattered like his ice. No, that's wrong. That can't possibly be right. He knows his mother loved him, all the way leading up to her breakdown. He knows the reason she felt like that was all because of that man. Shadow lashed out with a towering and wide wave of ice, desperate to finish the fight now that he was faced with an internal one he couldn't handle. Midoriya snapped to break apart the ice that would have hit him. This time a wide section leading all the way to the top, crumbling into pieces that forced Midoriya to bring his arms up defensively to protect his head as they tumbled down. Shadow was so preoccupied trying to calm his speeding heartbeat, trying to contain the trembling of his limbs that stemmed from the chill of both his ice and his thoughts, that he failed to see debris was falling his way too, including a large chunk of ice. There was only a split second where he glanced up to see something fall from the sky, before he was struck in the head with a cold, heavy weight. He fell to his knees and barely caught himself with his hands. One of them reached up instinctively to press against the pounding, sharp pain at the top of his head. It felt wet, and when he pulled his hand back to look at it, his blurry fingers were red with blood. He pushed himself to stand and found that his legs were unsteady, and his sense of balance was off. The ring surrounding him seemed to be spinning. It's probably a concussion. The part of him that still remembered his training noted. I really am sorry, Todoroki-san. Having been leaning forward to steady himself and take stock of everything, Shadow glanced to the side to see Midoriya was scowling down at his own hands, one arm still bleeding. He wouldn't look at Shadow in the eyes. I hate using this quirk like this, but the person I want to win for is the most important person to me. He's also much more important to me than Endeavor is to you. I won't lose because of something like that. With that last sentence, Izuku leapt at him. Shadow reflexively sent a pillar of ice at him, only for a snap to ring out, causing it to break apart like all the other ones. The two of them were both knocked to the ground and slid on the slick, icy ground. It would be disorienting at best even normally. And with a head injury, Shadow could hardly tell up from down now. He could just vaguely feel that Midoriya was clinging to his left side. If he uses fire, he could win. I can't do it anymore. The children, they're like him more and more every day. And Shadow, his left side. Sometimes I look at him and think it's unsightly. Shadow couldn't tell how far they slid until their momentum stopped. When he blinked his eyes open, having not realized he closed them in the first place, it was to a sky that had darkened. Black clouds filled the once partly cloudy sky to fully block the sun. And there might have even been a distant thud of thunder contained in them, though there was no rain yet. Both of the competitors passed the boundary, but Todoroki passed it first. He heard Midnight call out, acting as the referee. Using his hand to support his upper body, Shadow looked back to see that the two of them had passed the line of the inner ring, and that Midoriya was on the side closest to the line. There was also a ghastly trail of blood that led to their spot following the ice they slid on. He couldn't tell if it was his, Midoriya's, or both of theirs. Next to him, Midoriya was also still on the ground, panting with his eyes squeezed shut while clutching at his wound with his other hand. It might have gotten caught underneath them, which would explain the trail of blood. He really is unlucky. Both sides aren't looking too good right now, but Midoriya managed to get the hard-won victory against the previously unbeatable Todoroki. What an upset. How did he pull it off? He enhanced his quirk's effects by marking Todoroki. When did that happen? The crowd started roaring much too loud for the pounding in his head to handle. He winced and had to contain a hiss, and from his place still lying down, Midoriya stuttered out, Todoroki-san, are you all right? I don't think either of us are all right. In more ways than one. The two of them were picked up by Recovery Girl's medical robots to be transferred onto gurneys. When Midoriya tried to object, saying he could still walk since it was his arm that was bleeding, he tried to prove his point by standing up, and promptly fell over either due to the dizziness of blood loss or the pain of his aggravated wound. The robots took the both of them away, with the mechanical nurses berating the human for not comprehending the volume of blood necessary for optimal functioning. Shadow blinked into and out of existence for a bit, until Recovery Girl pressed a kiss to his forehead and the heaviness in his head was alleviated along with the pain. She told him to take a moment to rest and closed a curtain around him. But he could hear her muttering to Midoriya about how she needed to clean out his arm before healing it. She also berated him for running around while he was bleeding, and Midoriya just responded with a nervous chuckle. With the background noise of the other two fading to his ears, Shoto was left with only himself to focus on, after processing that he'd lost the match so abruptly. He didn't feel the frustration or anger that he thought he would. Instead, he didn't really feel anything at all. It was like he was empty, now that his body lost the sensation of righteous fury or pain nostalgia. It's good that you can still be a hero without using the part of your quirk that you hate. I hope you achieve your dream the way you want to, since you have that option. No, that had never been an option in the first place, had it? He lost this fight because he couldn't use his fire. If that had been a real fight, with real villains like from the USJ, he can't afford to lose like that. This hadn't always been about his father. Shoto remembered when he had first felt the wish to be a hero. He had been watching TV and saw All Might, a man as big as Endeavor, but with a kind smile instead of an intimidating scowl. It made him wonder if he could be like that, instead of like Endeavor. His mother had told him then that he could be a hero if he wanted, that he was capable of being a hero. She had been his only source of love, before. She held him when he cried after father had done something. She sat by him when he watched All Might on TV. She pleaded against Endeavor when he was pushed past his limit and kneeling on the ground, even when she knew it would lead to him hitting her away and her crying from the pain. And she also couldn't look at his face anymore, as that incident approached. It was only by chance that when he peered around the shoji door and overheard her conversation with her mother, a grandmother he'd never met, it was his left side that looked up at her. When she had looked down at him, the whistling of the kettle getting louder by the second, her face was pale and her eyes were bloodshot, like she'd seen a monster. His left hand drifted up to clutch at the scar surrounding his eye. He couldn't remember much after that. The pain had been overwhelming, but he thought he had heard his mother crying and apologizing. That was the last he could remember of her. That it hurt more. It hurt more than anything Endeavor had ever said or did to him. He hadn't wanted it to hurt more. He knew that she had been in so much pain, having endured living with that man for years before he had even been born, having to watch silently as he neglected her and the children they made together. It was because of him that she had hurt Shoto, so he wanted it all to be Endeavor's fault. But it was because she loved him that what she did hurt so much more than when Endeavor hurt him. He'd never known his father's love and had never expected it. He'd only expected to be hurt and used. But he knew his mother had loved him, and he had expected her to always love him and be kind to him. So when she had looked at him with those eyes and thrown that scorching water at him, his hand dragged away from his scarred eye to cover the both of them, blocking out the room around him. He had to swallow down the feeling rising up his throat and pressing against his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he had wanted to cry. He really had hated himself for that. It felt like it had been his fault. He hated that there was a part of him that got in the way of his mother's love. But there was nothing he could do but hate the man that had given him those features. Hate the man that was the reason his mother thought about that side of him like that. He hates his quirk because it was something he inherited from that man he hated. The man that hurt both him and Mom, but he also hates it because his mother had hated it. He had to focus all his hate on Endeavor, or else he would have to admit there was a part of himself that he hated, too. He would have to admit that Mom had hurt him, too. After all these years, he's never gone to see his mother. Endeavor hadn't wanted him to, having become wary of the possible consequences. But he hadn't truly fought that decision either. How would she look at him now, if she saw him? Had she been watching him during this festival? Depending on what the doctors thought, they might not have let her. Todoroki-san, are you awake? Midoriya's voice was quiet, like he didn't want to disturb him in the case that Shoto was asleep. Instead of answering, Shoto sat up to pull away the curtain between them. He was pleased to note that being upright was no longer disorienting. On a nearby bed, Midoriya was rubbing at the newly formed skin of his forearm, and Recovery Girl seemed to have gone somewhere for the time being. Midoriya frowned at him apologetically. I'm sorry about hurting you. You don't need to apologize. You did what we were supposed to do. Why did you agree with what I said before? Why? If I always just avoid using my left side, I'd be taking the easy way out and avoiding trying to change how I feel about it. But if you're using your quirk now, aren't you trying to change how you feel about your quirk? I wouldn't really say that. Eventually that'd be something I need to do. But right now I'm just trying to get over other things. Trying something like that is just too much at the moment. Midoriya looked away from him to start rewrapping the bandage for his hand. Shoto caught sight of a scar in the shape of a cross, before it was covered up by the white. From how I view you and your quirk, though, it would be possible for you to just get by with only your right side. I think that would be nice, since even if you never feel better about it, you'll always have one half of your quirk that you don't hate. It's all or nothing for me. If I can't overcome it, that's the end of it. So you're just assuming the worst right from the start. I do tend to do that, yeah. Seeing that Midoriya had finished with his bandage, Shoto's eyes shifted to stare down at his own left hand. I think I'm going to reconsider how I want to become a hero. My mind still rejects the idea of using my fire, but logically speaking I can see that's not very practical now, so I need to think about what I really want. Really? Midoriya blinked at him before his lips curled into a soft smile. Shadow still felt like he couldn't tell what the other was thinking, though. That sounds great, Todoroki-san. You really are so strong. I'm not sure I'd be able to do it if it were me. Shadow got the sense that this was a case of the blind leading the blind. Midoriya had showed him how he was wrong to keep following the path he'd intended on walking, but only by also being wrong about the way he thought about things. He had been so obviously wrong that Shadow realized by association that he himself was also wrong. Surely there was a more direct way to figure these things out. There was a knock on the door followed by a deep voice calling out to Midoriya, to which Midoriya gleefully told the other to enter. The purple-haired general education student, Shinso Hitoshi, walked in, eyeing Shadow cautiously before dismissing him in favor of approaching Midoriya. Good job with winning, but it was hard to watch it in action. You really pushed it with how much you were bleeding back there. The battlefield almost looked like a murder scene by the time you were done. Do you even know how much blood was coming out of you? How did you even win when you're the one that almost bled to death? I didn't almost bleed to death. I'm pretty sure Recovery Girl would have told me if that was my condition. While it was bleeding a lot, it was still better than, like, what happened to my eye. So I knew I had a bit of time before symptoms would start up. Because I had blood available, it gave me better options, so I was able to make a plan to finish quickly. Your eye getting destroyed should not be the standard that you go by. Shinso huffed in frustration before he calmed down with a sigh. Still though, congratulations. I know that must not have been easy or something that you wanted to do. Color flushed into Midoriya's face as his smile became a bit softer. Thank you, Hitoshi-kun. Oh, Todoroki-san. Midoriya turned his head to address him and pointed to a spare PE uniform on the counter. Recovery Girl put that out for you. She said that we can leave when we want, but you should change before you go. You won't want to go around having your back look like that. My back. Shadow spotted a full-length mirror in the corner of the room and stood up to walk to it, facing his back to the mirror and glancing over his shoulder. He immediately saw what Midoriya was referring to. It was smudged from lying on his back, but the basic shape of one long vertical line and one shorter horizontal line crossed over it near the bottom was familiar. In the context of Midoriya, his mind flashed to when Midoriya tried to grab his back. He must have been pretending so that he could draw this instead. I really wouldn't want to go around with blood stained on my back. Yeah, why did you need this? Would you not have been able to hit my head? For my 10th snap, I was trying to break your ice, hit your head, and give you a mild concussion while also not giving you serious head trauma. That seemed like a lot to happen at once. Having the target be unlucky helps boost both the power of my quirk and its accuracy, so I thought that would be the best way to do it. Midoriya's smile faltered for a moment, and he averted the gaze of his single eye from Shadow. To be honest, I was sort of terrified that it'd go overboard, so I'm relieved it worked out. Well, this was good for you, then. Now you know how precise your quirk can be and can train more using it that way. I'm glad you didn't hold back. Midoriya glanced back at him in surprise, and Shadow continued to speak steadily. After asking that of you, I'm sorry I couldn't give you the same thing. Not only because of my reluctance with my left side, but also because I wasn't really focused on the fight, either. I was too bothered by our talk, and it was getting to me. It did seem like you were thinking about it a lot. You don't need to worry, Todoroki-san. That kind of thing doesn't bother me. But maybe I shouldn't have said anything before, sorry. No, I'm glad you did, Shadow cut him off. Midoriya seemed like the type that apologized too frequently. I think this is something I needed to think about. It's just that the timing was bad. But now that I don't have any more fights, I can think more on it. Good luck with winning the rest of the tournament. Something in Midoriya's eye brightened up at that, which made Shadow realize in hindsight it had looked rather dim before. Thanks, Todoroki-san. When the other hopped off the bed to walk towards the door with his friend, he paused after opening it to glance back at Shadow. I know you said before that you didn't want to make friends, but do you think you'd like to try being friends, too? The question caught him by surprise, but he didn't think much on it before he answered, sure, but his eyes unconsciously strayed towards the boy standing next to Midoriya, who stared back with a cool expression. He remembered what he saw of them right after their match. He started overhearing them around when Midoriya complained about falling on his face, which somehow led to him calling Shinso the highest bar there is or something while they were all over each other. Shadow was fine with Midoriya talking to him like this, but the thought that he'd start fawning over him like that was strange. Is friendship always so intense? It seems a bit intimidating. There was a beat of silence before both Shinso and Midoriya burst into red. Shinso choked on his own breath, while Midoriya rushed to him to whisper loudly, Todoroki-san, I know I said we aren't dating, but our friendship isn't exactly normal, either. Just as Shinso seemed to get himself under control, he choked even louder at Midoriya's statement, having to turn away to lean against the wall for support. Shadow tried his best to ignore it for the other's sake. What do you mean by that? It's just, Hitoshi-kun is a very special person to me, so I can get pretty affectionate with him. Intense, like you said. I don't act the same towards my other friends, and I wouldn't do that with you. Please don't get any weird ideas about how friends are usually like. It's normally a causal thing. I think. I see. He almost wanted to ask if Midoriya is sure he doesn't want to date Shinso, but that would be impolite after he'd already questioned him on their relationship. Perhaps there are circumstances that would lead to two people being only friends while also embracing like lovers. Shoto wouldn't know. In that case, I would like to be friends. Yes. Gee, great. See you in a bit, Todoroki-kun. Midoriya helped Shinso flee from the room much like he had last time, by grabbing onto the other's arm and pulling him away while he was still overwhelmed. Shoto wondered if there was something wrong with the Gen Ed student to have such a reaction. Maybe he needed Recovery Girl to look over him too. He had a moment to catch his breath and relax the tension in his muscles brought on by all his fighting today, quickly changing into the clean uniform provided for him. It was short-lived, though, since as soon as he stepped foot out the door to the arena's infirmary, a large, flaming man finished making his way down the hallway. Displeasure curled in Shoto's stomach at the sight of him. Good timing, Endeavor remarked without thought. His eyes, framed by his iconic mask of fire, narrowed as they stared down at Shoto in disapproval that was even more obvious than his flames. Are you done with your temper tantrum, then? You lost your chance to be the best of this tournament against a boy with a villain quirk. Do you finally understand what I've been telling you? I made you to be the best, but you can't live up to that if you half-ass things. Give up this pointless rebellion of yours and start listening to me. Displeasure grew into anger at Endeavor's mention of Midoriya. The scowl that he usually directed at his father came back on his face as he shot back. Don't talk about him like that, even if you are the number 2 hero. When it comes to character, you're much more of a villain than Midoriya will ever be. Regardless of your impressive quirk that you so kindly bred into me and his literal curse of a quirk, the person that has no problem with hurting their own family is the one people will think of as the villain, right? What right do you have to say that anyone who's not a villain has a villain quirk? New flames burst from Endeavor's shoulders like Shoto flicked a switch. He yelled loudly, "What? You're going too far, boy. To call me a villain of all things, I demand respect. Why would I respect you? You've done nothing to deserve it other than what you do for your paycheck. Just because you're respected as a hero doesn't mean I have to respect you as a person and my father. That's why I was doing all this in the first place." Shoto didn't see the point in continuing this conversation, so he turned his back on Endeavor to start stalking down the hall to get back to the stands. I'm going to be re-examining the part of my quirk I got from you, but don't think it's because of anything you did. I just realized that things are different than how I thought they were, and I feel uneasy about holding back when everyone else has to give it their all. Behind him in his echoing footsteps, he heard Endeavor scoff, "If you feel the need to keep up pretenses, fine. As long as you accept the power that will let you surpass All Might, it's all the same." Shoto paused for a moment. Surpass All Might. Maybe I'll be able to do that, but if I do, it'll be because of me. Because of my power. Glancing back over his shoulder, he gave the man who was examining him with a pinched face a steady, narrow-eyed look. Not because of you. With that said, Shoto continued walking away. Endeavor, whether it be because he already got what he wanted or because he didn't know how to respond, didn't try to follow him. The fact that Izuku actually managed to beat Todoroki in their fight was unexpected to say the least. Sure, he wanted to win no matter what, even going so far as to relentlessly take advantage of Todoroki's inability to use his fire, take the chance of giving him a head injury, and making a one-chance-only plan based off of these things. But he hadn't been very optimistic about his chances. There are many ways it could have fallen apart, and yet none of those things happened. His plan went off without a hitch, discounting the deep gash he received, and his place in the semifinals was secured. Their fight was the first of the set, so Izuku got caught up as to how everyone else fared. He missed Ida's fight during his time in the infirmary, though said fight was non-existent due to Kaminari still being struck dumb by his own electricity from the previous fight. From what Izuku was told by a fuming Midnight called the match before it even started to save everyone the embarrassment of watching it, and Ida was forced to accept his win without having done anything for it a second time. Things will be different for our fight, Midoriya-kun. Mark my words, Ida promised vehemently to both Izuku and himself, shaking his fist in frustration. I will come at you with my very best, and I expect you to do the same. My family is watching this and my brother will watch it later. I must show them I am worthy of my placing and am honoring our family name. Though of course I do not expect to win against you easily. I look forward to seeing how we perform. Izuku braved a smile for his slighted friend. Right. He also missed a good chunk of Takoyami and Asui's match, since Ida's had taken no time at all. They were both best a mid-distance for this kind of setup, with Takoyami using Dark Shadow to try and push Asui from the ring and Asui trying to use her tongue to grab and throw Takoyami out. But ultimately, Dark Shadow was not only stronger but also had more utility in terms of being both defense and offense, leading Isui to being bulldozed out of bounds. 'Twas not as impressive as your own win over Todoroki, but I am pleased to move on nonetheless. Isui was a formidable opponent. Takoyami spoke gravely with closed eyes and a nod. It's strange to think that he is now considered the benchmark in terms of fighting performance instead of Todoroki. Hopefully once this tournament is over, Todoroki will outshine him in class again and his classmates pay less attention to him. The outcome of the final match of the round wasn't a surprise to Izuku. Hirishima's hardening may be a very versatile defense, but Katsuki's explosion was a supercharged offense, while Kirishima lasted much longer than anyone who wasn't made of rock. Once Katsuki rapid-fired his explosions one after the other, Kirishima's defense was broken through and he was beaten. When Izuku went down to the prep room during the short break between rounds, Hitoshi met up with him on the way. He looked over Izuku with a concerned furrow in his brow. "Izuku, you'll probably end up fighting Bakugo at this rate. I wasn't too worried about it at first since you were on opposite ends of the bracket, but now, that's not set yet. I have to beat Ida-kun, and he has to beat Takoyami. From what I've seen, Takoyami's quirk isn't good at dealing with light. That's why you moved to stop all those teams once the naval laser guy came out, right? And while I don't know much about Ida other than that he's faster than you, I'm sure you can get around it." Everything Hitoshi said was stuff that Izuku already knew. His fight with Ida will be much simpler than his fight with Todoroki, in that it'll be decided the moment it begins. Either Izuku's quirk will successfully stop Ida the first try, or it won't and Ida will push him from the ring right away. Ida was too fast to deal with any other way. Izuku knows he can get one snap in, but that's all he'll get. And considering his own observations of how Dark Shadow grows stronger in the shade and his reluctance to face Todoroki directly, Izuku's fairly sure without Takoyami having outright said it that he'd be weak against Katsuki's quirk. That's right. He knows what this is leading up to, because that's just how his luck is. But it doesn't matter. Even if that's the case, I still have to try to win against him. He declared aloud for the first time, "If my fight with Ida ends in my favor, I'll only have to use one snap against him. I can save the 13th for the beginning of my fight with Katsuki and also use the last of your mirrors to boost my energy into a couple extra snaps after the 13th. I can't say I'll win with confidence, but I'm not going to give up just because it's him." Izuku. Hitoshi caught him by the arm just as he was about to open the door to the room, forcing him to turn and look at his friend's worry straight in the face. "But is that really what you want? What are you saying? I want to win for... You want to win for me, I know. But do you actually want to fight Bakugo to do that? With the history you have? Aren't you scared? It's okay to give up if it's too much. You're the one that didn't want me to give up when I didn't want to fight you." Izuku tried to keep his words from sounding like an accusation, but the undercurrent running through them couldn't be denied. Hitoshi flinched back slightly at that. I know. I asked that not only because I felt like it would be good for you, but also for my selfishness. If you really couldn't do it, I wouldn't have held that against you. But you were ready for that, just like I thought you were. You were ready to make a step towards fighting for yourself. Is this a step you're ready for too? I'm not sure about that, and I'm not sure whether you know about that either. Is this a step he's ready for? That's a good question to ask. One that, like Hitoshi suspected, Izuku himself didn't know the answer to. But that didn't matter. If Izuku was fighting Katsuki for himself, he would have run no questions asked, but he's fighting him for Hitoshi. And he would do anything for Hitoshi, even the things Hitoshi didn't ask him to do. Therefore, the unanswerable question turned into a very simple one. What's more important to him, avoiding Katsuki or doing his best for Hitoshi? The answer was equally simple. This wasn't something that would uproot his life like confessing his problems to someone the way Hitoshi had actually asked of him. It was just one fight, just this one day. It may be something he's internally flinching away from, but he could bear with this temporary discomfort. He'll choose Hitoshi every single time. A bigger problem would be what would happen after the fight in the unlikely case Izuku wins and Katsuki is left in a state of unbridled fury at having lost to him. That has the potential to turn into a long-term problem, but there's no point fretting over that when he probably won't even win. That's a bridge he can burn if he gets to it. In a gentle motion, Izuku took Hitoshi's hand off his forearm to give him a small smile. Hitoshi didn't look encouraged by it. Life doesn't wait for me to be ready about a lot of things. I don't see how this is any different. Hitoshi opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, but failed to find any words. Izuku entered the room at that point. Hitoshi didn't follow him in. Knowing that he had to get ready for his fight with Ida and finding no issue with this round like he had with the next. Soon, Izuku was called out to the field for his third fight and was facing across the ring from Ida with a carefully pleasant smile. Ida seemed to appreciate it, nodded back at him stiffly but with energy bursting in his movements. He probably realized, just like Izuku had, that this fight would be decided soon. The moment it started would also be the moment it ended. It's the beginning of the semifinals, folks. This round is an exciting match between the turner of the tide Midoriya Izuku versus he's done well in the first 2 challenges but hasn't been lucky in his opponents for this tournament, Ida Tenya. Will Midoriya continue that streak of bad luck? Or will Ida turn the tide for himself? I can't wait to see. An unnerved feeling swirled inside Izuku along with his energy at present Mike's mention of him bringing bad luck, even if it was good-natured. The feeling subsided a bit with his teacher's droning tone. Is such a long introduction really necessary? Hey Tsundere-sensei, this is Ida's first real opponent, you know. I just want to make it up to the little listener by giving it a little extra pizzazz. Stop calling me that. And if you keep adding so-called pizzazz, he'll never actually get his fight. Right? Anyway. READYYYYYYYY. Art. Like the sound of a gun firing. Ida shot towards him with his engines revving loudly at the exact same moment Izuku snapped his right hand. He wanted Ida to trip off course. Within just that split second, there was a sound like an engine misfiring as a burst of black smog trailed from Ida's exhaust pipes. Ida was moving too fast for Izuku to see clearly, but the other became a blur as he presumably failed to stop his momentum and tumbled right out of the ring. The velocity and acceleration he had jump-started at Izuku with was so great that he blurred all the way over the field and faceplanted into the wall of the arena that the stands were placed atop of. After his momentum had been fully and painfully halted, the force of gravity overcame him and Ida flopped down onto the grass. In the distance, Izuku could see a smaller trail of smoke was still rising from his legs. It's already over. That was fast. Ida's quick speed sped him right into a car wreck. With those words, a switch flipped inside his brain. Izuku finally processed what had happened within the span of a couple seconds. He found himself running over to Ida with urgent haste. Ida was just pushing himself upright when Izuku fell down onto his knees in the grass beside him, reaching out his hands to try to find major damage, but stopping short in apprehension. He breathlessly stammered, Ida-san, are you? I'm so sorry. That, I wasn't trying to. His words and thought process halted when a steady hand pressed into his shoulder. Ida looked at him without his glasses getting in the way of his stare. They must have been lost at some point in the tumble. His blue gaze was heavy with concern, like Izuku was the one who got hurt. Midoriya-kun, I'm perfectly fine. This is hardly my first crash with my quirk. My top speed used to be too much for my reflexes before, and it's nothing that Recovery Girl won't be able to fix quickly. But your quirk. He eyed the smoke that Ida's engine was still emitting. It works mostly like an actual engine. All I'll need is a tune-up. Maybe switch out some minor parts at worst. I'm okay, truly. Ida shifted over more so his other hand could grasp Izuku by the forearm. And it was only after it held his arm still that Izuku realized he was shaking. I'm more worried about you. You're so pale. You didn't hurt me, so there's no need to be scared. Please. He could tell that Ida was trying to calm him down. And he knew that the normal thing to do would be to let himself be calmed, but the words weren't reaching. His mind was too filled with adrenaline to think, a fight or flight response that didn't know what to do. I am still sorry. I should have been more specific. I wasn't careful enough. Why you were going so fast? That could have been. It was exactly like present Mike described it, a car wreck. High velocity means greater injury. His mind sees it so clearly. Ida's head slamming straight into the concrete of the ring at his top speed. It'd surely crack right open. It would have happened again. He would have killed someone in a crash again, or sent a friend to the hospital again. It would have been like both those accidents. Is that how she died, with her head being crushed into the pavement? No, she had still been alive when she reached the doctors. What are you saying? You used exactly the right amount of force necessary. There's no need to doubt yourself when nothing bad happened. Ida picked himself up off the ground to sit on a stretcher like it was formality, making Izuku realize Recovery Girl's robots had showed up. He kept one hand wrapped around Izuku's wrist to guide him along while the robots moved him. Come with me to Recovery Girl. She might have an herbal tea that could calm your nerves. Your breathing is still too fast, and you're still trembling. He looked down at the stretcher he was sitting cross-legged on, rather than lying down like for normal use. Actually, would you like to sit with me on the way there? There's room in it. Ida, I don't need your stretcher. There's nothing wrong with me. You're the one that's hurt. Having moved off the field, the hallway was silent except for Izuku's steps and the whirring of the robots. He immediately felt awful and backtracked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout. There's no need to apologize. You're very high-strung right now. Ida looked over him with a frown. Perhaps you're in shock. Or could this be a panic attack? I'm still not trained enough to differentiate between high nerves or something that needs to be treated. But my brother has mentioned conditions like that can occur in stressful circumstances. Regardless, the best thing would still be for you to go to the infirmary with me. Please don't be concerned. Try to focus on your breathing. His brain finally fully caught up with the situation. When he pulled his wrist from Ida's grip to stop walking, his friend looked up at him in surprise. I'm okay, Ida-san. I don't need to take up recovery girl's time when she'll be busy with you and other patients. He was able to control his face enough to smile again. But his still racing pulse betrayed him, not that Ada could feel it. The robots continued ahead, and Ada tried to get them to stop. Please wait, Midoriya. Even if you feel okay now, I really do suggest. Izuku. Both of them glanced over to see Hitoshi racing down the hall toward them. When Hitoshi arrived to lean over and pant in exertion, Izuku immediately latched himself to his arm and smiled reassuringly at it. It's okay, I'll be with Hitoshi-kun. That's all I need right now. Feeling the slight tremor still in Izuku's hands, Hitoshi soothed his shoulders with his free hand and examined him. Already mostly down the hall and knowing that he wasn't alone, Ada wasn't able to object. However, he let himself be carried off with an obvious look of discontent. When the robots turned a corner and it was just the two of them, Hitoshi asked, "What was that about?" "He wanted me to go to the infirmary." "Izuku, I can't go. Recovery girl and Ada will ask why I freaked out." He pressed his blank face into Hitoshi's shoulder, letting the contact ground him further. Physical contact with people didn't used to be calming, quite the opposite. But now that he's gotten comfortable with Hitoshi's presence, the sensation of holding him helped reassure his mind everything was all right. Besides, I wasn't lying when I said I don't need it. His breathing and pulse were already beginning to even out, though heavy anxiety still turned in his gut. There was a moment where Hitoshi was debating internally, before he sighed in acceptance that this was another thing Izuku wouldn't listen to him about. He switched to addressing the problem himself. "What Mike-sensei said, that didn't mean anything, Izuku. He wouldn't have said it if he'd known what you'd think of it. What happened to your mom wasn't your fault, and this isn't like what happened to her." "It could have been," was out of his mouth without thought. "But it wasn't. What happened was like what happened to Todoroki. You attacked them in a controlled manner that was appropriate for the school's training, and neither of them were seriously hurt. I knew exactly the outcome I wanted with Todoroki. For Ada, I was just trying to trip him, and my quirk chose to trip him by busting his legs. That was chance, I didn't choose that. But that's the way you usually use it. Like with the Calvary battle, Jinx chose how to stop the 4 teams that were coming at us based on what was efficient. It worked then, and it worked now. The most natural way to use an ability based on luck is by leaving things to chance, isn't it? You don't need to feel guilty about this. But what if the worst happens? What if I accidentally kill someone? What if I do something unforgivable because of what my quirk chose on its own? Because of luck that I didn't control? So many questions in his mind, all asking the same thing. A familiar downward spiral that tended to end on the conclusion he was better off giving up and letting the world be without him than to live with risk. In that period of time after his mother's death before Hitoshi stopped him, he used to comfort himself with the idea that these thoughts would end along with everything else once he takes that swan dive. But he can't take the easy way out anymore. Just like how he has to live with the ever-permeating guilt, the listless emptiness, the feeling of watching people live their lives while he's stuck in limbo. He has to live with the panic-inducing anxiety that comes with using his quirk on people. He had been getting used to it, using his quirk in training without anything bad happening. But all it takes is one instance of misfortune. Again, nothing went wrong. I know you can't help worrying about what-ifs, but just try to remember that. Hitoshi's hand rubbed soothingly at his shoulder again, and the arm he was still holding onto was warm. You managed to place in the finals. You did good today. Just let yourself rest now. It came back around to Hitoshi wanting him to give up his fight with Katsuki. After the sudden reminder of why he's gone so long hating his quirk, it was honestly an appealing option. He'd already had an accident with Katsuki that had been a centimeter away from going too far. Why take that risk a second time? But his strategy for Katsuki's fight wasn't particularly violent. There wasn't anything available to readily concuss or knock him out like Todoroki's ice provided. Its main focus was going to be to dampen Katsuki's strength rather than boost his own. Hopefully so that he could last long enough that a misplaced trip could bring Katsuki out of bounds. It's just that, as he knows, one bad trip is all it takes. Stuck on the border between convictions, Izuku couldn't find an answer to give Hitoshi. Hitoshi wavered at his silence, like he was rethinking the words that he said. I don't mean to say that you should be afraid of using your quirk, because I know that's how you're thinking of it. I'm just trying to tell you that it's okay to back away from things sometimes. It's okay to give yourself a break and not have to force yourself. He confessed his confusion. That's all I ever do, though. Back away, avoid my problems, run from them. Run all the way to the grave away from them, I thought. I was supposed to try and stop doing that. Hitoshi looked away while rubbing at his neck in a towel that showed Izuku he was just as confused. That's true, but how do I put this? That's all for the purpose of helping you. Avoiding your issues in the long run hurts you. That's why you need to face them eventually. But is fighting against Bakugo something that will help you, or will that just hurt you more right now? That's what's important to think about. I seriously sound like a therapist now. I think that means you're doing a good job, Izuku reassured, but he still didn't answer the question. How was he supposed to know that? There was only one real way to find out, wasn't there? At some point in their mutual silence, Present Mike announced that Katsuki won against Takoyami. It snapped Izuku out of his stupor and caught Hitoshi's attention, neither of them having realized so much time had passed. Hitoshi cursed and tried to lead Izuku somewhere, but on their way back to the main hallway leading to the prep rooms, they caught sight of Katsuki, who had been heading back in from the field. I figured you'd still be around here. Katsuki marched up to Izuku, who put on his best face. Katsuki himself was looking about as angry at the world as usual. You better not chicken out of our fight, Deku. I know what happened with Glasses freaked you out, but you better leave your bullshit behind and head out to that ring when it's our turn like you did for half and half, cause I'm fighting you even if you don't show up. I'll just do it after the tournament's over instead. He probably would have grabbed Izuku by the collar to emphasize his point if Hitoshi hadn't been there glaring daggers at him. As it was, he just sneered at the both of them and jabbed Izuku in the chest with his finger. Izuku didn't react to it, but Hitoshi slapped it away anyway, to which Katsuki refocused all of his sneer onto the offender. He'll fight if he wants to fight, but you're not making a very good argument for why he should, effing spoiled brat. When you don't get your way you just pick fights outside of class. Is that the kind of hero you're gonna be? I'm not afraid to snitch to a racerhead, you know. The red in Katsuki's face along with his audibly grinding teeth told Izuku he really wanted to yell, but he didn't, already knowing that Hitoshi would use his quirk on him again. It seemed like a close thing. Izuku pushed his way in between the two, keeping his front to Katsuki but glancing back to send his fake reassuring smile towards Hitoshi. The other scowled at the sight of it. It's fine, Hitoshi-kun. You'll get your fight, Kaken. Izuku, I said it's fine. Even if I try to run away now, we'll have to go against each other in class at some point anyway. Might as well get it out of the way so he stops bothering me about it. Katsuki interrupted in offense. You think fighting me's gonna be that easy for you? That was nowhere near what he had said. Why is Katsuki arguing when he's agreeing to do what he wants? That's not what I meant. Red eyes stared him down with an unfamiliar look to them, still glaring, but contemplative at the same time. With a huff, Katsuki walked past and jerked his head for Izuku to follow. I'm dropping you off at your room to make sure you don't make a break for it. Get moving. He internally startled at that. Katsuki was demanding, but he was never overly proactive with making sure people did what he wanted outside of using intimidation, which made it sound like he was proactive, but it's not the same as this. He was usually like how he was when he yelled at Izuku and told him to jump off a roof after hearing Izuku planned on applying to UA. He threatened and was mean, but he didn't, for example, follow Izuku around to make sure he never showed up to the entrance exam. Even when he found Izuku on the day of, he was willing to bet Katsuki would have just gone off with a huff on his own even without Hitoshi there to force him, instead of actually making sure that Izuku didn't enter. That was just too much of a hassle for him to deal with, just like making sure Izuku went to the prep room to be ready for their match should also be too much of a hassle. Are you effing kidding me? Hitoshi, Izuku cut him off, it's fine. We'd be going the same way anyway. Why don't you head back to your seat? Hitoshi looked at him like he said he planned on murdering everyone in the hallway. What? I'm not gonna leave you alone with this guy. Why would you even want to? Hitoshi, with an apologetic smile, he waved off his friend. I think Kaken's trying to say he wants to talk about something without actually saying it, so please. The fact that Katsuki didn't angrily shout about how he was wrong was all the proof he needed. Hitoshi didn't look any more pleased with the idea of leaving, but he sighed before digging into his pocket to hold out his phone. Call me the instant you need me, got it? I won't go unless you promise. You think I'm gonna beat him up before our match or something, dead eyes? I'm not effing stupid. Izuku ignored Katsuki in favor of responding to Hitoshi, I promise. He wasn't really sure what he was hoping to get out of this. Did he want to know what Katsuki thought of him now? If he still thought his quirk was a villain quirk, did he want to know what other lies Katsuki had seen through in an attempt to try to be honest with him? Did he want to question Katsuki about what the F his problem was and what he'd done wrong enough to deserve being told to die? No, he already knew the answer to that. He threw that thought out the window as soon as he had it. Regardless, Izuku was pretty sure he was trying to get some form of closure, and he was also pretty sure he would not be getting closure. What was he even doing? Even when the two of them walked down the hallway, Hitoshi stayed rooted in place watching them leave instead of heading back. It was only after they'd almost reached the first prep room and he was out of sight that Katsuki started speaking. What happened to Midoriya-san? Izuku stopped breathing, not in a dramatic reflex like he started choking, but just a natural pause of the breath that didn't come when it was supposed to. He then noticed they'd stopped walking, and Katsuki was looking back at him seriously. Katsuki explained further, I overheard you talking to Half and Half. You said you don't have her anymore. What the hell happened? Is she? While he had been steady when he began, frustration started to show in Katsuki's glare now. You didn't even act like anything had happened. When did this go on? Last year, Izuku had to blink himself out of the mental hole he fell in. The last time someone had asked about Mom. When it was All Might asking without knowing anything, he'd felt overwhelming anxiety and dread. But with Katsuki asking, he just felt like the emptiness in his chest had returned and grew to the point where nothing else was there. It was a lack of feeling that was entirely unnatural. It was like his body was tired of inflicting pain on itself, so it just died without actually dying. Oh, I'm sorry. Why, you didn't know her that well and it had been a long time since you'd seen her, so I just didn't know when I should mention it. Or if he should mention it at all. She passed away in an accident last year. Yeah, a car accident. It was like you always said, my quirk was a curse. My quirk was a villain's quirk. If she had been the mother to a different child, a child with a good quirk like you, she wouldn't have. Katsuki grew paler as he spoke. All his frustration and anger had left him, and he could only stare at Izuku in pure shock, like he was a single step away from being horrified. Why the hell are you smiling right now? A hand reached up automatically to touch his face, and like Katsuki had said, his lips were still forming a small smile. He couldn't even feel it. His words started breaking like the facade of his expression. I'm sorry. It's not going away. I can't. I need to be alone for a second. He fled to the door of the nearest room that was in sight and slammed it shut behind him. Leaning back against it, he slid down to the ground panting and shivering like he'd seen a ghost, except seeing a ghost probably would have been more pleasant for him. He's so fed up. He truly couldn't change his expression in that moment, even when he'd been talking about. His hand slapped into his face again. This time to feel he was panting past a proper frown. It was okay. He had it under control now. It was not okay in the slightest. He knew he'd trained himself to not show when he was feeling bad. But exactly how much did he break himself that he felt like he had to smile in front of someone even when talking about his mother's death? It was messed up. It was too much. He'd thought he was getting better. He wasn't getting better about that though, not really. He'd gotten himself used to not forcing himself in front of Hitoshi, but he'd promptly stopped at that point. Everyone else he still put on a show for. Even when he showed negative reactions like slight discomfort, it was controlled, on purpose, as to make sure he wasn't reacting abnormally, or sometimes just to be honest on a whim. The most natural reaction he'd had in a while was just before, when he'd panicked from comparing Ada's crash to what had happened to his mom. When he panicked over his quirk, it made sense how something like this could happen. Before Yue, some days he had just constantly felt like dying, but had to pretend like he was okay. If he was in front of people, he smiled even when he felt like dying. He smiled even when he was in pain. He smiled even when he was empty, and thought smiling was pointless. It had become natural to smile no matter what was going on or what he felt like. Doing so in front of Katsuki in particular had been honed into an instinct over years of interacting with him. Hell, when villains had been invading the school, the most he'd gotten was just looking neutral instead of how terrified he'd felt. It wasn't natural for his face to be in sync with his emotions anymore. He hadn't really cared about that before, since he didn't care that he wasn't letting himself express what he was feeling for those things. But this was completely different. He shouldn't just pretend like everything was fine. Not when it came to his mom. So just because it made sense didn't mean it wasn't absolutely awful. Izuku stayed like that, seated on the floor until it was time for the match. It was only then that he looked up and realized he was in the locker room, exactly where he needed to be to get ready. He pulled himself up to break his 6 remaining mirrors, because he just didn't care anymore. Might as well fight Katsuki at this point, why not? It's not like his life isn't already an unfixable mess. Katsuki hadn't tried to follow him into the room that entire time. And when he exited the room to head to the field, the other boy was already gone. Izuku just left towards the field with a pang of regret that he didn't get the chance to call Hitoshi. He hadn't meant to make his promise a lie. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. The grand finale of this tournament of death. 2 of the best UA has to offer go head to head. Just get on with it already. Katsuki agreed with his teacher on this. He didn't give a F about dramatics or flair. All that mattered was the fight before him. Present Mike putting on a show for the crowd of extras watching was just a waste of time. His opponent stood before him on the opposite end of the ring. The sky above them was dark, clouds rumbling faintly. It was a city atmosphere for a sports festival, but Deku was smiling like always. The F.R. You'd think after basically having an emotional breakdown he'd give it a rest already, but he couldn't even do that. Katsuki had always figured something was wrong with him. He just hadn't realized that something was really wrong with him until he'd calmly explained how his mother had died to Katsuki with an empty smile on his face. We have to do this right. It'll only take a minute and I already wrote everything out, just wait a sec. Anyway, it's gonna get real now, folks. It's the unstoppable fiery force of Bakugo versus the unmovable and unwavering object that is Midoriyaizuku. Which one will be the best of the best? We're about to find out right here, right now. As annoyed as he was with the useless commentary, Katsuki found himself agreeing with the sentiment. That's how it's always been. Katsuki was the unstoppable force, with an unstoppable quirk, and unstoppable ambition. He's gonna be a hero or die trying. No, there wouldn't even be or die trying, cause there was only he's gonna be a hero. Period. And Deku. Deku was Izuku, the meek boy he'd met in preschool, who should have just been like everyone else. He had followed Katsuki around for a while with admiration that grew even more when Explosion showed itself, just like the other extras. Katsuki had been pleased with that. He'd been happy whenever the teachers told him he was meant for great things. He'd been happy when all the kids told him his quirk was so cool and perfect for a hero. Izuku had just been another voice among the many. And then his quirk appeared. Kids were attentive to how adults treated things. Things that they were happy with are supposed to be good. Things that they were not are supposed to be bad. That was how they learned, and their preschool class hadn't been different. It was slight, hidden, but the teachers and other adults that knew Izuku suddenly became skittish of him, like his quirk was something to be feared, and everyone picked up on it. The rest of their class shied away, talking behind his back about how they told mommy and daddy about Midoriya-kun's quirk. And they said that's a villain's quirk. Katsuki had been the only one different at the time, because he was the best. He didn't need the adults telling him how he should feel about Izuku. He didn't need to ask his parents what they thought. And he didn't need to follow what the rest of the sheep that were their fellow preschoolers were doing. He could decide everything for himself. And what he decided was that Izuku's quirk didn't matter, because his quirk would always be the best. Katsuki was strong. He was gonna be a hero better than All Might. It didn't matter if Izuku's quirk was supposed to be some villain's quirk, because no villain would ever defeat him, and neither would Izuku. It wasn't something Katsuki needed to fear like the rest of those powerless nobodies. So for a while after that, Katsuki was the only one that let Izuku stick around. And the other boy just stuck to him even more for it. He got the rest of his posse to shut up about not wanting to play with Izuku, because he'll play with whoever he wants, and if they don't like it, then just leave. He'd enjoyed that time, too, until Izuku actually figured out how his quirk worked. It had been a summer day just like any other. Clear blue sky, green plant crap growing everywhere, all that basic shit. They had been exploring the forest by the park, with Katsuki in the lead as was his rightful place, and Izuku right behind him with the others trailing. I wish my quirk was strong like yours, Kaken. All it does is make me trip and lose at rock, paper, scissors. It is a useless quirk, he'd agreed thoughtlessly, not caring that it sounded harsh. If you could use it on other people on purpose, it might be an okay quirk, though. Not as good as mine, but better than others. Use it on other people. I don't know how to do that. It just comes out on its own and goes everywhere, like it's just doing what it wants. It doesn't seem like your quirk that only comes out when you want it. As they approached a wide babbling stream that had a perfectly sized log for walking over, Katsuki paused to scowl at Izuku and berate him. What are you talking about? It's your quirk. Of course it'll do what you want. You just have to tell it what to do. If it's acting up or you want to tell it to do something, just order it properly. Izuku looked confused by the idea. But how do I do that? I don't even know how to order other people. I don't like the thought of ordering them around. It's easy, I do it all the time. And if you're too much of a wuss to order people, don't think of it like that. Like, your quirk is like your butler. The ones fancy rich people have to do their bidding. It's supposed to do what you tell it to. So just go like. Katsuki snapped his fingers in the air, repeating what he'd seen rich people in movies do. Jeeves, fetch the paper for me. Like that. Izuku was mystified by the comparison. Is that how you use your own quirk? Sorta, he said thoughtfully. He snapped again, this time willing sparks to his palm. I just think of using it and it comes. The snapping just means that you want someone to do what you say right now. Like I said, it's supposed to be easy. You're so smart, Kaken. I never thought of it that way before. Izuku looked at him with amazed wide eyes. The others behind them all sounded off in agreement. And Katsuki grinned as pride welled in his chest. He continued on ahead to their adventure, stepping onto the log for the rest to follow in a single file line. He heard Izuku mutter behind him, talking to himself as he often did during those times. It's like a butler, supposed to do what I say. It's supposed to be. Around the middle of the log, he glanced behind when Izuku stopped speaking. His friend was staring at his hand with a grin like he was excited. Izuku held out his hand proudly and snapped. Like that. Since he wasn't looking ahead, Katsuki didn't see how his next step was misplaced. His foot slipped right off the side of the wet log, and the rest of him went with it. There was the sensation of falling, and of splashing into the water. But more prominent than that was the pain that erupted on the back of his head. He couldn't remember much after that, but he thought he vaguely heard some screaming and saw red in the water. He blacked out at that point. When he woke up, he was in a hospital bed with a beeping heart monitor, an IV attached, a bandage wrapped around his entire head. His parents had been sitting by his bed, and when they saw he was awake, they both held him in a tight hug. His dad was openly crying, while his mom was silent but warm. The doctor visited to say that his head had been injured by his fall, and it was expected to make a full recovery. They had been worried, but no one made it sound like it was a big deal. But it was, because he overheard his parents talking about it outside his room when they thought he was asleep. He got out of bed to press his ear against the door when he heard them talking. Thank God. Dad had sobbed out quietly. When they said they weren't sure if he'd wake up, I thought. Mom spoke softer than he'd heard from her before. It's like I said, Masaru, Katsuki's a tough one. I knew he'd make it through. But if the edge of the rock had gone any deeper. But it hadn't, so now it's time for us to breathe easy. They said now that he's awake his brain's expected to fully heal with the aid of their healing quirks, and healing his skull won't be a problem either. He'll be good as new in no time. He might not have woken up. His 5th birthday is right around the corner, and he'd been so close to dying or being comatose. I can't. I know. I feel the same way. Katsuki hadn't really understood at the time. All he knew was that the world was different from what he thought it had been. Before his fall, the world had been a playground for him, a place for him to explore and succeed, because that's what everyone said. His parents had always been supportive of whatever he chose to do. His teachers and other adults treated him better than other kids, because they knew he would be going places in the future. His classmates had looked up to him even when many were put off by his attitude. No matter what he did, when they gossiped among themselves, they always arrived at, well, Bakugo has the best quirk, so there's no helping it. There was nothing that he couldn't do and no summit he couldn't climb. The possibilities were infinite. But it was after the fall, while in that bleached-out hospital bed, that Katsuki realized the world didn't work that way. It didn't matter if his quirk was strong, or if he was smart, or if he was the best. There were things he couldn't control that could push him down. Things like luck and chance. His possibilities were limited in ways he couldn't even see for himself. When he looked back on that incident, all he could think about is how he had almost died without even realizing what was going on, before he could accomplish any of the things he said he was gonna do. And he could still die the same way. His heroic quirk hadn't helped him. Having those classmates of his around that thought he was cool hadn't helped him. It was only by chance that things ended in his favor. And when he looked back on that incident, he realized that this universal force he had no control over. This concept of luck and chance that he could only hope for the outcome of. The coin toss that had decided whether he'd live or die. There was a person that could control it, and that was Izuku. It wasn't him. When he had arrived back home days later, heading out to the local park without a plan, Izuku had spotted him and came running. Reaching a tiny hand out, he cried with tears in his eyes, I'm so sorry, Kaken. I forgot to tell it to do something, so it did stuff on its own again. I'm sorry. Katsuki slapped the hand away with an echo that resounded through the park. Izuku stopped babbling like he'd been struck in the face. Just shut up already. You stupid Deku. That's what you are. You're useless, just like your quirk is. It doesn't work right. And you can't even use it right, so what's the point of it? You're worse off having it than you would be having no quirk at all. It's a burden. Dead weight. Cursed. A quirk only good enough for a villain. Excuses. So many excuses. But he couldn't understand what he actually thought. He couldn't even accept it to begin with. The only thing he accepted was that Deku, bad luck, and all the things in the world Katsuki couldn't control were obstacles in his path. I'm pretty sure if you don't start the match soon, the crowd is going to break into a riot. Katsuki was jolted out of his memories at the reminder of where he was. This was no time to look back on things, when this was the fight he's been waiting for a much longer time than just this festival or his start at UA. I'm on it, don't worry. READYYYYYYYYYYY. Katsuki grit his teeth and widened his stance. Deku also looked like he was preparing to move, and a hand was already in position to snap. It's supposed to be like that. Bring it on, he thought to himself with a scowl. Whatever bullshit you're gonna throw at me, bring it all on. I'll surpass it. And us too. The second the loudmouth teacher sounded off permission, Katsuki shot forward with a blast from his left hand to direct an up-close blast at Deku from his right. Predicting the move, Deku was already in the middle of dodging to the side, sliding on the ground in his haste to evade in time. A snap rang out as he did so. There was a crack of thunder, followed by soft drops landing on the back of Katsuki's hand. He unconsciously paused in surprise as they quickly picked up. It was only half a minute after the snap when Katsuki looked up just in time to have to look down and away to avoid water getting in his eyes. It was absolutely pouring. The sound of rain hitting the concrete around them was deafening. From our original forecast of clear skies all day, we're officially in a typhoon. That was Midoriya right. I would hope so, since the clouds don't extend much beyond the arena. It's still sunny right outside school grounds. Why can his quirk produce localized storms? I know rainy weather's supposed to be like an unlucky thing. But come on. As Katsuki turned to face Deku with a glare, he was already drenched. His clenched fist shook from both the chill of the rain and his adrenaline. It was like he could mentally feel his nitroglycerin sweat being washed away. Deku knew exactly what he was doing. Deku just smiled at him like he wasn't also soaking wet and standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. Because what else would you expect from this effer? He spoke up over the pounding of the rain. Sorry, Kaken. This just wasn't our lucky day. Not our lucky day. Are you effing with me? He started quiet, but as he spoke he thought more about how effed up this all was. It all rushed through his head at once, the feeling of falling off the log, the hand that was reached out to him that he slapped away, the way Izuku used to smile at him compared to the fake thing Deku always sent his way after that moment, the way no matter what he did or said the other never cracked, never pushed back or told him he should be the one to jump off a roof instead. How he never, not once, even used his quirk around Katsuki after that accident, let alone used it on him. Like if he ignored it, it would effing disappear and he would magically become quirkless. The way he went that entire effing school year without even a hint that he was grieving for his mother. Other than the way he couldn't look Katsuki in the eyes after a certain day. It could have happened at the beginning of the year or at the end of it for all he knew. There was no way to tell. All he did was pretend like everything was all sunshine and rainbows when it probably felt like the world had been ending to him. Not even losing a effing eyeball got him to stop pretending like everything was fine. Katsuki has never met anyone more infuriating in his entire life. He screamed out, "It's supposed to only be my unlucky day because it's your effing quirk, damn it. Stop apologizing for it when you're effing using it properly. Stop running away from everything, you damn coward. The thing I hate even more than your power is how you're too chicken sit to own up to it." Deku's expression dropped into a blankly shocked look, something that gave Katsuki immense satisfaction at having finally taken that anger-inducing lie off his face. The same instant Katsuki rushed at him with his fists raised to strike. Deku dodged his series of plain punches, but he never moved to counter. Like a skittish deer being hunted, he kept his pinprick eye focused on Katsuki's every move. He was stuck in defense mode too much to react with an attack. For the love of, fight back you piece of shit. Something in that nerdy brain of his must have made an automatic connection, since right after Katsuki complained Deku gave a poor-sounding snap. It was all the same though, since Katsuki's foot slid a bit too far on the wet concrete. It threw him off balance a second, but he hardened his stance to keep from falling. He wasn't about to effing lose to the same thing twice. He growled even as he kept moving, crowding into Deku further and further with his fists. "You call that fighting back? That was nothing. You know that was nothing. I know you can do more. Stop holding back. What's even the point of you effing changing the goddamn weather if you're just gonna waste your advantage?" Deku stumbled out of the way of the next punch, slipping on his own effing rein. The same sense of hidden distress that Katsuki saw from him in the hallway was seen in the white of his wide eye as he stuttered, I can't. You can. I can take it, damn it, so stop looking down on me." He snapped again, but he still wasn't effing listening because it only resulted in Katsuki's foot slipping a second time. Again Katsuki caught himself and pressed an attack. Another snap caused his knee to inexplicably buckle. This time Deku tried to use it as an opportunity to push Katsuki away from him to presumably start pushing him towards the edge of the ring, but Katsuki wasn't having it. This time instead of moving to catch himself, he grabbed Deku's shirt with his left hand to pull the other down with him. Deku yelped when Katsuki twisted them around to pin him into a growing puddle on the ground. He landed on his side, just barely catching himself so that his head didn't bounce off the concrete. The side of his face scraped the ground with the drenched white eye patch facing Katsuki, who pinned him from the waist down from above. He pushed his still clenched right hand into Deku's chest. Katsuki waited a beat. Deku didn't move, but he also didn't surrender. There was only the sound and feeling of cold raindrops falling down on them. It was always like that. It was always effing like that. Katsuki the unstoppable force, and Deku the immovable object. If he's not gonna try, why is he still getting in Katsuki's way? You already knew that wouldn't work. Why are you giving up already? Force me off you. There was no response. With only the eye patch showing and Deku's mouth set in a firm line, there was no way to read his face. What are you waiting for? I don't know what to do. Hit me harder. Sprain something like you did with that plant girl. You need me to spoon feed you answers. I don't have enough left. There was nothing about that empty sentence to suggest it was a lie, but after adjusting to the side a bit, Katsuki could see Deku's remaining eye enough to catch it eyeing the wet bandage on his left hand. He doesn't know what the F Deku's thinking or what his hand has to do with it, but he definitely knows the F-er is lying. He could make it happen if he really wanted to. He was just trying to feed Katsuki more bullshit excuses. Midoriya. The two of them were suddenly reminded about the existence of everyone outside the ring when midnight called out over the still pouring rain. He saw Deku glance over at her. Are you unable to continue? Katsuki waited for his answer. He didn't know what would piss him off more. Deku giving up after having barely given a fight, or, I can keep going. Deku shouted back. His voice was pitched with determination, but the dullness of his eye didn't match that attitude. It was just an automatic response without feeling. He glanced at his bandaged hand again and Katsuki waited another beat. He still did nothing. Katsuki felt something inside himself snap. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't effing care. I told you. Katsuki lifted his right hand to crack open his fingers. The sweat he'd been gathering and protected from the rain in his palm sparked to life at his will, just as it always had. To stop looking down on me. The dark of the storm lightened abruptly between them. Deku's remaining eye widened again when his palm closed in to slam an explosion against the side of his face with the eye patch. He didn't move to defend himself. Instead, the hit landed, and a scream rang out like the one Katsuki had heard at the USJ. When the light of his quirk dissipated, Katsuki was shocked to see scraps of metal peeking out of where Deku's hands were pressing into his now charred and bloody eye patch. Since when did? I am sorry, Katsuki. I'm sorry. Deku's voice was wavering from the pain. With his eye clenched tight, he was quiet compared to the rain, but Katsuki heard him clear as day. You were right, I'm just too scared. That I'm gonna hurt you again. I really tried, but I couldn't. You were the only person other than Mom that wasn't afraid of me. But after my quirk hurt you, you looked so scared. I keep remembering it, so I couldn't. Katsuki's breath hitched in his throat. His mind was blank again, like it had been seconds earlier. He let himself be roughly pulled off of Deku by midnight, allowing Cementos to swiftly pick him off the ground to presumably carry to the infirmary. Katsuki didn't look away from the two of them even as they disappeared into the rain and off of the field. Midnight didn't look down at him as she stuck her whip into the air and declared the match over. Midoriya Izuku is unable to continue. Bakugo Katsuki wins. There was no satisfaction in those words, either in Midnight's tone when saying them or in Katsuki's reaction. He didn't really win, Deku just lost to himself. Katsuki had proven nothing with that fight. The only thing he'd proven was that the thing that Katsuki hated most when he saw how Izuku ran away, when he saw how Izuku lied, is that he could unconsciously recognize how he himself did the exact same shit he hated. He hadn't wanted to accept it. That day Izuku reached a hand out to him. He had slapped it away because he'd been afraid. But he couldn't accept it, so he lied to himself about it. This whole time he's been trying to find a way to win against the other, because to him being afraid meant he'd already lost, even though it hadn't seemed like a lie when Deku said he had really tried. That had been a sorry excuse for a fight. Katsuki couldn't accept it. He wouldn't. But just like that revelation he had when he was young, he again realized that this was something he couldn't control. He had done everything he could to get Deku to fight back in that fight. He had done everything he could to get him to fight back for years now. He'd thought if he just pushed hard enough that he'd get his way eventually. That Deku would push back at some point and he'd get his chance to win. He'd get his chance to prove to himself that he wasn't afraid anymore, that he was the best again. He kept pushing Deku down to make sure he stayed on top, but also because he was waiting for the day he'd try getting back up so Katsuki can prove his claim. But instead, Katsuki had just pushed him into the ground to the point where he couldn't get up again. It didn't matter how much Katsuki wanted it or how hard he tried. This was another thing he couldn't control or force into existence. He didn't know if things would have always been this way or if it was just bad timing. If Deku's fight with glasses had gone differently, would he have been like he was with half and half? If Katsuki hadn't brought up his mom, would he have been more able to stand strong? He doesn't know, but he suspects he'll never find out. He might never get that fight he wants so bad, but he can't accept it. Katsuki fought off the chill in his bones and ignored the heaviness of his waterlogged clothes. He ran after where he'd seen Cementos leave. Like if he chased Deku, he could get that chance to prove himself. But he knew that wouldn't happen. It's just that was the only thing he could do. Midoriya, Takoyami called out as he stood from his seat to lean over the railing. The rest of the class was still somewhat in shock, having not expected such a violent injury after the match had been relatively tame the whole way leading up to it. All their previous annoyance at the sudden rain had evaporated. Compared to Shado's own fight with Midoriya, it was nowhere near the same scale in terms of danger, and yet Midoriya still managed to end up bleeding out again. Worse yet, it was an eye injury to a previously damaged eye. There was more that could go wrong from that than a cut in an arm. Waving his arms towards the scene before them, Zero began the questioning. Dude, what was that? It's like Midoriya wasn't even trying this time. It's probably because of the limits of his quirk. However, that was. Yaoyorozu spoke her doubt with apprehension, her hand hovering over her mouth. I think the better question is what the hell was Bakugo thinking? That was like major overkill for how the fight was going. Kaminari was the first to bring it up. Kirishima leaned forward towards Kaminari's seat to object loudly. Hey, I'm sure he thought Midoriya would block or evade it some way. It's not cool, but it's gotta be an accident. An accident. How is exploding someone's eye socket an accident? Anyone could see Midoriya wasn't putting up a fight. Hagakure countered Kirishima's faith, but the sharp-toothed boy still tried to give Bakugo the benefit of doubt as he twisted around to glance back at her. But he told Midnight he was still in. Bakugo probably thought he was planning something and wanted to use his quirk while he could. There are better places to aim for that. Bakugo hadn't targeted anyone's eyes before this. It's probably a really dangerous move, Asui retorted firmly. Kirishima didn't know how to respond to that. He just stared down at where Bakugo was running off the field with concerned confusion. Takoyami didn't say anything as he set off to leave the stands, likely heading towards the infirmary. Asui called out to his back. They need to treat Midoriya, Takoyami-chan. We shouldn't get in the way. Even though she said this, she looked worried too. Uraraka got up with a nod to both her and Shaoji as she moved to follow. Don't worry guys, I'll go with him. We'll wait for Midoriya's treatment to be over together and tell you what's going on. Ada's going to want to know what happened too, since he missed the fight because of his call. When Uraraka ran off, Shadow made the split-second decision to follow her. She looked at him in surprise when he caught up to run beside her. Takoyami still further down from the hall in sight, but she didn't comment on it. Shadow didn't really know why he wanted to check on Midoriya. His injury had looked concerning, yes, but more than that, the way he laid on the ground defeated. Not using his quirk to continue the fight. It made Shadow think that's what he himself looked like when he couldn't bring himself to use his fire and lost for it. And something about that just made him want to see Midoriya. He hoped he was doing this friend thing right. Up in the class 1 degrees Celsius portion of the stands during Izuku's fight, Hitoshi had recognized from the very beginning the fight wasn't going to go well. Even when Izuku's starting move was to bring down rain upon them in what the heroes in the stands acknowledged as the perfect counter to his opponent's quirk, Hitoshi could already tell something was wrong. Drenched with his own rain, Izuku didn't look like a hero in training who got one over on his competitor, he just looked like someone who was lost. That was the impression Hitoshi got from the moment of him standing motionlessly there. Rather than trying to immediately follow up with an attack like Hitoshi knew Izuku would have done if he was really into it, Bakugo yelled something that Hitoshi couldn't hear, before going on the attack effectively quirkless, and Izuku was pushed into defense despite the fact that he should have had the advantage. 3 times Izuku tried to trip up Bakugo, and 3 times it failed. Though technically the 3rd time did make him fall, he just brought Izuku down with him. It was when Izuku was pinned to the ground and failed to react with any attempt to free himself, even when Bakugo straight up seemed to be waiting for him to do something, that Hitoshi couldn't take it anymore. This was both his and Izuku's limit. If Izuku won't give up the match on his own even when he clearly needs to, Hitoshi will have to do it for him even if it's against his wishes. He ignored Tomoyo and Kinomoto's worried questioning when he shot out of his seat to run up the stairs to the announcer booth. He'd already decided that if he needed to tap Izuku out he'd go to Eraserhead to do so, and thus figured out how to get up to the restricted area ahead of time. He ignored how uncomfortably waterlogged he felt to go as fast as he could. He slammed the door to the booth open in his haste, causing both heroes to jump out of their seats in preparation for a fight. But he couldn't give a shit about that at the time, or even wonder how the hell Eraser had planned on fighting when he was still wrapped in bandages, though his arms and most of his face were free now. Not like how heavily mummified he'd been in the hospital. Hitoshi immediately started spouting off the explanation he'd prepared in his head. Listen, I know you don't really know me that well, but you gotta believe me when I say you need to end the match now. Bakugo and Izuku have a history that makes this. A flash of light outside the booth windows caught their attention, and Hitoshi cut himself off to run up and check on Izuku. He heard Eraserhead curse under his breath while Present Mike cursed loudly in English at what had happened. It was hard to tell exactly what happened, and the heavy rain wasn't doing them any favors. All Hitoshi could make out was Izuku clutching his eye patch while Bakugo was pulled off him. That was all he needed to see to reprioritize and start running out the door and down in the direction of the infirmary. He heard Present Mike call out behind him but ignored it. Midnight announced over her microphone, Midoriya Izuku is unable to continue, Bakugo Katsuki wins. All Hitoshi could do was push down the rage that was flash boiling under his skin. His jaw hurt from how hard he was clenching it. His extra training must be working, because he managed to make it just in time to see Cementos carry Izuku past the door of the infirmary. He was only just barely able to stick his head in to see that blood was flowing out of Izuku's eye socket and Recovery Girl crouching over the injury before Cementos gently pushed him back out. This will require intensive attention. Recovery Girl can't accept visitors right now. My apologies, but you will have to wait until she's done. Cementos, are you leaving or not? If you can stay, act as my assistant for a bit. Removing shrapnel is easier with a second pair of hands to do other things while I work. Of course, Cementos called back, then gave Hitoshi some parting words. Recovery Girl can handle this, so no need to worry. Midoriya will make it out okay. The door closed in his face. Hitoshi couldn't be bothered to move himself from out of the way. Fear for Izuku's well-being kept him frozen in place, pricking at his insides in a familiar form of anxiety. The sound of multiple footsteps set in a run echoed down the hallway. Hitoshi turned around to see Eraserhead approaching from the way he came, and what he thought was Takoyami, Uraraka, and Todoroki, for someone that apparently wanted nothing to do with friendship until today. He caught on real quick, some distance down the hall leading towards the stands, but he hardly noticed them all. Instead, the sole focus of his attention and glare was the person who'd already arrived to drip water everywhere like a wet mud. Bakugo glared back defensively while he pushed his wet bangs out of his face. He sighed out like he was annoyed, like he had the right to be annoyed. All right, I see where this is going. Just cut the bullshit and throw one at me. I'll let you have a hit, F. Hitoshi didn't even process the decision to punch Bakugo. His fist just went flying on its own to slam into Bakugo's nose in a blow that probably hurt his hand the same amount it had hurt Bakugo's face. Bakugo cursed as he stumbled back a couple steps, then brought a hand up to cup his bleeding nose. Hitoshi tried to move forward to throw more at him, but was held back by a certain white capture weapon wrapping around his arms and chest. That's enough of that. I know you're upset, but this is no way to. It spoke more than words could say that Hitoshi didn't even give a shit Eraserhead was talking. He didn't give a shit that Eraserhead was there and other people were there. He couldn't stop himself from yelling. He was truly, truly at his limit. For everything. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Do you even know that? He screamed while struggling against his bonds. Eraserhead quickly put a stop to that, pulling the cloth tighter to keep his arms pinned to his sides. A firm hand tried to grab his shoulder, but he shirked it off. Bakugo glared back at him with intensity that wasn't really angry, but strong nonetheless. I effed up with that move, yeah, I get it. Didn't know he had anything effing in there anymore. We'll be talking about that later, Eraserhead cut in sharply. Hitoshi didn't look back at him and kept his gaze fully on the bastard in front of him. But for now you both need to calm. That's not what I was talking about. Though that was also your fault. Hitoshi had to continue now that he'd started. It wasn't the right time or place or people, but the hatred was so overwhelming he just doesn't care anymore. I'm talking about everything. The reason why he hates his quirk. The reason why he hurts himself. The reason why he forced himself into that fight but still couldn't fight you. You probably hate that, but it's your own effing fault. You and everyone like you effed him up. On the inside, Hitoshi knows it wasn't all Bakugo's fault. There were many other things that went wrong with Izuku's life that he wasn't involved with, from the death of his mom to how other people besides Bakugo treated him. But to Hitoshi, it feels like it was his fault. He was the one still continuing to be a problem, singling himself out as the prime target to lash out at. Hitoshi doesn't have the restraint to hold back anymore. Bakugo stilled a bit, but the way his scowl deepened told Hitoshi he still didn't effing know anything. You're going too far with this. I pushed him too much in the fight, but for all the time before that he's the one who decided on his own to act like he doesn't effing feel. I always told him to cut that bullshit out. Right, because being ordered to change the way you think and feel automatically lets you control that shit. He didn't decide anything, you piece of shit. That's just how he reacts. He started hiding his feelings and it became a habit. Bakugo scoffed at that notion, but it's a stupid way to react. What's he trying to do pretending to be all nauseatingly smiley like All Might? Does he think that'll make him strong? He would have been strong if he effing pulled himself together. Pretending he isn't a mess won't do shit. Rage was too tame of a word to describe the fire that burned in Hitoshi's mind. He screamed back, who the F do you think you are saying that when you're the one who made him a mess in the first place? The F. He scared himself away from using his damn quirk. It's not my job to comfort him about that shit. I talked to him about it, but he gained that complex on his effing own first. Hitoshi interrupted Bakugo's growling with a sharp bark of unamused laughter. Ha. God, you don't even know what I'm effing talking about. You still only think this is about his quirk. Bakugo snapped back at the mockery in straining frustration. If it's not about his quirk, then what is it? It's about how he effing tried to kill himself. The breath rushed back into his starved lungs in a gasping inhale after Hitoshi finally said those words. The sound of it was loud in the hallway, which was filled with tense silence. Bakugo dropped his bloody hand away from his face and shock reflected in his eyes, and the pull on Hitoshi's bonds suddenly became lax. But he didn't pay it any mind. He was practically drowning in the words he'd wanted to shout for so long. You told him on the day his mother died that if he wanted a good quirk, he should take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a better one in the next life. Did you even think for a second about what might happen? Consider the possibility that he'd take up that idea. I know you didn't, because the only effing thing you think about is yourself. That's how all you people that think you're born better are. You can't even be bothered to think about how your words or actions affect those born worse. No longer being held back, Hitoshi stalked forward to pull Bakugo towards him by the collar. Bakugo didn't react, still stuck staring in slack-jawed shock. You didn't even know that if I hadn't by some damn miracle decided to go check on Izuku at your school, he would have jumped off the roof just like you told him. He would have been dead, and it would have been your fault. You would have killed him. I barely made it as it was. If my quirk hadn't let me stop him from the ground while he was on top of the building, I wouldn't have made it. Hitoshi fists pulled hard enough on Bakugo's collar that his fingers hurt. If it hadn't been made of sturdy fabric, it might have ripped. Do you think your words are meaningless? They can mean everything. What kind of hero instigates suicide? or talks people down or beats them up when they don't do what you want. Between the three of us, you're the one with the villain quirk because you're the one acting like a villain with it. You don't deserve to be in this school, let alone place first in this festival. So don't you effing say that he should have just pulled himself together. What kind of bullcrap is that? You think he isn't trying? Because he is, and you're the one effing making it harder for him. Just leave him alone already. Bakugo still stared at him with pinprick eyes, speechless. It just pissed Hitoshi off more. He shook at the collar. Where's that mouth that you love to run? Huh, say something. Do you feel no shame? Pale fingers wrapped around one of his wrists, and Hitoshi looked up to see Eraserhead give him a sobering look. His eyes flitted past the man to see the three Wanna students he'd seen staring at them in utter shock. Two people he hadn't seen approaching were also standing frozen in place. A effing and smiling all might of all people, and the blonde upperclassman he'd seen before but doesn't even know. Hitoshi let go of Bakugo as his panting breath started slowing down and he realized what he'd done. Or rather, he fully processed the decision he'd chosen to make by giving into his rage, and in the process airing all the skeletons out of Izuku's closet for the world to see. Behind him, the infirmary door creaked open. Cementos began speaking. There was damage to the socket tissue but nothing major. However, he's not going to make it to the placing since he'll be knocked out from Recovery Girl's quirk for a while. And they're up soon. Cementos paused as he took in the tense atmosphere and switched gears. Did something happen? Silence was the only answer until Eraserhead gave a low sigh. Hitoshi noted the hero still hadn't let go of his wrist yet, likely to make sure Hitoshi didn't try to make a run for it. Yes, but it's not something all of the staff need to know. Ada also won't be making it to the placement due to the news about his brother. What a mess. Should we call it off entirely? To ask Bakugo and Takoyami to go out there right now is. All Might looked at the two boys as he said that. Hitoshi fully looked at Takoyami this time, and saw he was trembling and staring at the ground blankly. He'd never seen the usually melodramatic teen look so genuinely shaken. It caused a pang of regret to pierce through Hitoshi. What had he done? So what if it felt good to drag Bakugo down and wipe the arrogance off his face? He knew Izuku didn't want people to know about this. He wouldn't want any of their friends to know about this, not to mention Bakugo himself. It was one thing to tell Eraserhead. It was another thing entirely to rant about it in the hallway for his own self-satisfaction. He would have thought Takoyami hadn't even heard the hero if he didn't respond. It's okay. I can go on. There's never been a sports festival with no placing ceremony. 2. To skip it would go against why we held it to begin with. Takoyami-kun, Uraraka said in a shaky voice, looking over the other with concern. Her usually rosy cheeks were pale, and her hands were clutched together and also shaking. All Might left the side of the blonde boy to get closer to Takoyami. There's no need to force yourself. He cut off when Bakugo just turned around and headed back without a word, implying he was going to the area the winners were supposed to wait to be called out. Takoyami narrowed his eyes at him but followed promptly. All Might hesitated, but the decision had obviously been made and he was the one slated to present the medals. He told Eraserhead, "I'll be back," then headed down the hallway with the first and third place winners. Eraserhead nodded in All Might's direction before his gaze slid back to Hitoshi. Hitoshi felt his nerves increase tenfold at its intensity. You're coming with me to answer some questions. Uraraka, Todoroki, and Tagata Mirio, I believe. I'm sure I don't need to tell you to keep what you heard to yourselves. Of course, sir, the upperclassman responded without hesitation, nodding his agreement with serious expression. Uraraka just nodded silently, and Todoroki seemed to copy the motion. Todoroki still hadn't said a word. His heterochromatic eyes just watched the door they all knew Izuku was behind. If this was about a less serious topic, Hitoshi would have thought it was funny that Todoroki hadn't even been friends with Izuku for a day before being thrown into this headfirst. Trial by fire, he supposed. Izuku really is going to hate him for this. Hitoshi didn't get to see whatever strange final ceremony UA put on where only present Mike was announcing and half the competitors being awarded were missing. And frankly, he wouldn't have wanted to see it anyway. Instead, Eraserhead had him change out of his wet jersey and back into his school uniform. He was taken to the school proper and guided into the cushiest-looking meeting room he's seen, with 2 warm plush couches, a homey coffee table, and a tea station at the ready. And he immediately clued in that this was the room they take students and or parents to comfort them through stressful talks. Eraserhead didn't ask him any questions until after tea was prepared for both of them, something that made Hitoshi suspect it was part of some school protocol rather than a personal choice just based on what he knew about the hero's personality. He didn't know if UA had protocols for this specific situation, but they likely do for similar things. He handed a traditional-looking teacup to Hitoshi, who only accepted it with a slight nod and sat himself down on the opposite couch right across from him. He took a sip of his own tea, waited for Hitoshi to do the same, then finally glanced back up to address the kaiju-sized elephant that followed them over from the arena hallway. Let's start from the beginning. You live in the same foster home as Midoriya, correct? Is that how you first met him? Hitoshi was a bit blindsided that they were starting there when he'd been mentally preparing himself to get right to the hardest part, but he'd take the lead in to help suppress his anxiousness. Yeah, he joined the house sometime early last year, directly following the death of his mother, I presume. I think so, yeah. Seeing the nerves show in his stutter, Eraserhead nodded in encouragement. It didn't help Hitoshi feel any better. I know this is a difficult subject to talk about, so if you need a break, just say so. There are some questions that I will need an answer to, though. I am fine. His gaze slowed down to the fragrant green tea in his hands as he confessed, I'd been preparing to say something about this for a while now, in case I needed to. He didn't look back up as Eraserhead continued his questioning in a steady tone. When did the attempt that you described take place? Hitoshi tried to remember the details, but found himself coming up blank even in terms of the season. All he could remember was the broken mirror at the start of the day, the sight of Midoriya up high on the roof, and the out-of-place perfect weather that had set the background. I don't even remember what day it was. Like a few weeks after he started living with us and a few months before UAS entrance exam. There's no need to stress out over minor details. You had more important things on your mind. Eraserhead dismissed his bout of anxiety with firm reassurance, but then he got right back to the hard questions again. Has Midoriya made any other attempts that you know of? No, and I don't think he's made any attempts that I don't know about either. The as you know of gave Hitoshi a sudden onset of panic at the idea that Izuku might have tried without him knowing. But logically, Hitoshi didn't think Izuku would try and keep it from him. That was the positive portion of the trade-off Hitoshi made when he asked Izuku to live for him, after all. Eraserhead seemed tipped off by his wording that something was up, and asked, what makes you think that? This would probably be the most difficult part to explain, since it involved Hitoshi having to justify his very not textbook solution to Izuku's suicidal urges. He'd already decided there was no effing way to make it sound not bad, so he might as well be blunt about it. He still didn't look up at Eraserhead. He said he didn't have a reason to live, so I told him I could be his reason instead. Basically, he started making an effort to keep living because I asked him to, and because he knows I would mourn him if he died. He won't make an outright attempt because he knows it would upset me. After a moment's hesitation to comprehend that handful Hitoshi had just given him, Eraserhead again pinpointed the odd phrasing, an outright attempt. I don't think it's quite the same as him trying to die, but he said during the villain attack he didn't care about the possibility of him dying, because he felt it was his fault. That's why he didn't care that he lost his eye. Hitoshi heard Eraserhead breathe in heavily, but his voice was still controlled when he asked, so Midoriya's suicidal urges stem from his guilt concerning his quirk. That's a major part of it, yeah. He thought what happened to his mom was also his fault, and that's what triggered his attempt. Overall, it was also hard for him just living with his quirk in general, though, because of how people treated him and how he has to work around it. I think his mom and the grief that came from her death were just the last straws. And that's how you think Bakugo contributed to this. A scowl formed on his face, but he made sure not to direct it at the man in front of him. It wasn't meant for him. Yeah, what I said wasn't an exaggeration, by the way. That's the exact wording Izuku told me right after I stopped him from jumping. Basically, all of Bakugo's interactions with him leave him worse off, but that moment in particular was significant to him. Hitoshi may have gone about this the completely wrong way, but since he already started this, he sure as F was gonna make sure Eraserhead did something about Bakugo. Bakugo will have his own questions to answer about this. Eraserhead seemed to read Hitoshi's intent, but didn't comment about it beyond that. Do you believe Midoriya is actively suicidal still, despite not having made a recent attempt? That was another hard question despite knowing the answer. Hitoshi pushed through it anyway. Yes, while he still had problems, I think being accepted into UA and starting schooling here helped him, but then the villain attack made him backtrack. But you still don't think he'll make another attempt? That's right. Does he perform self-harm, such as cutting or anything likewise? No, him cutting himself during the USJ was the first time he'd done that, and he seemed disturbed by his quirk's reaction to it. So you don't believe him to be an immediate danger to his life or physical health? Is that why you never reported his behavior? Hitoshi scowled again at what sounded like an accusation to him, and this time he found it in himself to look up and direct it at Eraserhead. The man didn't look moved by it. I've been trying to get Izuku to tell about it himself recently, but he was adamant against it. It was literally the only thing he wouldn't do for me. I didn't report him when it first happened because I knew our guardians wouldn't be able to handle it right, and I didn't believe his teachers would handle it right either. And then when we started UA, I still needed to feel out the school. And he was doing relatively okay. I changed my mind after the USJ happened, but I told him I would only tell if I thought he'd let himself get hurt again. And that fight with Bakugo was him letting himself get hurt. Eraserhead connected the dots. He glanced away for a second, before looking back to refocus the questioning. Why do you feel like your guardians are inadequate to deal with the situation? because they sort of make it worse. Even before Izuku joined, the Harukas were iffy about my brainwashing quirk. They're the type that are intimidated by villain quirks. When they first told us about Izuku, they were afraid he might accidentally hurt one of us with his quirk. And after the USJ, they were afraid Izuku's quirk would put him in more danger if he became a hero than compared to other people. While I think they would care for his safety if they knew, they're the wrong people to deal with it. But grimace overcame Eraserhead's face before he wiped it back to the stoically neutral expression he had been going for throughout the talk. Itoshi almost felt like he should mentally apologize for throwing the Harukas under the bus, but it was their own fault really. And he's tired of how they've been tiptoeing around his quirk for years now. If they were gonna completely come around, they would have done it by now. Eraserhead rounded off the discussion by going over one last point of interest. Do you know how his mother died? It was a car accident involving a drunk driver. Eraserhead immediately made the connection to how Izuku associated his fight with Ida with the incident. He tried to pinch his nose around the bandages covering his face. Itoshi tried not to think about how ridiculous it looked. Eraserhead's tone was verging on a groan. He was going into the finals emotionally unstable. And Bakugo also probably made that worse too, since he wanted to talk to Izuku about something right before the match, though I don't know what about. Along with that, he told Izuku he wouldn't accept him not fighting, and that he would fight him after the tournament instead if Izuku declined the match. When Itoshi told Bakugo he would snitch to Eraserhead, he effing meant it. Eraserhead breathed out deeply again, before refocusing his attention back on Hitoshi. He nodded at Hitoshi solemnly. That's all I need to know for now. I'm assuming you want to wait until Midoriya wakes up. He tried to relax the tension in his muscles now that it was over but didn't quite succeed. He forced himself to focus on the sensation of the teacups fading warm. If I can, yeah, you can wait in this room. While the festival's over for the first years, the second years are up next, so the arena will still be full even though your classmates should be headed back home now. Eraserhead pulled his phone out of his pocket to look at the screen, then noted Takoyami, Uraraka, and Todoroki all wanted to wait for him too, but considering what we'll have on our plate, they were told it was best if they left. However, they wanted to at least speak with you first, so they'll be directed to this room. I'll wait until they arrive, but I need to go debrief the principal right after. The nerves shot back into his system at the realization he would have to deal with that now, too. It also reminded him that more than just those three would be worried about what happened. Itoshi checked his own phone to see that it was blowing up with texts from Fayuki, who was also asking on behalf of the rest. Itoshi quickly typed a vague message that while Izuku had been hurt, he'd healed with Recovery Girl's help and was now just resting. Then he sat in tense, awkward silence. This was not how Hitoshi thought his first real meeting with his hero would go. That 1 minute in the hospital before he left the room didn't count. But considering Izuku's situation, it should have been an obvious possibility. We'll handle things now. Hitoshi glanced up to see Eraserhead nod at him with a solemn look in his eyes. His deep voice was firm, like he was trying to be reassuring. You don't need to worry on your own anymore. We'll take care of him. At a loss for words, Hitoshi nodded before letting his gaze drift back down to the table. He wanted to be able to entrust Izuku with these heroes, with Eraserhead, and he wanted to feel reassured that Izuku could get some actual help now. But it was hard when his trust was such a fragile thing. When his mind really thought about it, it doubted whether they could actually help Izuku when he's been the only one Izuku trusts and responds to. Would just getting them involved be enough, or would it just make things worse? After a few minutes passed, there was a soft knock on the door. Eraserhead told them to come in, and it was the lurking figure of All Might that stuck his head in to examine the scene. Pardon the intrusion. It's fine, we're done here, Eraserhead confirmed while standing up from his seat. All Might opened the door for the three behind him to pass through. They all had their eyes set on Hitoshi even when their homeroom teacher spoke again. One of the teachers will come get Shinso once Midoriya is ready for visitors. Or in the case that he sleeps into the night, one of us will send you home before then. The rest of you can leave when you want. They didn't need to transfer him to a hospital. The last part was directed toward All Might, who affirmed Recovery Girl was able to take care of everything. She sedated him, then removed the false eye and its broken bits, and her quirk was able to handle the internal injuries better than classical surgery could. It just took a lot of energy on young Midoriya's part. Eraserhead nodded in satisfaction and left the room. All Might gave one gentle pat on Hitoshi's shoulder, to which Hitoshi froze up a bit at the unexpected contact, before leaving himself. The door closed with Hitoshi still sitting on the couch and the other three still standing. His tea had long gone cold, but the pot was still on the heater. He broke the ice by gesturing to it. Want any tea? The words had the exact opposite effect he was hoping for. Somehow, even just the casual offer brought shining tears to Uraraka's eyes. His stomach fell even further into the floor at the sight of them. She curled up on the other end of Hitoshi's couch to shield her face, and began to sob. My, Midoriya-kun. I don't understand. Why? There was a moment of panic shared by all three boys in the room simultaneously. They all eyed each other, realizing all of them were antisocial and none of them were the comforting type. But someone had to step up or it'd just be cruel. Hitoshi came to the unwanted realization that he was the best off for this, since the other two were probably still shocked as well. Applying what he learned from comforting Izuku, he moved over to sit directly next to Uraraka and lightly gripped the shoulder closest to him. She trembled under his touch. He still didn't know how to respond to her. It's like what Shinso said, isn't it? Midoriya was in pain because of how he felt about his quirk. Surprisingly, it was Todoroki who spoke quietly. While Shinso didn't know the full details of how Izuku ended up wanting to be friends with the guy, from what he caught in the infirmary it sounded like they'd bonded over their mutual distaste for their own quirks, or at least half of it in Todoroki's case. It made sense he would be the one to understand that first. But I never saw anything. He hid some of his feelings, didn't talk about his eye, but he didn't. He seemed happy whenever he was with us. Was he actually not? When did he? This happened last year. He was happy with you, that Hitoshi could answer. Uraraka's sobbing quieted a bit with his words. He isn't really as expressive with it as he shows himself to be, but he likes being with you all. I think I was his first real friend, so being with you all now is like the world opening up for him. Uraraka's watery eyes glanced up at him as she hiccuped. So he's okay now? He won't. It's just one hard question after the next. He probably won't try again, but he's not really okay either. Probably. She practically wailed. Probably is all I can give you. Okay. It's like I said, he's not okay still. Hitoshi snapped back, and instantly regretted it when Uraraka flinched at his tone. He gripped her shoulder tighter in apology. Sorry. It's been a long day. Takoyami stood right in front of Hitoshi as he finally intoned. It's okay, Shinso. We all know that you're the one hurting the most from this other than Midoriya himself. You've been carrying this burden on your shoulders alone for so long. He's not a burden, Hitoshi had to say, but he couldn't deny the heaviness he felt from it all anyway. Even now, his shoulders slouched under the weight of it. Of course, Takoyami agreed. However, he glared down at the floor in dissatisfaction. I should have realized it sooner, how much pain he was in. I only truly saw he wasn't alright when you sent me to get him from the hallway today. He looked, and then, he asked me. Takoyami had to stop as his voice broke. His eyes shut tight and he gave up on completing that thought. I didn't even know anything was wrong until today, let alone something like this. Hitoshi tried to give what little comfort he could. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. He didn't want anyone else to know. I wouldn't even have known if I didn't catch him in the act. You had no way to know. So he hid it on purpose. He was hurting this whole time, and was just acting like he wasn't in front of us. Uraraka asked for clarification. He acts like that in front of everyone but me. And it isn't constantly like that. He has ups and downs. Hitoshi wasn't sure if that was a comfort or not, but it was all he had to give. Uraraka's crying had subsided, but her lips quivered under the impending pressure. Takoyami's hands were shaking again as he clenched his teeth and glared at the floorboards, but Hitoshi didn't comment on it. Next to the wall that had a window facing out of the school, Todoroki looked out the window in a way that any other time Hitoshi would have pegged as overly dramatic and forlorn. But if this wasn't the time to stare out the window blankly, Hitoshi doesn't know what is. Still intimidated by the friendship. I don't blame you, and damn, this really wasn't the right time for that quip. If Todoroki gives up on Izuku before they've even started hanging out because of Hitoshi's instinctual sarcasm on top of the rest of this, he'll never be able to face Izuku again. Todoroki looked over at him with a blink of surprise, as though that hadn't even occurred to him. His response was equally literal and blunt. Not really. This is a lot, but I sort of knew he had issues going into it. Not this much, but there was definitely something wrong with him. Uraraka was the one to ask the obvious question. Can I ask when you became friends with Midoriya, Todoroki-kun? It didn't seem like you were this morning. He asked me to be friends right after our match. So, today. A couple hours ago at most. Takoyami was the one that resounded incredulously. Todoroki didn't catch on as to what was weird about the circumstances, and plainly replied, "That's correct. How did you already figure out something was wrong with him?" He didn't hide his issues with his quirk from me. I think it's because I told him about my own, and he related to it. Are you okay, Todoroki? Hitoshi had to ask, because he couldn't imagine any way Izuku would find someone else relatable where the other person wasn't not okay. He was the number one example of this. I think so. It was a question and not an answer. Very relatable for Izuku indeed. Well, there's some stuff I need to do, but I'm not going to hurt myself or anything. We don't share that experience. There was nothing else anyone thought to say. Takoyami and Uraraka were obviously still processing. Todoroki was thinking deeply about something, most likely what was going on, and Hitoshi just wanted to see Izuku. Though, he didn't think Izuku would be very happy to see him in return after he heard what Hitoshi did. Explain to me the thought process you had that led to your finishing move in the fight. Katsuki was seated in front of Principal Nedzu's desk, but the one staring him down right now was his homeroom teacher. With the principal's beady eyes in the center, Aizawa's piercing gaze was directed from his seat at the right, while All Might, whose body language was firm but open, sat at the left. The number one hero wasn't smiling. That smile of yours is so fake, it makes me want to blast it off your face. Who the F do you think you're fooling? A creepy, miserable person like you can't be like All Might, so just give it up. Through the heaviness in his chest and gut, Katsuki forced himself to keep eye contact with the principal as he said, I wasn't thinking. I was just angry because he wasn't fighting back and acted on instinct. Aizawa cut in like a sharp knife. You instinctually went for his eye, when you know with your quirk that would end up with any other opponent being blinded. Katsuki forced himself not to scowl at his teacher. I don't normally go for the eyes, but if I was in a fight with a villain I would. I knew it was a weak point and I thought he didn't have anything in it anymore. If he didn't have the fake eye in, that would have been the same as igniting an explosive inside a body cavity. He would have blown right through the tissue and hit the brain. Aizawa's palm banged on the table like a mimic of Katsuki's explosion, and he did flinch at that. It felt like his limbs were getting colder, a chill sweeping over his insides. I'm a perfectionist. I want my hero origin story to be perfect. I didn't think about that until after. In the moment it didn't seem like too much. It didn't seem like too much because you were lashing out. There was no purpose to hitting Midoriya's eye other than for your own satisfaction. Aizawa's glare was tinged with red. It made Katsuki feel like his own eyes were glaring at him. You weren't thinking, and you weren't trying to win the match. It was completely unnecessary. Katsuki had to finally avert his gaze to the desk as eye contact with his teacher became too much. He felt his fingers digging into his thighs, but it didn't help relieve the stress building up in his hands. Just shut up already. You stupid Deku. That's what you are. You're useless, just like your quirk is. It was an unnecessary amount of force. The principal agreed solemnly. However, technically speaking, it wasn't an illegal move, which was why Midnight went ahead with calling the match. How was that permitted within the rules? All Might was the one to ask in confusion. Katsuki glanced up to see the hero turn his shadowed eyes towards the principal. The only real restriction for the tournament is no lethal moves. It's to provide legal protection to students that have more dangerous attacks who may accidentally cause bodily harm to their opponents. And of course, in fights where you're trying to prove yourself to hopefully get scouted, the will of both parties is strong enough that they may have to purposefully use heavy force to turn the battle. Cementos and Midnight's job was to anticipate these moments and lessen them. Beady black eyes shifted back to Katsuki. They couldn't do that this time because they didn't expect you to act out like that. It was an emotional outburst, so they couldn't have anticipated it. Now that we've clarified it was done with ill intentions, we can reprimand you for it. You're lucky that Midoriya had that eye of his too, or else it would have been considered a lethal move. Katsuki shifted in his seat slightly when the principal reoriented his own weight. The tiny animal thing leaned forward with his elbows on his desk, hands steepled under his chin. And that's not the only thing we're here to discuss, of course. Aizawa opened his mouth to say something, but the principal held up a hand to stop him. Principal Nedzu just continued staring at Katsuki with unreadable inhuman eyes. Waiting, Katsuki felt his broiling pride rise to the challenge. But he was in deep enough sit as it was. He shallowed down the bitterness of another loss. What Dadai, Shinsu Itoshi said was true. Last year I told Deku to jump off the roof. Didn't think he'd actually effing do it. I didn't know about his mom until right before our match. And what other kind of behavior did you exhibit towards him? Both the principal's tone and words were clinical to an unnerving degree. If Katsuki thought Principal Nedzu was F-ed in the head, he would have thought he didn't even care that much. It reminded him of Deku, the usual sit, messing with his stuff, pushing him around, talking sit to him, using my quirk on him, calling his quirk a villain quirk. Oh, but if you want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a good quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. He really didn't think he'd do it. It was here that All Might finally spoke to him. His usually booming voice was soft but insistent. Young Bakugo, why would you say such a thing to Midoriya? Why would you treat him like that? The disappointment wafting off All Might made Katsuki want to curl up in a ball, but he forced himself to keep his back straight. He wasn't weak, he could handle the pressure. He could handle facing whatever came next. I was angry. That seems to be a running theme with you. Inappropriate quirk use is a crime on its own. You know, Aizawa retorted. His hand pinched at the bridge of his nose in obvious stress. What was your problem with him? Say it loud and clear. This is your only chance to give an explanation, and for the sake of your continued schooling, it better be a truthful one. There was no reason. It was just that he was the best. And Deku didn't get it. Katsuki dismissed that instinctive thought. He wasn't going to be weak anymore and lie to himself. It may feel like it, but he won't actually die if he said it aloud. I'm so sorry, Kakin. I forgot to tell it to do something, so it did stuff on its own again. I'm sorry. There was an accident with his quirk when we were kids that landed me in the hospital. I started feeling threatened of him then, and it made me angry. I wanted to prove I could beat him. Never got over it. Effing understatement of the century, but that's as much as he can admit to. Oh, Principal Nezu twitched like a mouse in interest. So it's a desire to prove your superiority born from a specific moment of trauma. And I assume you've never gotten counseling for that incident. Katsuki finally broke into a scowl at that idea. Why the F would I? I came out of it just fine. My head healed completely, and there was no trauma. Aizawa actually effing rolled his eyes at him. Well, obviously you didn't come out fine if you've been harassing Midoriya ever since. Counseling is for more than just dealing with events that result in major physical harm. And facing a moment of acute danger as a child like that could easily lead to trauma. Not to mention you're practically the poster child of children in need of anger management. It took everything he had to not shout out that he didn't need that sit because he wasn't like Deku. He didn't need to be fixed. He doesn't want to admit he's more similar to Izuku than he wants to be. He doesn't want to admit that he's weak enough to need help. Well now, we'll have to confirm Midoriya's side of things before we make a final decision. But I think we have enough information to start looking at the options. The principal spoke lightly, like he didn't hold Katsuki's future in the palm of his tiny, beanbag paws. He leaned back in his chair almost casually. UA doesn't often expel students for things that they retroactively did before they became students. But this would be the type of thing that we would have dismissed your application for had your teachers noted it. As it is, I can expel you for the combination of your record of unhero-like character and the continuation of it into this school, as evidenced by your performance at the sports festival. As Katsuki's lungs became tight and he swallowed down his need to curse out the principal of UA, which would have cemented his expulsion for sure, Principal Nezu just glanced over at Aizawa expectantly. It all depends on your potential. I would rather correct a student's bad behavior than throw them out as a lost cause. What do you say, Aizawa-kun? As his teacher, do you believe he has the potential to benefit and learn from counseling, or will more extreme measures need to be taken? The red-tinged glare was back on him again, and Katsuki could feel his chances dropping lower and lower. However, instead of an immediate sentencing, Aizawa asked, "How do you feel about all of this?" "What the hell do you mean?" "I mean, how do you feel about what you learned today? About the effect your words had?" "You haven't said anything about that. He would have been dead, and it would have been your fault. He would have killed him." The dread twisting his airways grew more tense, and Katsuki had to lower his eyes to scowl at where his hands were painfully gripping his thighs to keep them from shaking. His voice was low when he replied, "There's no point in wailing about regret when I can't change Sid. It's true you can't change what you did, but I don't believe there's no point in apologizing when you do something wrong." Aizawa sighed after a long pause, before he at last gave his verdict. "His potential isn't zero, but I won't have him in my class anymore. It'd be bad for both him and Midoriya." A sort of half-assed sense of relief lessened the tension in Katsuki's gut, and he could glance back up again to see Aizawa with his arms folded over his chest. The principal chimed in with a raised paw. "I agree." Additionally, changing up Midoriya's classmates and forcing him to learn to interact normally with a new set of students is something that would give him unneeded stress. "I'll leave it up to Vlad to decide if he'll accept transferring Bakugo-kun into his class." Principal Nezu turned his gaze back towards him. "Assuming that goes through, we'll most likely give you a 2-week suspension, during which your counseling sessions will be initiated. They will continue until it's evaluated that you aren't in need of them anymore. This will be mandatory, and your continued acceptance in the hero course will depend on both your compliance and your progress. If the counselor feels that continuing your training will significantly impede your progress, we'll have to move you to general education. How does that sound?" Why the F is he asking him that when he doesn't have the right to refuse? Katsuki kept himself from scoffing, and just huffed slightly. "Fine." Katsuki was dismissed from the office with a notice that the principal would schedule a meeting with his parents tomorrow to discuss the issue and go over the finalized sentencing. His mom had the same fiery personality that he did, so he already knew going home was not something to look forward to. All Might walked him out to the gate. He's not sure why when he could get there just fine on his own and the hero didn't say much on the way there, but it gave him the chance to do something. Just as All Might seemed about to say a few parting words of bullshit encouragement or some crap, Katsuki dug into his pocket. He stuck his hand out with the gold medal All Might had put around his neck during the Sorry Ass Awards ceremony where both he and the bird guy had been stone-faced. "Take this back. I didn't win it for real." All Might stared at him in surprise for just a second. Then, he pushed Katsuki's outstretched hand back towards him. "No, you did win that. You can't be effing serious. Just because someone wins does not mean they win the right way, young Bakugo." All Might cut him off firmly. "You did win. But the reason why it doesn't satisfy you is because you regret how you won. And you regret the actions that make you feel you did not deserve to win." To rewrite the story such that you didn't actually win misses the point. All Might carefully took Katsuki's other hand and placed it over the hand offering the medal, enclosing it with both of Katsuki's hands. He seemed to tower over Katsuki as he said his words of wisdom. Aizawa is right. You do have potential, because within your heart you do have a sense of righteousness, young Bakugo. Learn to let it lead you instead of your anger and pride. Accept the weight of this medal as a reminder. Glaring down at his hands, Katsuki's grip tightened as he held the medal towards his chest. You always win. You have to always win because you're the best. You wouldn't be the best if you lost. It's important. It's what I learned from watching you as a snot-nosed brat. That's true, but I also wouldn't be the best hero if I didn't win the right way. If you could continue on the way you are now, would you really be okay with being this kind of hero, young Bakugo? Or would it only bring you this same dissatisfaction? Katsuki didn't know how to answer that. When he went home right after, the medal was waiting down his pocket again. Nezu's office was silent as a morgue even with 3 people standing within it. The principal had moved to look out his ceiling-to-floor wall window that displayed the outside of the school as he often did. With Eraserhead and Toshinori, shrunk into his natural form, both stood beside their much shorter boss. Toshinori would like to call it standing together a sign of solemn unity, but he wasn't sure if Eraserhead agreed with the notion. Most of the day had already passed. The second years should be approaching their tournament at this point. And he wondered if Tagata stuck around to watch it like he had the first years. He wouldn't blame the boy if he hadn't been in the right mood to watch festivities. When he first saw Midoriya take that hit and rush down to the infirmary in his hero form, Tagata probably followed him more out of a sense of empathy for Toshinori himself rather than the boy he hadn't met before. It hadn't bothered Toshinori. How could it when it was simply an example of Tagata's good nature? He never could have anticipated the scene that would be playing out upon their arrival in front of the infirmary. Toshinori eventually broke the silence to ask, "Did you suspect something like this when you said to watch young Midoriya, Aizawa-kun?" The man didn't look over at him when he responded, "No, this is worse than I thought it would be." Toshinori internally winced at that, based on the underground hero's personality. He suspected it wasn't often that incidents worse than he'd been anticipating occurred. It's not like it was out of the realm of possibility. We did suspect some mental health issues. We just couldn't have predicted they'd already grown severe enough that he had already attempted to take his life before, Nezu added. He looked up at Toshinori discreetly while he said, "The boy is hanging on a very precarious perch for someone training to go into a career where they're expected to put their life on the line." Eraserhead sighed like Nezu had been looking at him instead. "I know that even though I said I'd keep Midoriya in my class over Bakugo, he might not get to stay. If Hound Dog evaluates him as being too bad off, he can't stay in the hero course." Toshinori frowned, feeling some sense of alarm but not much. That was what would be expected of these circumstances. "Well, it's too early to call it one way or the other. We haven't even spoken to Midoriya himself yet. Shinsu Hitoshi did report that he hasn't made an attempt for more than a year now and that he isn't actively seeking a second one. Assuming those are both true, he passes enough to stay in the course and be in the field with supervision. I'd rather not assume anything." Eraserhead's flat tone matched his very in-character response. Before anyone could say anything else, there was a short knock on the door. Nezu called a greeting, and Recovery Girl came in part way. "The boy's awake now. I looked over him like you asked, but thankfully I found no signs of self-inflicted injury, just like the last time I examined him after the USJ." She frowned slightly, pulling at the wrinkles on her face as she amended. "Other than what he did to his hand during the attack, that is." Toshinori allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief for that small blessing. If Shinsu was right about Midoriya not practicing self-harm, there was a good chance most of the rest of his information was accurate as well, or at least it felt that way to Toshinori. As the school nurse, who was basically more of a surgeon and doctor than just a nurse, Recovery Girl had to be informed so she could perform an official examination. Nezu asked cordially, "What did you tell him?" "Just that the tournament was over and one of the teachers was going to come in to talk to him. I didn't know what kind of strategy you wanted to approach this with. I know you like being sneaky, Nezu, but you best be straight with this young man. He doesn't need you pulling at any of his strings." Recovery Girl wagged her cane at the principal to emphasize her point. "If I didn't know you were just saying that out of a sense of duty and not out of any belief that I'm a heinous person, I would be insulted by that. The best route with this is undoubtedly a direct discussion, but it's important to treat these things delicately." With how stringently he had been avoiding help, too much right out the gate will easily overwhelm him. Nezu turned around to look away from Recovery Girl and smile up at both Eraserhead and Toshinori. As such, only one person should talk with him, an intimate one-on-one with a teacher he's relatively close to. "Which of you believes you would be the best candidate?" Eraserhead cut right to the chase. All Might may be good at speeches, but I doubt he's as good at these kinds of more serious talks. And it'd be imposing for Midoriya to have to confess his personal secrets with the #1 hero anyway when I'm sure he's a fan. Toshinori's frown deepened as twinge of annoyance plucked at his insides. He knew that Eraserhead didn't think very highly of him outside of his abilities as a hero, but that was too much. He shot back, Eraserhead, if you want to be the one to talk to Midoriya, you should really say it outright. Beating around the bush with your emotions will only hinder your attempts to reach him. Eraserhead finally faced Toshinori to send him a glare. He was about to speak what was no doubt some satirical retort, but Toshinori beat him to it. I'd say I'm the most prepared to speak to young Midoriya. I had a friend of mine that works in the police force look up the incident concerning Midoriya's mother for me recently. I already knew she died in a car crash, and I know additional details about what occurred that may be relevant to the discussion. A flash of shock passed over Eraserhead's expression before it returned to a narrow-eyed scowl. You stuck your nose into things. As teachers, we can't just. It was clear that something was going on with him, though we didn't know enough to press. And the most likely thing for his problems to have stemmed from is his grief for his mother. I'll admit it wasn't professional to get a head start and use private channels like that, but now I don't doubt it was the right decision. The moment has come where we have to confront Midoriya. And instead of playing catch-up, we can immediately get to work with helping him. He gestured at Eraserhead in an offer for him to speak. Do you disagree with that? No. Eraserhead turned to look down at Nezu to say, All Might can do it, but make sure he's coached on what he needs to go over. Of course, the principal tittered. Before launching into a brief explanation on the standard set of information Toshinori was supposed to try and learn from Midoriya, assuming he's willing to answer said question. Toshinori put his brain to work committing it all to memory, just like he had the details of the car accident. When he had first caught a glimpse that Midoriya was troubled, he found himself at a loss. He was a hero, the #1 hero, but with the unspoken troubles of a boy there were no villains to fight, no people needing to be physically rescued. He wanted to save him but didn't even know how to do so. Now, with more knowledge on what was going on with those troubles, there was still no way to definitively save this boy. But at least Toshinori could make a first step. From the moment he woke up, Izuku knew something was wrong. Something had to be wrong for Recovery Girl to say the teachers wanted to talk. As though there was ever a positive scenario where that happened. There was a thick medical patch bandaged over his eye now. At first he had been worried it was about his eye, but Recovery Girl assured him the damage from the fight was healed. Even getting a replacement prosthetic would quicker since they had all the order details already. He was relieved to hear that, though he carefully didn't mention that he was a bit more put out by losing this eye than he had been with his old one. It was so cool, and he did just get it after all. Izuku spent a few minutes alone debating the pros and cons of leaving before anyone could show up, and ultimately decided that would be a poor decision. If they didn't talk to him now, they would just talk to him later, and even after he left he would undoubtedly have to face Hitoshi's fervent worry for Izuku and anger towards Katsuki. He wouldn't be avoiding anything by making a fuss and ditching. But while he accepted that decision, he fretted over what they wanted to talk to him about. In the best-case scenario, whoever came would just want to talk about how he felt after having his eye pulverized a second time and any possible trauma from that. He could see that, given what happened. He'd been injured enough he had to miss the award ceremony. And just because it wasn't his real eye again didn't mean it still wasn't painful, though again, not as painful as it being his real eye. And the worst-case scenario was the same as it always would be, that they'd somehow learned of him being suicidal and were about to enforce whatever policies they had regarding that. Of course, this was the time where the worst-case scenario would happen. His luck just wasn't good enough to keep the act going. Midoriya, my boy, how are you feeling? Was how All Might started off after entering the room. He sat down in Recovery Girl's chair next to where Izuku was sitting on the bed, back in that thin form he'd seen with it just being the two of them. All Might's posture was tense, making the sharp lines of his bones and body even sharper. His hands were clenched together and placed firmly in his lap, and his shaded eyes watched Izuku carefully. These pleasantries were obviously not what All Might had come here to talk about, but Izuku always embraced the opportunity to pretend like everything was normal. I'm feeling okay. My eye doesn't hurt, and Recover Girl said I'll get my replacement in a few days. That's good. That's good. All Might glanced away in a clear tell of nervousness as he trailed off. He wasn't skilled at lying or even obfuscation, proving his natural sense of honesty that Izuku had believed him to have. He raised a fist to cough into it to clear his throat, only to have a spurt of blood end up coating his hand as it turned into a real coughing fit. All Might Sensei, are you okay? The hero stuck his other hand out to stop Izuku in the middle of his movement to get off the bed and come closer to. He doesn't know, make the situation worse. What else did he expect to come from a walking bad luck charm being around someone with ailing health? All Might noticeably stopped himself, glancing at Izuku, then seemed to change what he was about to say. My body isn't in the best shape, so that happens occasionally. The doctors have said there's nothing much to be done about it. There's no need to panic over it. Izuku's already anxiety-ridden insides didn't calm down much even with the reassurance, but he still let it pass over. Oh, okay. That seems rough. Sorry. It is what it is, even if it's not the greatest. Again, there was hesitation in All Might's phrasing. The answers he gave were also strange in and of themselves. Whenever All Might had given an interview, he had never once said he wasn't okay. Izuku would know. He's watched every single one of them, so to hear him vaguely admit to it was almost alarming. But he should have expected it. It was like All Might had said before, he's just a normal person like everyone else. It was normal that he'd be open about that when he didn't have to act as the hero. But I'm not here to talk about me, young Midoriya. I'm here to inform you of what occurred during the time Recovery Girl was working on you. All Might got them back on track. After he cleaned up the blood on his hand with some nearby tissues, he gave Izuku a carefully steady look. Izuku mentally braced himself. Well, there isn't really a gentle way to say this, so I'll just be straightforward. Your friend Shinso got into a minor altercation with Bakugo, and during their argument he said that you had attempted suicide once previously. Izuku was glad All Might had kept him from standing up, or else he would have felt the floor drop out under him from those words. It wasn't that he was shocked, exactly. If anything, he felt a sense of finality of a moment he had been dreading finally arriving on his doorstep. The negative karma he had been cursed with knocking on the door in a way he had fully foreseen. But that didn't mean he wanted to open the door. Here it was again, knocking. Knock, 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 the sound, the words, even if he ignores them behind his door, it won't stop until he opens it. It won't stop even after he opens it. There was no avoiding it, like a monster that hid under his bed. The anxiety of knowing it was there resounded through his chest and limbs. It doesn't matter whether he confronts it or hides under his covers, the fear won't dissipate. He hates it. But this isn't a monster. This is a person, All Might, speaking to him in a conversation that required his input. Only he doesn't know how the hell he's supposed to respond. You would have thought after so much anxiety about this possibility occurring that he'd have a game plan for when the day arrived. But to have thought of a plan would have required thinking about it occurring, which he avoided like the plague. Like Hitoshi said, avoiding your problems hurts you in the long run. He went too long without replying, staring straight down into his lap and nowhere near All Might's face. Eventually, All Might accepted he wasn't going to say anything. Midoriya, we need to know for sure. If you don't comment on it, for your safety we have to assume that Shinso's claim is true. Hitoshi isn't a liar. It was an indirect admission, but it was all Izuku could bring himself to say. It didn't sit well with him that they'd even consider Hitoshi lying about something like this. So he wanted to at least set that straight, even if he damned himself in the process. He heard All Might breathe in deeply, before saying softly, we believe that as well, yes. Are you willing to speak more with me about this? Do I have a choice? Izuku's tone was flat, but he did a good job keeping resignation out of it. The question was rhetorical, but All Might answered anyway, of course you have a choice. We can't force you to talk if you don't want to. It will just make certain things easier for both you and the school. Even if you don't wish to talk about it, UA still has to assess you, and choosing not to respond is not taken as a good sign in that regard. The wheels turned in his head. Assess me, as in to decide what to do with me, or to decide if I get to stay in the hero course. I'm pretty sure the top hero school in the country wouldn't want a risk like me in their program, so I could see why. Midoriya, a large, thin hand with spider-like long fingers reached over to curl around one of Izuku's on the bed. He stiffened at the contact, and carefully didn't move. Can you look at me for a moment? He didn't want to, just like how he didn't want to look at the monster under his bed in the face. But this was the voice he'd heard countless times as a child. Somber in a way he'd never heard before, but still the same voice. This was the hero that had used to always fill him with hope and joy whenever he caught sight of him, whether it be on TV or online. Since when had that changed? He couldn't remember when those feelings had faded out like all the rest. Maybe that was why his head tilted back up on its own. His eye focused on the number one hero who didn't look as grand or as strong as he'd seen as a child. But when their eyes met, a small smile finally returned to All Might's face. His eyes were kinder than Izuku remembered. All Might spoke kindly, too. Thank you, my boy. It's true that UA cannot allow a student who is actively seeking to make an attempt in the heroics program, but that is reflective of the industry's overarching standards. I realize this isn't spoken about to the public, but the hero industry as a whole actually has fairly detailed protocols in place for what to do in the case a hero becomes suicidal. Just because you've made an attempt before does not mean you are automatically unable to be in the program anymore. Just like how if a hero were to have made an attempt, they don't automatically have their license revoked. Your specific case has to be evaluated. That gave Izuku a bit of a shock. What? They do? I wouldn't think that. That kind of thing would happen often enough for something like that. All Might took a moment to glance down at Izuku's hand in his own before looking back up, like he was searching for the right words. Being a pro hero can be a very stressful job. traumatic even, depending on an individual hero's experiences in the field. Like I said, it's not talked about often, but heroes requiring professional mental health care, and even sometimes going that far when they don't get that help, is not universally common, but it's not rare either. It happens too often for what it is. That's why it's even more important that UA properly evaluates you. All Might's eyes fell back to Izuku's hand, and that's when he realized the hand All Might had taken was the scarred one he kept bandaged. Maybe we should start talking about it more. Izuku reflexively pulled his hand back to bring it close to his chest. All Might looked back at him in surprise, but he just responded defensively, "I didn't. That wasn't on purpose. I mean, it was, but for an actual reason. I didn't do it because I cut myself." All Might watched him closely as he spoke with obvious care. "I never said that you did, but that was a thing we needed to check. Shinso had said you don't typically self-harm, and Recovery Girl didn't see any signs. We just still needed confirmation. Just like how we still need confirmation on other details." Izuku averted his gaze back down into his lap, still holding his hand close, and said plainly, "Okay, was your last attempt the one Shinso noted around last year? And have there been more attempts than that?" "It was, and I haven't tried again." "Do you feel the need to try again or want to make another attempt?" "Not really. I still feel." He couldn't finish that part, so he pushed forward to the point, "But I don't want to try again." "Do you practice any other form of self-harm, such as neglecting to feed yourself, damaging habits, or anything of that nature?" "No, or at least he doesn't think so." All right, those were the major questions UA had that needed immediate attention. Other specifics concerning your mental state will be covered by a questionnaire to be filled out and submitted to a counselor for discussion. All Might seem to transition away from the formal aspect of his questioning. "I don't suppose you prefer the counselor you talked to the USJ about. It doesn't seem like you truly talked about how you felt to them." "Does he even remember the name of that counselor?" "Probably not. He was too busy trying to convey the facade he wanted to sell." "It doesn't matter. Well, I believe they were planning to give your case over to Hound Dog, but that's something I'm sure UA will go over with you another time. There's still more we should go over." All Might cleared his throat again as he shifted topics. Thankfully, it didn't result in internal bleeding this time. Shinso also brought up during his argument how Bakugo instigated your attempt. Bakugo confirmed this later and described his other actions as, I quote, "messing with your stuff, pushing you around, talking shit to you, using his quirk on you, and calling your quirk a villain quirk." Does that accurately reflect your history from your perspective? Izuku shouldn't have been surprised by that, but he was slightly. Hitoshi had said he'd deal with Katsuki if he continued to be a problem for Izuku. Yeah, I wouldn't really say he directly instigated me to. I still would have wanted to do it without him having said anything. I just took inspiration on how to go about it from him, I guess. That still sounded pretty bad, but not as bad. He didn't know how All Might felt about his answer, since he didn't say anything in response, and Izuku still couldn't find it in himself to directly face the man. After a moment of notable silence, All Might continued. "When we questioned him later, Shinso mentioned that he didn't believe your guardians to be capable of helping you with these issues due to their view on your quirk. Do you believe this as well?" Izuku tried to think of a better way to put it. "They don't treat us poorly, they just have a similar view of our quirks that most people would have. They aren't really wrong about it, either. It's true that being unlucky will make things more dangerous for me, probably. And they've been kind to me. It could have been a lot worse, but you wouldn't wish to confine in them about any of your true feelings, and aren't comfortable with them." "I'm like that with everyone," he admitted. There was another pause, before All Might started again. "From what young Shinso has told us, you feel guilt for what happened to your mother due to the nature of your quirk, and these feelings are the foundation for why you feel suicidal. Do you often blame yourself for unfortunate events because of that?" Izuku instinctively kept himself from squirming in his seat, though his nerves wanted to so do as an outlet for their tension. He still didn't look at All Might. "I mean, it's pretty hard not to think like that when I do literally cause misfortune. It's part of my daily life. Do you have problems controlling your quirk? If not, then there's no need to think anything you know you didn't cause would be your fault." Izuku contained a frown. "It's not that I have a technical issue when using it or holding it back. It's more about the nature of my quirk. Luck is naturally random, so I can set a goal for Jinx to accomplish, but it can choose a way to get there that I didn't anticipate if I'm not specific about it. Even with that, if you're not actively using it for something, there's no need to assume it caused any particular event." Aizawa mentioned how he already told you how the villains attacking the USJ was an event your quirk couldn't have caused. "I know, but knowing that he probably wasn't at fault wasn't the same as feeling it. Did him explaining it out for you like that help even a little, though?" Izuku paused to think about that. He arrived at the conclusion, yes, before I felt that there was no way it wasn't my fault. But when he gave an explanation for how it could have happened on its own without my quirk, I could acknowledge that it might not have been my fault. So if I could provide a similar explanation for your mother's incident, would you also be able to acknowledge it might not have been your fault? Izuku blinked a few times, then leaned back to finally look back at All Might in blank surprise. All Might smiled again at the eye contact. I really don't see how you could do that. Aizawa-sensei explained that the villain attack shouldn't be considered a thing that happened by chance. So I could see why that would work. But with that, I've found in my experience, young Midoriya, that there are many instances that seem like they happened by chance but have an explanation when one looks deep enough. This isn't necessarily as certain as those things, but there are still connections that are relevant. All Might's eyes shifted slightly in a show of contemplation before he focused back on Izuku in the present day. His tone turned sheepish, to be frank. After what happened at the USJ, Aizawa told us to look after you more due to him being concerned about your guilt, and I worked with Tsukachi to look up the incident. I thought it likely that if you blamed yourself for something like the USJ happening just due to your quirk, you'd also blame yourself for whatever had happened to her. Izuku didn't comment on that. All Might had obviously had the right idea. From the details Tsukachi found, the accident happened around the afternoon at a street close to your local grocery store. It was noted that your mother often went to the store at that time. Why yeah, I mentioned that in a follow-up I think. Izuku had to avert his eyes again as he tried not to think too deeply about the current conversation. But even the sight of the non-offensive bland white bed covers stirred the sick feeling in his stomach. Now, I'm not sure if you know this, but the driver of the incident also had a reason to be there. He'd had a previous ticket for driving under the influence, and when they questioned his family, they said he was an alcoholic who often went to the store even in the middle of drinking sessions to restock. He habitually started drinking in the afternoon, and that grocery store was also the one he frequented since it's around where they live. Izuku had to mentally pause for a few seconds. I know it may still seem like a coincidence, and in a way, it was, All Might explained as his hand came forward to grasp Izuku's shoulder firmly. However, this was no random occurrence. Both your mother and the perpetrator were following their normal behavior and schedules, which put them in the same place at the same time. It's undeniable that them crossing paths was unfortunate, but the paths were there. His eye blinked back up towards All Might in bewilderment at the new information. What does knowing this do? Does it even help or change anything? Isn't this just? Midoriya, I'm going to tell you something that people important to me tried to tell me. Something that I wish I listened to sooner, now that I have students that I want to teach this to. All Might's fingers gripped his shoulder harder, but it didn't hurt. His hand almost seemed brittle, rather than the unstoppable fist that Izuku's seen blow through villains like nothing. He looked straight at Izuku without faltering. You don't need to carry this burden. When things go wrong, it doesn't have to be your fault. Just whatever you can do is enough. Don't take it all upon yourself, and don't force yourself through the pain. When you're faced with troubles like your last fight, battles where you need a moment to breathe, let yourself take that breath. It will help keep you alive in the long run. He should just accept the words, let them wash over him without comment even when he knew he wasn't taking them in. People worried less when they thought you were listening to them. But he couldn't contain the rising confusion and discontent that swirled under his skin along with the little energy he could feel his quirk recovering. Too much was wrong, had been wrong ever since All Might showed up on his doorstep and just changed the way things were supposed to be. I don't understand. You don't make any sense. Izuku almost whispered under his breath, but within the quiet of the room All Might still heard him. You have a kind heart, one that feels the need to help everyone and therefore feels all the pain of failure when you can't help, even for things out of your control. I understand it's hard to accept those things aren't actually your failures. However, that's not what I mean. Izuku had to lower his hands onto the bed just to fist the covers, his brow pinching together in stress tension. The frustration was mounting in his voice as he cried out. That's not what anyone said before. That's not you said before. I thought this is what we were supposed to do. Isn't it? He flung his scarred hand out as though what he spoke of hung in the room around them, even though it wasn't a physical thing. Plus ultra, go beyond, isn't that what you tell us to do? Heroes are supposed to do better. They're supposed to win and save people, even when it's hard or impossible. You never used pain as an excuse. That's what I learned whenever I watched you on TV. And everyone always agreed. So why is it when I try to push through and win? When I try to help? When I think of ways I could have prevented bad things from happening? When I try to smile through it like you do? It's not the right thing to do. He couldn't handle the wide look of All Might's gaze anymore, so he let his head fall into the palms of his upturned hands the way it wanted to. That way he didn't have to look at anything anymore. He could feel his fingers trembling around his face, and his remaining eye burned even when it was shut, though it didn't cry. The strength in his tone had completely dissipated. It doesn't make sense. No one ever said it's okay to not be okay. But it should have been obvious, right? Everyone just expects you to know that, but I never figured it out. I feel so stupid. All Might's grip tightened again, reminding Izuku his hand was still there, but he didn't look up. There was something unidentifiably heavy in All Might's words, in the exhaustion of his voice. You're not stupid. It's not obvious. Not when it's not said as much as it should be. Even though all I wanted was to be strong for everyone else, to help people feel enough hope to pull them through, I also ended up teaching the generations who watched me things I didn't intend to pass on. For that, I am sorry. Izuku hadn't been looking for an apology. He didn't want one. Not when All Might had just been doing his best. It wasn't his fault that his best was better than almost everyone else's. All men are not created equal. Izuku had already known that. I just wish I could be better. It feels like I'm the only one that's not moving forward. It's not just you. Everyone else can do it so easy too. It's not that you aren't as good or as capable as your peers, young Midoriya. It's just that the trials you face are not the same as the ones they have. I know you are moving forward, even if to you the change is so small it can't be seen. Small steps become large ones over time, and we will help you make even more steps. That is one thing I will promise you. It should have been a relief to know that the number one hero, his hero, was here to save the day. To know that the help that he should have been wishing for had arrived. He was being comforted and told all the things he had wanted to hear. It's not your fault. Just what you can do is enough. You are moving forward. But there is no relief, and he had never wished for help in the first place. Maybe the weight in his chest lightened a little, as it did with all of Hitoshi's kind words, but the heaviness dragging him down kept him from fully embracing it. In the end, within that quiet room, everything changed, and yet nothing had changed, too. I suppose the first thing we should cover is your living situation. Would you prefer to stay under the guardianship of your current foster family? Because if you are dissatisfied, you can be taken in as a ward of the school instead. Izuku was blindsided by the principal's first question. After All Might had apparently reported his answers, he was brought from the infirmary to the principal's office to go over how the school would move forward with him. He'd heard that Hitoshi was still waiting for him and wanted to see him right away, but it seemed like they weren't about to let him go so easily. The principal, All Might, and Eraserhead all looked at him expectantly. It made Izuku wish he didn't have to deal with any of this to begin with. It's not like they could just ignore what they knew, though. However, All Might ended up being the one to question. You can do that. For cases when a student's guardians are not sufficient in taking care of the student? Yes. Though it makes things less complicated that this is fostering and not full parentage. It's not a very orthodox thing to do even for UA, but there has been precedence for it years ago. The principal shrugged his little shoulder at All Might, before facing Izuku from across his desk again. The real question is whether you feel like they are up to the challenge and if you wish to stay, but from how they failed to notice your troubles even after you became a danger to yourself. Well, I certainly trust my staff with looking out for you. The situation would have to be monitored even more if we have to train them too. Although we still have to inform them of what we learned, as is their right currently. That should help streamline the process. Izuku was silent for too long, trying to think of how to answer. Even without Izuku looking up at him, the principal clued in on his thought process. He was a bit too intuitive for Izuku's comfort. It's no trouble on our part making you a ward. In fact, it would make your condition easier to monitor. As there exists the possibility of you slipping and becoming a danger to yourself again, it's imperative that the people looking after you are fully capable of handling that sort of situation. Also, please don't choose your answer based on how you think the Harukas will feel about it. Giving you the best environment to settle in is our top priority. He had to keep himself from fidgeting in his seat. Oh, okay. It's more than just that, though. Izuku couldn't bring himself to say the problem aloud, certain it'd be seen as a petty thing. Eraserhead was the one to sound off with a familiar sigh. It's your friend, isn't it? You want to stay with him still. If the current discussion wasn't so serious and he didn't have so many intimidating eyes on him, Izuku's face would have heated up at that. As it was, he just kept his gaze down on the desk in front of him. I am sorry. I know you can't make a decision based off of that. I just need to get used to living separately from him. We'll still see each other at school like normal friends, but he really doesn't want to have to do that. He'd rather do anything else, to be honest. The thought of going most of his day without seeing Hitoshi. Shinso has shown enough discomfort with your guardians that we would be able to take him too if he wanted. So in this case, it's fine. Izuku had to glance up at that, and saw that Eraserhead was leveling him a serious stare. After a few seconds to consider that idea, he said, if he's okay with it, then I'd be fine with becoming a ward of the school. Yeah. The principal popped back into the conversation. Very good. You don't have to worry about anything. We'll get the proper papers in order and discuss the situation with the Harukas. You'll probably have to stay with them for another day or so, but I ensure you will be able to move you out quickly. Where will we be staying after that? As a ward, who would be in charge of us? Those were probably the most important questions to ask. As it happens, we have a prototype of a dorm building somewhere off the main campus that I had built to test out the schematics. There's no current plans to implement a dorm system, but it is something being considered. That should be the perfect housing for you. Principal Nezu tapped one of his little paws against his cheek in a moment of thought. We can set up a teacher rotation to have one teacher with you each night and during the weekends. That would be a lot of extra hours for one hero, especially since even when they're teaching here, the staff often still take up missions out in the field on their off hours. We also want you to be comfortable with whoever we choose. Therefore, the best choices would be Eraserhead and All Might. If you branch out and become more familiar with the other staff, we can add them onto the rotation too, but it's best to start off with abundant consistency between your day-to-day life. He raised his paw in the air as though he was volunteering in class. I also don't mind popping in sometime. The idea of the principal of UA personally overseeing him was vaguely terrifying, but Izuku didn't mention that in fear it would come off as offensive. That sounds okay, but will All Might be able to do that? He eyed All Might, who currently sat in his true form. While I'd prefer to tell as little people about me as possible, I would be the best teacher for this sort of position. My hero work is very limited due to my time limit, so I would be willing to do my part this way instead. All Might smiled softly at him like he had before. And I would be glad to look after you, young Midoriya. It will be time well spent. Eraserhead resounded that sentiment. Though not with the obvious affection All Might spoke with, it's no inconvenience to me to watch you either. Having a reduced commute time will help increase efficiency with my grading, lesson planning, and such too. That somewhat lightened the heaviness in his chest at the thought that he was placing an extra burden on his teachers, but not completely. Izuku decided to just nod in agreement. The principal smiled pleasantly at his answer and continued on. All right, I believe the last major thing we need to cover is a certain question I have. Why did you apply for the hero course, Midoriya? Why? I just couldn't help but think about it while All Might went down to talk to you. Your behavior is still inconsistent. Despite the bad feeling the question and analysis was giving Izuku, the principal explained his logic almost casually. If you're easily prone to guilt and things having been your fault, it stands to reason you wouldn't feel confident that you could effectively help people as a hero, and yet you applied for the course regardless. That gives me the sense we still don't have the full picture of your circumstances. Talking to Principal Nezu is officially worse than talking to Katsuki. Katsuki might be able to see through him, but at least he only gets mad and yells about it. The principal can see right through him and will pull out Izuku's insides to show him in person, before making him confess to them. Well, Izuku stammered, trying to get out a response. He wanted to lie, but there wasn't much of a point when they knew everything else already. He could only hope Hitoshi didn't hear of this. When I was young I wanted to be a hero, so it's not like I wouldn't like it if that happened. But it's true that I stopped believing that was possible. Hitoshi was the one that suggested I apply. He wanted me to try to find something to strive for again, I guess, but the thing that made it appealing was that he said we could help each other become heroes, that I could help him be a hero. Izuku had to glance away towards the corner of the room closest in view of his eye before awkwardly getting to the point. So I decided at least one thing I knew I'd be able to do if I got accepted was that I could make a spot for Hitoshi later by dropping out. Principal Nezu spoke slowly, like the hamster wheels in his mind were spinning furiously, processing thoughts Izuku could only guess at. I see. And I'm guessing he doesn't know you decided that. Izuku contained a wince and just nodded slightly, still not looking at the principal of the top hero school in the nation, who he had just admitted to being in their highly valued course just for the purpose of dropping it later. God, this is embarrassing. The three heroes were silent for a moment, making the tension in Izuku's body climb higher with suspense. Eraserhead was the one to break the silence. F it, Nezu, I know this is faster than how this usually goes, but the only Gen Ed student that showed promise in the first years was Shinso Hitoshi. Why don't we just cut to the chase and give him the opportunity to get the open spot in my class? Izuku's head swerved at breakneck speeds to stare at his teacher, who was only looking at the principal with a vaguely frustrated expression. All Might spoke his own shock at the words. I would never have expected you to admit someone to the course so easily. Aizawa, Eraserhead quickly cut him off. I'm not saying he automatically gets the spot. We can have something of a trial period. During the week my students have their workplace study, he can be with me, and I'll confirm if he meets the cut. It just seems pointless to me to ignore the potential of a student who possesses a quirk that has an obvious place within our work and who has already saved a person with it. The principal hummed a high tone and responded, I do also see the potential of his quirk, and it's also true he's proven his character. It's a vacancy in your class, so I'll allow you to fill it as you see fit. Izuku's mind was still blank with shock, and before he could process the decision fast enough to get excited for Hitoshi, Eraserhead turned to him to give him another serious and intimidating stare. Now he'll either get to join the course, be put on the waiting list if I think he needs more independent training, or be denied outright, in which case you dropping does nothing. Now what you need to do is decide if you really want to stay in this course or not. Aizawa-kun, don't give me that. Eraserhead shot back at All Might's almost forlorn sigh of his name, then explained to Izuku, as a teacher of UA, I cannot allow you to remain in my class if you aren't serious about becoming a hero. This is for your own sake. Even if you pass the requirements to remain in the course, this is an extremely demanding job. It will undoubtedly be easier for you to stay mentally sound if you choose a different career path. There was a pause where Izuku felt like he was supposed to reply in some way, but he didn't have the faintest idea of what to say. Eraserhead took it as an opportunity to get his point across more. That's not to say you can't stay in the course and become a hero. Bakugo is most likely going to be moved to Vlad King's class, so you don't have to worry about him. I truly believe if we manage your condition well enough, you can become an effective hero without sacrificing your well-being. But you can't be in this course just to help out your friend. You need to be in this course for you, because you want to strive for this and you believe you at least have a chance at accomplishing it. Understand? Eraserhead stared at him. Izuku stared back. His mind was too blank to even think of what he wanted, and the pressure of the situation kept it that way. You don't need an answer now, young Midoriya. We still have some time. Just think on it later, okay? All Might broke through the tension with gentle words. When Izuku turned his stare towards him instead, he smiled softly again. It made a pang resound through Izuku. He hadn't really noticed before how All Might's behavior resembled his mom's. They were such different personalities, with All Might's hero form's boisterousness and his mother's nervous energy that he inherited from her. But when All Might was shrunken into his true form, and he spoke to Izuku carefully and softly like he was doing now and had in the infirmary, it reminded him of how Mom used to also speak softly and hold him gently in her arms when he was upset. That will be an important decision going forward. But like All Might said, we have other things to work through first. We may have to move you out of the class regardless as well. The principal rounded off the discussion, handing Izuku a couple of sheets of paper from across his desk. He flipped through them to see it was filled with questions such as in everyday life, how would you describe your general mood? And on a scale of very frequent to none at all, how often do you feel bouts of intense anxiousness? There were also bigger questions asking about suicidal ideation, depression, etc. It must be the questionnaire All Might referred to. Please try to fill this out by tomorrow. It will help make the appointment that we'll set up with Hound Dog progress more smoothly. I must ask that you fill it out as truthfully as possible. This appointment is for my evaluation, right? Will it also be tomorrow? That's correct. The students have tomorrow and the next day off, so it's the perfect opportunity to get these things sorted out, Principal Nedzu replied, before asking, do you want to go see Shinso-kun now? I'm going to call your guardians to see if they can come today to talk in person. If we can set the meeting up soon, you'll have some waiting time to get through. Izuku didn't like the impending doom of the Harukas arriving and all this change being set in motion, but he couldn't refuse a chance to see Hitoshi. He gave his agreement and was led out of the office to another room. When Eraserhead opened the door to reveal Hitoshi sitting alone on a couch, Hitoshi shot up to his feet at the same moment Izuku rushed through the doorway. He stayed standing next to Hitoshi though and glanced back at his teacher, not wanting to do anything while someone was still there. He thought Eraserhead would come into the room also, but instead he just nodded once, then closed the door. Izuku wondered if he was keeping watch on the other side to make sure Izuku didn't leave. It was only a vague thought compared to what was right in front of him. Izuku gave in to the urge to latch onto a wide-eyed Hitoshi's arm like he usually did, causing the other to stiffen under his grip. However, the feeling of Hitoshi's presence didn't calm his tension as much as it typically did. The uncertainty of everything made him too high-strung. Hitoshi-kun, I'm sorry, I'm so tired of today. There was a long pause before Hitoshi said anything. Shouldn't you be upset with me? Izuku looked up to see Hitoshi gazing down at him with uneasy stare. He explained at Izuku's prompting look, I told them about everything. He felt like he should smile at Hitoshi for reassurance, but he didn't think either of them wanted that right now. That's okay. I mean, you telling them was technically the right thing to do, even if I didn't want it. And there's nothing you could do that I wouldn't forgive you for. Hitoshi scowled at that, his confusion turning into frustration. Izuku, even if it was right, you're allowed to get mad at me for it still. You're allowed to feel like I did something that wronged you. I'm not always going to be in the right. And just because I want to do something you don't want doesn't mean what you want doesn't matter. But you were this time, so what's the problem? Izuku was mystified as to why Hitoshi almost seemed like he wanted Izuku to be upset with him. Hitoshi averted his gaze to the floor in a show of guilt. They didn't tell you, huh? Why would they? There was enough shit to deal with regardless. That sent his anxiety soaring. Before he could even ask, Hitoshi forced his eyes back up to Izuku and continued in a low voice. First off, did they at least tell you about how this all happened with me shouting at Bakugo? Yes, and you don't care that Bakugo knows about you trying to hurt yourself. Oh, I didn't think it that far through, actually. There was a lot they wanted to talk about. Izuku admitted he tried to turn it back around in Hitoshi's favor though, but if anyone was going to find out, it was going to be Katsuki. He knows me the best. So, that's still fine I think. Instead of looking relieved, Hitoshi scowled and glanced away for a brief second. He confessed with words full of apprehension, Izuku. Bakugo wasn't the only one that was there to hear all that. He tried to think through what had happened given the context clues. Well, at least one teacher had to have been there for them to have found out, but I'm guessing there was someone other than that too. That was something he wouldn't want. But working around one other person knowing wasn't downright awful considering everything else that had happened today. Along with Bakugo there was Eraserhead and All Might, and Tokoyami, and Uraraka, and Todoroki, and one upperclassman you've probably never met. Izuku's thought process came to a screeching halt as I stared unfocused at Hitoshi. And if he had the habit of being more expressive, his jaw probably would have dropped. He leaned back away from the arm he was still holding to get a better look at Hitoshi's face. Hitoshi preemptively started rambling. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I was being effing stupid. Eraserhead was literally trying to hold me back after I punched the guy. And I saw your classmates coming. But nothing else mattered because Bakugo was in front of me and had no idea how much he effing hurt you. I couldn't contain myself after I saw what he did in that fight and how you couldn't fight back. Izuku stared a bit longer without much progress in processing everything. His brain thankfully jumped to the easiest thing to ask about. Who? Why was there some random person there? I think he showed up around when All Might did. I didn't notice when either of them came around, and they were by each other. Eraserhead said his name was Tagata Mirio. Something to ask All Might about then. He wasn't looking forward to another awkward conversation. This one was hard enough as it was. Why? He finally had to come around to say it. Why would you say anything with the others around? Hitoshi winced. I got too emotional and lost my shit, but I know that's not an excuse. I should have done this the right way and privately told Eraserhead. Not let it all air out in a scream fest. I'm really sorry. But they know now. How did they react? Why did he ask that question? He didn't want to know. Just thinking about what they think of him now makes him not want to come back to school after the break. Hitoshi took a moment to decide how to answer, before he looked straight at Izuku and said, honestly, they took it pretty hard. People usually don't like it when the people they care about are hurting and they don't notice it. And I was brutal with the way I described it since I was directing it at Bakugo. I think out of the three of them Todoroki took it the best. Because apparently he could tell right away you have issues. I was probably a bit too honest in my conversation with him. Yeah, Izuku reflected in hindsight. However, he didn't comment anything more. He supposed it was convenient that Todoroki was part of the group that hurt Hitoshi and not one of their other friends instead then. But they haven't even been friends for more than a day. Not to mention Tokoyami was the one he talked to most other than Hitoshi, so there would be no avoiding what he thought of this, and Uraraka. Uraraka was probably the one who's both the most emotionally well-balanced and cheerful out of them all. There was no way she had been prepared to deal with Izuku's shit. And Izuku didn't even want to think about how there was just some student he'd never met that now knows more about him than half of his friends. Maybe switching classes wouldn't be that bad. He could just not talk to them. No, that's dumb and mean. Izuku wants to be able to talk to them normally still. But is that even possible? Izuku, can you say something please? He blinked himself out of his spiraling thoughts to glance back at Hitoshi, who still stared at him pensively. Just get it out of the way and be honest about this, okay? Don't just say it's fine, because I know you can't be fine with this. Don't pretend like you are. Hitoshi waved his free hand towards where Izuku was still loosely holding his arm, like it was a sign Izuku was pretending he was fine with Hitoshi. Izuku gave Hitoshi a long stare, before he finally figured out what he was feeling. I don't know how else to say this, but I don't have time to get angry at you right now. You don't have time. My life is. There's just too much shit going on right now, okay? Izuku's voice began to rise and pitch up, the tension and uneasiness inside of him partly shifting into frustration. As he could finally vocalize what a effing mess he was in. I have to decide if I want to stay with the Harukas or become a ward of the school. I have to ask if you would want to become a ward of the school because even if I have the option, I just can't imagine handling any of it without you. I have to decide if I actually want to be a hero or not. And if I don't, Eraserhead is dropping me from the class, and even if I do, they might drop me anyway if I don't pass whatever evaluation they're giving me tomorrow. I have to fill out a questionnaire. How am I supposed to do that when I can barely answer single questions without lying? And since they're planning on trying you out for the hero course, it's going to be either I'm in general education with no real friends or I'm in the hero course with you but also with other friends that now know I tried to kill myself. Not to mention the hero I've idolized since childhood also knows about that too. And that's only the first steps of the rest of my school life. Who knows when they'll let me out of therapy? I'll probably be doing it for all 3 years I'm here. You say that like it's a prison sentence. So if you could just let me enjoy the only good thing in my life right now, which is you, and not force me to start conflicts I can put off until after I deal with everything else and can actually think about it. It would be very appreciated. I need you now more than ever." With that final statement, Izuku doubled down and pressed back into Hitoshi's arm and sighed again. He let his head fall in exhaustion and rested his forehead against Hitoshi's shoulder, firmly blocking out the rest of the world from his perception. After a few tension-filled seconds, Hitoshi's other hand came up to rub his lower back and return the embrace. It was only then that Izuku could finally feel at least a small sense of relief. "Let's work through what we can now, then. If you're okay with whatever setup UA will put you in, I'll go with you. Before you started living in that house, I sorta hated living there. Even if they're coming around, Fayuki and Aki can get by without us." Hitoshi's soft words helped the feeling of relief grow, though it was nowhere as big as the eclipsing anxiousness that filled his body. Izuku still counted it as small positive. "Oh, okay. I'd like to do that, then. Okay. As for the other thing, do you think you still need more time to think on it, or will that not help?" "I really don't know. I feel like it would be nice if I can be a hero, but I don't know. I don't know if I want it as much as I had before, and I don't feel like I can be one, even if other people say I can." "Right. Okay, just tell them that then. Maybe they could help you figure it out more with their perspectives as actual pro-heroes. Does that sound like a good plan?" "Why, yeah. And as for the others," the hand on his back paused its movements, making Izuku wonder what Hitoshi was thinking about. "It'll be awkward at first, but they're only upset because they care about you. You don't need to worry about it so much. They'll still be your friends as long as you let them be. You guys just have to figure out your new normal now, just like we did when I found out." Izuku hadn't thought about how he'd basically gone through this same process with Hitoshi. On that day he planned to die. There had also been a moment where they had to talk everything out and Izuku had to bare his soul, but in return, he had gotten the friendship he had with Hitoshi now out of it, a closeness he had never experienced before. Things had turned out better than okay. It was hard to imagine the same thing happening, but maybe Izuku could hope for this not being the end to the life he had. "Do you feel better now?" Do you feel better, now that you don't have to be the only one who knows?" Izuku expanded his question in a whisper. He still didn't lift his face from Hitoshi's shoulder. If you really got so overwhelmed you couldn't care about anyone else, it must have been building for a while, right? It must have been hard for you to be the only one to know and to be the only one looking out for me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that from you." Hitoshi insisted. "You don't need to apologize for relying on me. I'm glad you did. And I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. But I do feel somewhat better, yeah." That was all Izuku needed to know. Whatever happened, whatever changes he faced from this, he would try to accept them all. Because if Hitoshi can be in a better place due to those anxiety-inducing changes knocking at his door, then he'll let them in. It turned out that the Harukas were available to come to UA immediately. They had been watching the tournament, and when Izuku got hurt, they prepared themselves for getting a call and heading over, though it hadn't been the type of call they'd been expecting. Thankfully, the principal didn't force Izuku or Hitoshi to be in that meeting, but they still had to deal with the afterward of it. Haruka Nori had a blotchy face and wet eyes that made it clear she had been crying, while Haruka Naru couldn't even look at them. To make necessary preparations on both ends, Izuku and Hitoshi went home with them for the night, and Izuku's pretty sure it was the most awkward car ride he's had in his entire life. When they drove into the driveway of the house, the Harukas made no move to get out. After a minute of silence, Haruka Nori braved herself to turn around and look at him, and rasped in a quiet voice, "Midoriya-kun, I'm sorry we didn't notice. I'm so sorry. We failed you completely. If Shinso hadn't been looking out for you." Her voice hitched and her eyes shut, and a hand came flying up to her mouth as though to help contain a sob. I don't know what we would have done. It's not your fault." He didn't know how else to respond. "It is." Her husband spoke for the first time since they got in the car, letting the other have a moment to catch her shaking breath. Haruka Naru still stayed facing forward, probably boring holes into the steering wheel with his eyes. "We didn't provide a welcoming enough environment for you to feel comfortable living with us, and that was our job. I took what you showed us at face value because I didn't want to look deeper. We were in a position where we could have helped you, where we could have built trust between you or Shinso and us enough for you to turn to us, and I wasted it. UA won't see any problems from us with transitioning you into their care. I'm sorry." Haruka Nori lowered her hand and faced them again, as she regained control of herself. What do you want to tell the other kids?" "We'll tell them however much you want to let them know." They ended up only telling the others that the two of them were leaving to be put the care of UA. When Izuku first walked in, Fayuki ran over from the couch and Aki rushed forward to wrap her arms around his legs and cry. After they all calmed her down, the Harukas delivered the news. And when Fayuki asked why the school had to take them in, Haruka Naru explained that they were being given that option due to them being in foster care. technically not a lie, but not really the actual reason either. Fuyuki assured them that he would keep in touch and demanded the same of them even after they made the big time and became super rich and popular heroes. Remember your roots with the little people. Izuku forced out a chuckle while Hitoshi rolled his eyes in a show before agreeing. Aki asked who their parents would be at UA. And when Izuku came up with the excuse that the whole school were their parents, she got sparkly-eyed with subdued excitement at the idea. During this time, Natsume sat on the couch observing without approaching. It wasn't until later when Izuku and Hitoshi were getting ready for bed, and Izuku was still fretting over how to answer some of the questions he had to fill out, that they crossed paths with her on the way to the bathroom. Hitoshi pushed forward to partially block Izuku from Natsume, something that made her glare. I swear Natsume, now is not the day to pull any shit. Just try me. I wasn't gonna make a fuss, I just wanted to say my parting words. This is the last chance I'll get to, and seeing you guys in that festival just made me want to get it off my chest more. She directed her stare at Izuku now, and it wasn't a glare, but he had to keep himself from shrinking back at it anyway. Do you know what you're getting into, going to that school? Hitoshi answered before he could. Yeah, you go to UA to be a hero. What else would we be getting into? And do you even know what it means to be a hero, Shinso? Do you really think just anyone can walk into UA and magically they walk out after 3 years of pro? It's not a job everyone can do. She stopped scowling at Hitoshi again to direct her words at Izuku. The reason why I'm stuck in this house instead of being with my parents is because a supposed pro hero effed up. He wasn't good enough at his job, and he wasn't the one who paid the price for it. Their murderer was just like any other villain with any other villain quirk, stealing shit and mowing down the people who got in their way. And he couldn't even handle that. When I saw the interview where he said he was controlling the situation until a hero with a more suitable quirk came, I almost broke my laptop. Hitoshi leaned back in shock at the information, making Izuku think this had never gotten around even before he started living with the Harukas. Izuku could only stare into Natsume's judging eyes. Maybe you can make it into the school with your villain quirk, and maybe you won't end up a villain, fine. But no matter how well you did in the beginning portion of the festival, if you can't follow through, this isn't the job for you. It's not enough to just get by. You're going into a line of work where you have to keep scumbags from killing people. Not being better than them means those people die. So the only thing I have to say to both of you is either you need to kick your asses into gear over these next 3 years, or prepare yourselves for disappointment. Sticking her nose up, Natsume about face to turn her back to them and walk away, obviously done with the one-sided conversation. Izuku didn't have a problem with letting her go, still digesting what she'd said, but Hitoshi responded in a low voice, "Do you think that excuses you?" Huh? Natsume paused to turn a sharp eye towards Hitoshi. You think, what? That because someone with a villain like quirk killed your folks that everyone else is gonna be the same? That we're gonna be the same? You don't even know us, and you're comparing us to a killer and treat us like crap. Izuku wanted to tell Hitoshi to just let it go. All they had to do was wait literally one night and they wouldn't have to deal with Natsume or her conflict with them. But he instinctively disliked the idea of doing so with Natsume herself there. It wasn't good to show discord in front of what could be considered an opposing force. He'd do the same if Hitoshi got into a fight with the Harukas, for example. Natsume responded roughly, "I'm not here to talk about that. Call me paranoid or whatever you want. But there's a lot more people than me that aren't gonna trust you because of your quirk and for lesser reasons than I have. And I know I don't know anything about you guys. Do you think that story they gave us sounded normal? Even for a school like UA, taking in student wards is bizarre. You guys are obviously up to something." She turned back around before continuing. "And in any case, I don't think you're like that anymore, but I still don't trust you. I wouldn't trust you to be able to save me if you do become heroes. You should know that it's not just me that's gonna think like that." With that, Natsume got her chance to walk away. Hitoshi looked like he was going to argue more, but Izuku grabbed him by the shoulder to get his attention. "Don't, I think she has a point. She told us that for our benefit." Probably. Hitoshi rose his eyebrows in an incredulous look. But he let Izuku explain, "There's a lot of people like her who have that prejudice. When you become a hero, and if I become a hero, we'll have to prove them wrong. We don't have to prove shit to anyone other than UA and the people who would give us our licenses. They're the ones in the wrong." Hitoshi scoffed with obvious spite in his tone. Even considering that, we would have to prove them wrong because it'd be our job. A hero. When a real hero arrives to help someone, it should let them feel safe. They should be able to trust that the hero will save them like the way everyone trusts All Might will save them. That's the kind of hero I would want to be. What about you?" Hitoshi glanced away from him with a grimace. Izuku knew he thought the same way, but he didn't want to have to play by the rules set by people who looked down on him. It was a sort of pride that Izuku didn't carry. By the next day they were packed up, and a racer had arrived in the morning to escort them back to school. Luckily, Izuku had managed to push out all of the questionnaires' answers by then, though many were lacking in detail. His teacher took the papers saying Hound Dog will have gone over them by the time his evaluation happened in the afternoon, but for now, they just had to get set up in their new living space. This is a replica of the building layout we would build if UA were to install dorms, so there are many rooms to choose from. However, we ask that your room choices be on the same floor. All Might and I will have our own rooms on that floor too. Each floor wing has 4 rooms, so it works out well, Eraserhead said as they walked up to the pristine-looking building. The inside was modestly furnished with a large common area, a long dining table, and a well-stocked kitchen. There were large shared restrooms and bathing areas on the first floor of the 2 wings, and even elevators to head up to the dorm floors. Overall, it was way too much for just the 2 of them. If they weren't just using what was already available, Izuku would feel bad about taking up these kinds of resources. After checking out the second-floor rooms, he and Hitoshi decided just to take rooms there for convenience. Hitoshi chose the room at the end of the hall while he took the room right next door. Izuku noted that Eraserhead chose the room next to his. Izuku set up his various talismans and decorations again, making sure to put the lucky cat Hitoshi got him right on his nightstand. When he was done though, he couldn't help but think the room looked emptier without Hitoshi's stuff around. He'll miss sharing a room with Hitoshi, but it was better than them living separately like what could have happened. Right when he was finishing up, he overheard Eraserhead's voice outside in the hall, standing next to the door. He was about to open the door to announce he was finished, but the end of the sentence he caught made him hesitate. In the next couple of days. But after that, Hound Dog will have a normal schedule. You should consider setting up an appointment yourself either with him or another counselor. Hitoshi's voice sounded in reply. I don't see why that's necessary. Having to constantly consider the welfare of one of your friends and fear that they'll hurt themselves when you're not watching isn't a normal experience. Talking through it with someone will help you transition out of the mindset that this is your responsibility and let you start focusing on yourself more. Why are you saying it like that? It's not my responsibility, what? Like just cause you're here I suddenly don't have to worry about him anymore and it's not my problem. I'm gonna look out for him regardless. I'm not saying you have to fully detach from the situation. It's just that you need to trust us to take the lead on taking care of him. This isn't the type of thing a child should have to handle on their own, and there's a reason for that. It's a lot to handle. Even adult caretakers have to work in conjunction with others for it. It obviously took a toll on you. That's why you spoke out inappropriately like you did. The stress got too much, right? There was a moment of silence. Before Eraserhead finished, just think about it. A door closed somewhere. And Izuku didn't leave his room like he'd planned. Instead, he laid down on his new bed. Thoughts having diverged from wondering if black bed sheets would be too much to Hitoshi. I'm not always going to be in the right. And just because I want to do something you don't want doesn't mean what you want doesn't matter. Now that some of his life's impending changes had been checked off, Izuku could calm down enough to think about that additional impending mess. When he thought about it, Hitoshi just going off and spilling everything with their friends around frustrated him. He was technically the reason why Izuku had to face all these things and decisions he didn't want to. But it was easy for Izuku to forgive that part. He'd already warned Izuku he would tell if he felt like he had to. And telling was the right thing to do. It wasn't so easy to dismiss the way he did it and the unnecessary consequences Izuku now had to face from it, mainly in the form of having to face his friends now. Friends that he had just gotten used to the idea of having. But he also realized, because of that same incident, the burden he had been putting on Hitoshi. Eraserhead confirmed it just now. Izuku had been asking him to do something that had hurt him. So Tokoyami and the others finding out could be considered an indirect consequence of his own decision. All this time he'd been trying to do things that helped Hitoshi, but the things he had asked for in return did the exact opposite of that. Everything really is always his fault in the end. Even Hitoshi is better off without him. There was no time to be thinking this now. He still hadn't gotten to the end of the day yet. So it was with mind as blank as he could get it that Izuku was escorted by Eraserhead into the school proper. He took him down a hallway near where Izuku had his one-time session to an office labeled with the Hound Hero, Hound Dog. After hearing that Hound Dog would apparently be the one giving his assessment, Izuku had looked him up the night before to see that the hero also somehow had a license to practice therapy, which was why the school employed him as the lifestyle guidance counselor. This was shocking even after having been told Hound Dog was giving the assessment because Izuku had seen several clips of the man getting angry in a particularly dog-like way. It gave Izuku a mental image of Hound Dog growling at him for not answering his questions or something, which even he could tell wasn't very good counseling. But he must be effective if the school kept him in his position and the principal was handing over a case like Izuku's to him. And so here he was sitting on a plush couch with the Hound Hero looking calmer than he'd seen in those videos. He sat on a chair adjacent to Izuku's spot in the little corner of the room they were in rather than the desk setup where he did his paperwork. It was probably to help clients feel more comfortable, but Izuku's posture was still stiff from his internal tension. Hound Dog had a clipboard in his hand that he didn't look at in favor of looking right at Izuku. and a table to his side that had a container filled with what suspiciously looked like bone-shaped dog treats. Izuku tried not to look at those and focus his eye on Hound Dog's direction when he started to speak. Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you. My name is Uraraka, or as you probably know better, Hound Dog. I'll be handling this evaluation and most likely your future sessions. Do you have any questions to start off with? And not really, no. Izuku forced himself to answer the relatively easy question. He must have been overthinking things like usual, because Hound Dog both spoke and carried himself with an air of professionalism that was totally different than the howling rabid dog he'd been imagining. Just as he thought that, though, Hound Dog reached one of his large clawed hands out towards the clear container next to him to pull out a dog treat, and promptly threw it in his shout-like mouth to chomp on. Izuku kept himself from going bug-eyed at the sight. After he finished swallowing, Hound Dog explained, "My apologies. These are actually just sugar cookies. When I'm in this room, I reward myself for keeping my cool and forming my words properly by giving myself a treat every half hour. You can have some too if you'd like." Hound Dog gestured towards the cookies that Izuku will still forever think of as dog treats, and all he could do was politely decline the offer and no thank you. He purposely conditioned himself to have a Pavlovian response. Is that normal for anger management? Alright, I'll start by introducing my background. I started off as a normal hero, but after I did some part-time jobs acting as a therapy dog, I took an interest in counseling and did schooling on the side for it. Now I mainly work for UAS security and handling their counseling affairs. But occasionally I act as a therapy dog still. That can't possibly be normal. Even if he has a dog quirk, he's still human. How can he be a therapy dog? It's the same thing as petting a person. Is there anything about yourself you would like to tell me? Maybe your hobbies or things you enjoy. Izuku had to keep himself from tensing when Hound Dog finally shifted into starting the questioning, even if he began it with something innocuous. Do I have to? I like horror movies. He took a flash of inspiration from when All Might visited the Haruka house. Liking horror movies wasn't too abnormal of an interest and didn't give Hound Dog too much information. He didn't know why he was bothering when Hound Dog obviously read that entire questionnaire he filled out already, though. That's interesting. Do you watch older ones as well as what currently comes out? People that I know who like horror usually like the classics. Yeah, I just think they're cool. I remember in one of your responses, you stated you still typically enjoy the recreational activities you've done before. Would you say watching horror movies would be one of those things? How the hell did he transition that into a legitimate question? Why, yes, I would like to clarify some of your other answers for the questionnaire and discuss what I learned from it and what it tells me about you. To begin with, are you wondering why we had you fill it out? Not really, Izuku answered after a long pause. Hound Dog looked interested in his response, tilting his head slightly. Oh, not really as in you can already figure why we had you fill it out. Or not really as in you aren't interested in knowing why. I mean, it's like the principal said, right? Answering the questions in a form instead of in person helps speed up the process to make it more efficient. Instead of taking up time just gathering information, you can get right to diagnosis. Do you believe I'm going to diagnose you with a condition? He doesn't really want to speak it into existence, but honestly there must be something wrong with him. His non-answer was apparently enough for Hound Dog to level a steady, examining stare at him. Izuku couldn't help but compare it to the look of a watchdog and say, the medical field likes to give names to conditions, put illnesses in neat boxes with their own unique set of symptoms that can be identified. But biology is not always so clear-cut, especially biology concerning the brain. We have sets of questions and tests we ask patients to answer, but even those will not give a 100% yes or no diagnosis. It's based on the range of scores if you want to get specific, looking at degrees such as moderately depressed versus severely depressed. But a score cannot tell you everything. For example, you stated that you don't typically experience one notable symptom of depression, lack of enjoyment pursuing your interests, but you do experience others like notable apathy, guilt, and anxiety. The level of anxiety you reported might qualify for an anxiety disorder on its own. Actually, that's just what he needed, a combo set. He was sure if the thoughts in his mind had a voice, that one would sound like Hitoshi's sarcastic intonation. Hound Dog kept speaking. In addition to that, there are specific terms the field has to identify the same condition that may manifest in different ways. For example, you answered that your suicidal thoughts started with an event occurring, the death of your mother. This may be considered situational depression as onset occurred directly due to a major event in your life. But in another question you answered you have been feeling a sense of apathy for years now, starting before that event. Therefore, if you have depression, it might be clinical depression instead, which is more long-lasting. Basically, diagnosis of any conditions you may or may not have is a complicated matter that we will have to work through together over time. Today's session is going to focus on the immediate questions that need answering. How does that sound to you? That was a lot of words just to say there's a lot that could be wrong with you. He was sure Hound Dog didn't mean it like that, but that's how Izuku interpreted it. That sounds, manageable, was all he responded with, because it was less intimating than what he'd imagined going into the room. After going through some of his answers, Hound Dog explained that the main focus of the evaluation used to determine if previously suicidal heroes were fit to return to work was to see if they were currently planning an attempt, had moods where they faced the urge to make attempts, or were apathetic enough towards life where they wouldn't protect their own or others. Before he'd explained these criteria, Izuku had explained that while he still sometimes felt he was better off dead, said in a way that was very much not that caustically blunt, he hasn't been tempted to try again since his first and last botched attempt. That was apparently enough to clear him for the first two criteria. Preventing suicidal heroes from returning to work is important, not only to protect the life of the hero but also other heroes and civilians. Hound Dog laid out the logic for him. It was around this time he popped another dog treat in his mouth, which let Izuku know they'd been at it for about half an hour at that point. He wondered if that was intentional. The worst-case scenario would be that the hero suddenly decides to act on their urges and use a fight with an opportunity to end their life, possibly putting the heroes fighting with them and the people that needed rescuing in danger. The minimum requirement for a suicidal hero to return to work, therefore, is that they show no signs of doing such a thing and that they themselves truly feel like they wouldn't do that. Their feelings won't always reflect whether or not that's true, but just going in with a mind confident that they won't is a big help in mitigating that possibility. I wouldn't do that, Izuku immediately responded. I'm not saying that just to agree, too. I would never choose to kill myself in a way that inconvenienced or put other people in danger. Though I don't plan on trying to kill myself again in the first place. Hound Dog saved him from his awkward words trailing off into places he didn't want to go, giving a nod before saying, "And I believe that. It wouldn't fit from what I've seen of your profile. A bigger question is how you fit with the last criteria. I'm not gonna let myself die when Hitoshi is waiting for me to come back. And I wouldn't give up a fight if someone else's life was on the line. What happened at the USJ was, I was just doing what I thought I could and was prepared to make what I thought was an acceptable sacrifice. I thought it was my fault, so I thought I needed to take responsibility for it." That was all Izuku could say to that. Hound Dog nodded again. "You've said that your main motivation for living is your friend. We'll have to go back to that topic later, but it's true that it does give you a strong reason to protect yourself. The main issue, I think, is whether you'll feel guilt for incidents that occur in the field, and whether that will bring you back to the mindset that you have to take responsibility. How do you think you'll react to bad things happening on the job?" He'll probably think it's his fault, but he doesn't really want to answer that. Izuku had done a good job at giving real answers thus far into the session, not seeing a point to lying when he'd already personally written the evidence that would prove he was being deceitful. He'd found when answering the questionnaire that it was easier to force himself to respond honestly when it was to a blank piece of paper instead of an actual person, though it was still difficult to fill out. This was the first time that he was genuinely tempted to lie to Hound Dog. What if he answered truthfully and he didn't have the option to stay in Hitoshi's future class anymore? The question also brought other responses to his mind, though. Things he wouldn't have considered before his talk with All Might yesterday. When things go wrong, it doesn't have to be your fault. Just whatever you can do is enough. Izuku found it in himself to admit, I'll try not to do anything like that. All Might told me things that go wrong don't have to be my fault, but, well, I'm not sure how much I can believe that. I want to be able to feel like that someday. It will be a goal of ours to get you to that point in the future, then. It's okay that you still have things you need to work on. Midoriya, Nedzu wouldn't have given me your case if it wasn't like that. Hound Dog let his clipboard fall into his lap to give Izuku even more of his full attention. Again, attentive in a way Izuku would compare to an actual dog. On that note, would you want to go into the field as a hero? Principal Nedzu mentioned that one of the things we should cover today is if you feel motivated to continue the heroics course. Izuku tried to remember the advice Hitoshi gave him the other day. I don't really know still. I'd like to try, but I'd be afraid about whether it's really possible or not. And my ambition for it isn't like how it used to be. And it's more than just a case of needing a pros evaluation that you're a promising candidate, I'm guessing. The Racerhead has given his support for you, after all, and the man isn't easily impressed. It wasn't really a question, but Izuku nodded in confirmation anyway. Are you looking for concrete proof that you can be a hero? Did fighting villains at the USJ not provide that? It's hard to say that's proof I'd be good at this considering. Izuku pointed at his eye patch wordlessly. Hard to say he'd be a good hero when his first villain encounter ended with a lost organ. Right, as a hero, I can say your injury isn't an indication you're not good enough to be a hero in the future. Just the fact that you took out their strongest force is proof enough of your potential, but that wouldn't be enough for you given the context of what happened after. It'd be ludicrous to expect a brand new freshman to be capable of fighting villains of that caliber. Those villains, hurting children in my territory. If I had been around earlier, Oh, I woulda. Hound Dog broke into a quiet growl the more he spoke his last sentence, expression twisting for the first time and baring his teeth in the beginning of a snarl. Then all at once, he snapped his eyes and maw shut, holding it closed lightly with his hand. After exactly 10 seconds, he let go of his snout and refocused on Izuku, looking calm again. He also promptly rewarded himself for successfully calming down by taking another treat. Or at least that's what Izuku interpreted the additional treat as. My apologies. I take the security of UAS students very personally due to my nature. I hope I didn't frighten you. It's okay. When taken with all of Hound Dog's other dog-like behavior, the protective growling was sorta cute actually. Wait, that's not right. He's not actually a dog. Keep it together. Hound Dog cleared his throat before getting back on track. As I was saying, if you need something more concrete to make your decision, I would suggest participating in the workplace training week you students will have coming up soon. Workplace training isn't a full internship, more similar to shadowing heroes rather than acting as an independent hero in training. It would be the perfect opportunity to see how heroics is performed in real time that would also be heavily supervised by design. It would be easier to make a decision after seeing how the job is truly like rather than just having a vague idea based on your outside civilian perspective. What do you think of that idea? That would be great, actually. Yeah, Izuku certainly couldn't think of a better idea himself. There was only so far thinking in circles could get him. In full disclosure, one thing you have to consider is that we are required to inform the hero you go to for training that you have a history in attempting suicide and may be at continued risk for that. The idea went from being great to being absolutely horrible. Do you really have to do that? He asked somewhat stupidly. Hound Dog just explained to him plainly, not reacting like he'd asked a stupid question in class. Yes, it's part of the protocol for suicidal heroes entering the field under supervision of another hero as well. The person looking after you won't know what to watch for unless we tell them, so for both your safety and everyone else's, it's required. It's a liability issue. Won't they just deny me working under them then? Turning me away and taking another student would be much easier for them. It's true they have the right to decline your application after being informed that, as not all heroes are trained in working with these cases, but I can tell you not everyone will decline you. Competent heroes are willing to take on that liability. Don't be discouraged if your first choice rescinds their request for you, though. You aren't the problem. Kinda hard to believe that when he sort of is the problem. You don't have to participate if you don't want to, but I must inform you that this will apply to later internships. For full pro heroes, the regulation is that if they've made an attempt within a year or continue to have considerable suicidal ideation, they are required to work with another hero that is aware of this. With students, the regulations are more stringent, as they're still learning and will always have a hero directly responsible for their welfare. If you don't give consent to inform a hero for either workplace training or internship, there's not much the school can do for you in terms of trying to help you start a career in heroics. You would probably be transferred from the course until you become willing to agree to those terms, at the very least. He was about to say this was basically the same thing as immediately deciding if he wanted to stay in the heroics course. But Hound Dog anticipated that by saying, you consenting to this for workplace training isn't the same as fully declaring your intent to commit to the course. I'll make sure to communicate to the principal and Eraserhead that this is you gathering as much information as you can to make an informed decision. I know they'll agree to let you try this, so you don't have to worry about that either. Wandering toward the dog treat container, Izuku mulled over the idea for another minute. Then, he finally realized what Hound Dog was saying. Wait, does that mean I passed the evaluation? You passed it enough to qualify for workplace training, Hound Dog answered, the edge of his mouth curling into a slight smile that looked more like a smirk with his snout. He flashed Izuku a view of the paper on his clipboard, which was apparently the documented form of the evaluation. Izuku noted it wasn't the same as him fully passing the evaluation, but it was something. It was farther than he thought he would get. How does workplace training work in terms of the heroes we train under, exactly? You mentioned there would be requests. Some students have requests, but not all. Usually the students that make it into the tournament, and especially the ones that make it to the later round and finales. I would be surprised if you don't find yourself with a plethora of choices. You can choose one of the heroes that submitted an application for just a UA student and general too, though. The rest of your classmates would be choosing from that pool. Can I decide after I look at who sent me requests? Of course. The session ended on that note a full hour after it started. Eraserhead met him outside Hound Dog's office to walk him back to the dorm. When they arrived, Izuku was greeted with the sight of Hitoshi sitting in the living room staring in shock at the skeletal form of All Might. All Might smiled and waved at him when he caught sight of them entering the room. Thought I'd take the opportunity to explain my condition to young Shinso, as I'll be watching you two half the time. I'm moving in my things today as well. Gotta say, this isn't really how I expected this ward thing to start off, Hitoshi muttered. He slunk away with Izuku following right on his tail, and Izuku gave the two teachers a parting wave and smile before heading into the elevator. He dropped the smile when the doors closed, but didn't feel discontent. So how'd it go? It was not bad. I did well enough that they're letting me do workplace training. That's good. Hitoshi trailed off into awkward silence. The elevator dinged before the doors opened again, and they both exited. Hitoshi avoided Izuku's gaze. Like a racerhead, bringing up what he did this morning brought the tension from the incident back. Izuku felt that tension, too. He decided to bring up the topic himself instead of avoiding it like he preferred, for Hitoshi's benefit. I am a little mad about what happened now, but mostly I'm just sorry that I pushed you to that point. It was my fault, really. What? It wasn't your fault. Hitoshi's insistence got him to set his eyes back on Izuku again to give him a firm glare. It was literally my fault. I'm the one that did it. You were just trying to do your best to get by as things were. But I wasn't thinking enough about you. I was only thinking of myself. I would hope that when it comes to feeling like you want to die, you do think of yourself first. That's okay. You already think enough about me as it is, Izuku. Just that is enough, Hitoshi continued to insist, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder as he often did. The words yet again reminded him of All Might's. It reminded him that Hitoshi was saying this without even knowing why Izuku applied for UA or entered the hero course to begin with. Hitoshi-kun, He almost lost his nerve, but now that everyone apparently knows everything about him, he doesn't want Hitoshi to know any less than what the teachers know. Not when Izuku trusted him more than them, and Hitoshi deserved his honesty more. I applied for UA because I wanted to be able to help you get in the course by saving a spot for you and dropping out when it looked like they'd transfer you. But now they're asking me if I want to stay when I don't have that reason, and it's sorta hard to figure out what I actually want. The thing I want more than anything is what makes you happy. Hitoshi's eyes went wide, and then his expression fell into some mixture of guilt and somberness. He spoke softly, Izuku, the thing I really want is for you to be happy. I don't want you to give up things that might make you happy just out of some misplaced thought that it's what I would want. That's never what I would want. And if you don't know what would make you happy right now, that's okay. Give yourself time to figure it out. Hitoshi had a hopeful perspective, thinking that if Izuku just thought on it for long enough he'd know what he wants out of the life that he originally hadn't planned on living. That's probably how it worked for most people. Izuku wasn't so sure it'd all work out like that, but there wasn't much else he could do about it. So with my agreement to take on Bakugo, the only thing we have to do now is decide who to switch him out with. Classes shouldn't be over 20 students unless it's absolutely necessary, so that seems like the best way to keep the numbers even, Vlad King stated after their lengthy discussion. Shouta had given the other teacher his honest review of Bakugo's pros and cons, along with disclosing his history with Midoriya, and thus why Bakugo was required to switch classes and start counseling. He knew that Vlad King was like many of UAS students and teachers, and that he wasn't one to give up on something just because it seemed hard, plus ultra and all that crap, so he had already suspected Vlad would agree. He was glad that ended up turning out. While Bakugo's previous behavior in his class and at the festival, not to mention the mess of his and Midoriya's middle school years, had forced Shouta to have to ensure they weren't in the same class. He didn't want the child to be without guidance. He did have the potential to be a hero, and he did seem to honestly regret his actions once he'd gotten past his own attitude enough to reflect on them. And really, the people that Shouta blamed the most in this were the teachers of Uraraka Middle School. The youth often strayed from good paths in the process of learning about the world and trying to figure out their place in it. And from what he could gather from Shinso, Midoriya, and Bakugo, the teachers at Uraraka had done absolutely nothing to correct Bakugo's path, on top of apparently outright ignoring the bullying happening to Midoriya, most likely incurred by more of his peers than just Bakugo alone. The thing that really gets Shouta though is the thought that if those teachers had just put in a bit more of an effort, maybe Midoriya wouldn't have ended up on their rooftop. As a person who takes his job as a teacher very seriously, the thought of those failures even having the same job title as him stirred up a burning rage inside him. Midoriya hadn't said anything because he learned it was better not to from them. Shinso had waited because he needed to feel out UA again, because he learned from his own teachers and his guardians that it was better work around them rather than try working with them. So many problems could have been addressed sooner if those so-called adults just did their effing jobs. This is why Shouta hates incompetent people. Shouta had been wondering what category Bakugo's parents fell into, but it was clear from their meeting with the principal that they weren't directly contributing to the continuation of Bakugo's behavioral issues, though they also hadn't been doing enough to mitigate it either. They instilled confidence in him as a child, as parents should, and then when he started getting mouthy with them, they, or rather the very Bakugo-like mother, got mouthy back and ultimately were trying to teach him not to have an attitude towards them. They had no idea about what Bakugo was doing at Uraraka outside of his classwork. But why would they, when the teachers didn't see this as being enough of an issue to report to them on it? Bakugo sure wouldn't have told them, so there was no other way for them to know. The only real metric they had for his behavior was how he acted towards them, and while that wasn't perfect child level, he still respected their authority at the end of his curses and complaints. He didn't steal, do drugs, or get into trouble with the police, and frankly mouthing off was almost to be expected once a kid reached their teenage years. There just wasn't enough going on where they could see it to set off a major red flag. To say they were shocked about what had happened at the sports festival and what the principal had to tell them was an understatement. This, again, was why it was so effing important that teachers take their jobs seriously. Children spend most of their time at school instead of at home, so if behavior isn't corrected at school, it's entirely possible for it to just never get corrected at all. This was literally teaching 101. How did those bastards even manage to get their teaching licenses? However, continuing to think about how literally all of these many problems could have been solved if those people just effing, it was leading Shouta into circles of anger that went nowhere. All that could be done now was for Shouta and Yue to try to clean up the mess. He responded to Vlad King's proposal, "I agree. Is there anyone in particular you think would do better in my class, or should I pick them out instead?" Vlad King reached down into the bag he brought into the meeting room to slide a roster across the table to Shouta. "Well, it's hard to tell considering your off-the-wall teaching style, and personally I like all the students in my class, though some that I won't name can get annoying. Anyway, why don't you see if anyone catches your eye? I included a brief description of their quirks along with their pictures. Just, don't pick Monoma. He definitely won't be a good fit." If Shouta had to guess, he'd say that Monoma is probably the annoying student that Vlad didn't name. Vlad's nice like that, not using the best opportunity he's going to get all school year to trick Shouta into taking on his problem child for him. He should probably get Vlad a card or something for agreeing to take Bakugo instead of insisting he stay in one where he wouldn't be Vlad's problem. Actually, Shouta's eyes scanned through the first page. There wasn't any skill or quirk he was looking for specifically, and he already knew they all had potential if Vlad didn't mention any problems outside of one being annoying. So the only real criteria he had is that the replacement at the very least wouldn't cause friction with Midoriya or anyone else in the class, because it would be illogical to take someone out of his class because of the internal issues it caused only to replace them with someone that also caused problems. Then Shouta turned to the second page, and his gaze was immediately drawn to an eye-catching picture. He examined the student, read the quirk description underneath, and he didn't want to fall into the folly of stereotyping based on quirks, but he placed the paper back down on the table between them to point out the student to Vlad. "What's the personality of this student like?" "Oh, Kiwaro," Vlad King asked in surprise, before he trailed off hesitantly. "He is." This might sound like an insult, but I don't mean it that way, and there really isn't a better way to describe him. He's basically a classic Chunibyo. "Perfect. I'll take him." Vlad gave him a questioning look. Shouta didn't blame him for it. "I already have 2 of those types in my class, so he'll probably integrate the best." Takoyami definitely, but who else?" Midoriya. The confusion returned to Vlad's voice. "I know his quirk would be looked at similarly to theirs, but his personality didn't seem similar." Vlad trailed off, because as he'd learned, there were a lot of things people couldn't tell about Midoriya just based on his attitude or looks. Shouta didn't make him finish the thought. "Oh, you'd think so. But even if he's not as obvious as Takoyami, I can tell. His costume is a dead giveaway. And you haven't seen his earrings either. Though the earrings could also be argued away due to how they help his quirk. He wears earrings, on top of wearing an eye patch even when he had a working prosthetic. Eraserhead. This is why you need to engage in teacher gossip more. I'm pretty sure most of the others think he's a mostly normal scholastic type kid that's run into a string of bad luck. Well, they aren't wrong. The news about Ingenium broke the second day of the break. Izuku had already had an uneasy night's rest. His nerves were on edge with the change in room and the lack of Hitoshi's breathing that he was used to filling the silence, along with his mind being preoccupied with the events that had passed. When he woke up in the morning and gave in to the urge to knock on Hitoshi's door, Hitoshi sounded at him to come in, and Izuku was greeted with the sight of him frowning deeply at his phone. "I'm guessing you haven't seen what happened to Ida's brother." Hitoshi turned the screen to Izuku, allowing him to read the disturbing article on how the recent prolific serial killer targeting heroes, aptly named the hero killer, Stain, had attacked Ingenium at Hasu City in another murder attempt. The hero came out of it with his life thanks to the quick backup system employed by his agency, but lost the use of his legs and quirk, effectively ending his hero career. No wonder they said Ida missed the ceremony. This happened the same day as the festival. Izuku exclaimed in shock. Then, he began to think about it. Hitoshi gave him a knowing raise of the eyebrow and deadpanned. "Izuku, if you try to say something crazy like your quirk somehow managed to cause this attack even when you were miles away and purely through you interacting with the victim's brother, then I think you should move that next therapy session up to today instead of after workplace training. That's just not possible." I know. He flushed at being caught in the act, even with his guilt complex. That was a stretch to say the least. That was just, a passing thought. I do wish I had given everyone their rabbit's foot charms earlier, though. Poor Ida. That wouldn't have helped either. You never know with these things. Izuku didn't usually think of himself as being truly superstitious, but he probably was he's seriously considering the benefit of using good luck charms outside of how it applies to his quirk. And then, he thought of another thing, his brows furrowing as he wondered. How did you figure that I wouldn't have seen this yet, though? I usually do check all the hero news daily even if I haven't been these past few days. Hitoshi froze up a bit, averting his eyes in a clear tell. He scowled to himself right after, probably knowing that Izuku could see right through him, and glanced back after straightening his stance. Well, it's sorta easy to tell that you haven't been checking recently, yeah? Why's that? Did something else happen? While asking this, Izuku brought his own phone out to look at one of his frequented hero news apps. He had to scroll down a bit since the news about Stain had pushed down even big news from the last couples of days. You don't really need to. Izuku stopped scrolling with a loud tap against his phone, bringing up the article that caught his attention. He blinked at the headline which read, "Is UA losing its touch? How the #1 hero school in the country got a student grievously injured not once, but twice." Izuku blinked some more, then began scrolling through the article itself. It was written exactly as the clickbait title implied it would be, highlighting the sensational news about both the USJ attack and the sport festival, how Izuku got his eye busted in both of them, though it didn't phrase it that way, and that it was a tragedy how UA was so obviously failing the student, and can we really entrust them with these children? What? But I wasn't even grievously injured though. That implies I was close to dying. I'm pretty sure even for the first one I wasn't on the brink of death, and they're blaming the school for both of them. Izuku. He also read the comments because curiosity killed the cat and he had no sense of self-care. The article itself and the news it talked about received mixed reception. But one type of comment stuck out to him. Is the problem really UA? It seems more likely that student is just unlucky considering his quirk. Kid whose quirk literally creates bad luck is unlucky. What a shocking news piece. Of course it's UA's fault. Why even accept a kid with that quirk into a career field where there's the possibility of death? They should take it as a sign that this kinda shit is too unsafe for that kinda quirk. Greater than. He did pretty good though. Not counting the eye thing. You think his parents will try to sue? Usually I'd say they'd win that case, but cause of the quirk maybe not law. A hand covered his screen and pushed his phone down out of his field of vision. Izuku's head jolted up to see Hitoshi examining him in worry. Stop. You don't need to read so much into it. Don't worry about it. Don't. Izuku started then cut off. He had to restart as he held up his phone towards Hitoshi to exclaim, Hitoshi, I single-handedly ruined UA's reputation. How can I not worry about it? Hey, you did not ruin anything single-handedly. None of what happened was your fault. And what those people are saying don't matter anyway. The journalists are just opportunistic vultures looking to make quick money off a big-name scandal. And everyone talking about it just wants to feel important and like their opinion has significance. UA's reputation isn't actually ruined. Give the Stain news another week and they'll all have moved on entirely. With that said, Hitoshi guided him out of the room with a gentle push at his shoulder. It's convenient you don't have to go into school from the front door now, though. I'm sure the vultures will be hanging around the front looking for you. Now come on, let's have some breakfast. Eraserhead was already downstairs slowly munching on a bowl of cereal, greeting them with only a small nod. There were several different brands of cereal placed out like he hadn't the slightest idea what they'd prefer, and thus bought a wide selection to let them choose for themselves. It was self-explanatory, so Hitoshi and him just fixed themselves a bowl of the sugary brand they usually had at the Harukas. The teacher told them they were free for the rest of the day, but suggested acclimating themselves to their new living space rather than going out and leaving UA. Izuku's pretty sure they'd have to be supervised if they left, considering a large part of the reason why UA changed their guardianship was so they could make sure Izuku didn't endanger himself. It was annoying since he'd already clarified he wasn't going to kill himself, but he'd only just started counseling, so he supposed it made sense. They didn't feel the need to leave for the day anyway, though, and instead Hitoshi let Izuku put on some horror movies in the living room. He'd already known that was Izuku's go-to form of entertainment and looked on in amusement while suggesting Izuku branch out into other horror media like anime or games lest they run out of movies. Izuku figured he wouldn't think it was funny anymore when he took Hitoshi up on that suggestion later in the day, and made a mental note to look through the amalgamation of games, shows, and movies he'd collected throughout the years to put on something different next time. Mom had always gotten him something new for his birthday. He had looked forward to it every year. The next day came and classes started again. They all had umbrellas out as it was raining. and the smell of dewy grass and wet concrete filled the air. Eraserhead walked them down a paved path with forests surrounding them on both sides towards the school, stating they wouldn't always be accompanied depending on his or All Might's schedule for the day. Izuku didn't say anything, but he preferred it that way. He liked walking with Hitoshi to and from school. It had been a time where it was only the two of them without their housemates at the Harukas or their friends at school around. And though Izuku definitely liked hanging out with Hitoshi and everyone all together, he wanted to make sure they still had that time. It was one of the best chances he had to let his face relax and speak freely. When they entered the school, Hitoshi and him made their way to the shoe lockers while Eraserhead left to do teacher stuff, maybe. He hadn't been looking forward to going back to school in the first place, considering what he'd have to deal with when he got there. Luckily though, and usually he wouldn't think of it as a lucky thing, but context was everything. As soon as he and Hitoshi parted in the hallway and he entered classroom 1A, all his classmates that had arrived came up to him, asking how his eye was and if he was all right. He waved away concerns like he always did, stating with a slight smile that Recovery Girl fixed him just fine. Notably, Takoyami and Uraraka had come up to him along with Asui and Shaoji, but even as they looked at him like they wanted to say something, they couldn't. With everyone else acting as a buffer, they couldn't ask about what they actually wanted to say. Todoroki was there too, but he stayed at his desk and nodded at Izuku like he hadn't planned to approach him about it. With a nervous glance, Uraraka did brave one vague query, Are you really doing better now, Midoriya-kun? He made sure to soften his smile when he faced her. Yeah, I'm just getting used to things. You don't need to worry. Uraraka tried to smile back, but it was a weak effort. Takoyami just scowled more and looked away. Izuku caught sight of Shuichi and Asui side-eyeing them all, likely able to read the air enough to tell they were missing something. The door to the classroom opened loudly in haste, and Izuku realized that the perpetually early Ada only just made it before the bell. In the short time they had, people switched focus to him instead. But all Uraraka could get from Ada before class began was plain reassurance that he was doing all right. I'm thankful that my brother is in your thoughts, but you don't need to worry. Ada spoke firmly like he always did, but his words were more gentle than his tone. I apologize if he or I caused you any unneeded stress. No one really looked convinced, least of all Uraraka herself, but no one wanted to bother Ada further. There was only a bit of chatter about instances where his classmates had been recognized on their ways to school, making Izuku agree with Hitoshi's sentiment that that was no longer a hurdle he needed to deal with. Before Eraserhead reappeared and class started, however, all he really did was say they were having a hero informatics class to decide tentative hero names to use in the field. The announcement was met with cheers of excitement, along with his additional explanation of the workplace training that Izuku had already known about. He spoke about how pros sent requests based on who they thought would be promising hero candidates. There's usually more of a spread in terms of offers, but this year it was mostly split between the finalists, their teacher explained as he showed the results behind him. Even though he referenced Bakugo receiving offers, he didn't show those, so Izuku had the biggest bar of the graph with a bit over 1,500 offers. However, right after him was Todoroki with just a little more than 1,000, beating out both Ida and Takoyami, who had gotten farther than him in the tournament but only received a couple hundred. From there the numbers went down considerably, but everyone that made it into the tournament was listed. He wondered whether he or Katsuki received the most offers. Katsuki had won, but not in a pleasant way, and Izuku had a poor showing in the last match on top of his unfavorable quirk. It was anyone's guess who the heroes would prefer to recruit. Hiroshima commented in confusion, Hey, how come Todoroki got more offers than Takoyami and Ida? Though, no offense dude. He shot back at Todoroki, before whipping back to Eraserhead to ask, and where's Bakugo's results? He had to have gotten some offers. Yaoyorozu chimed in before Eraserhead responded. I could only speculate, but I'm guessing it's because Todoroki was seen to have a stronger quirk than those two. He lost his fight with Midoriya, but their fight was one that demonstrated both their strengths. He also won the 2 previous rounds of the festival before that. He's probably better for connections too, considering he's the number 2 hero's kid. Kaminari was the one to say apprehensively. He probably shouldn't have spoken that into existence even if it was true, as Todoroki finally reacted with a narrow-eyed glare towards him that had him shrinking back. Eraserhead took it over from there, like Yaoyorozu said. But on that note, there's something else I need to tell you all. Starting today, Bakugo has been transferred from Class A to Class B for reasons that I won't explain, so don't ask me about it. There was a single beat of silence, then all of the class promptly shouted in shock. The teacher's request to not be annoying was immediately thrown away as some of the more boisterous students tried to interrogate him. What do you mean we can't ask about it? What happened? Is it cause of his fight with Midoriya? Did he get in trouble? I thought he might get suspended, but I never even guessed he'd have to change classes. Anyway, it's time to introduce your new classmate transferring in from Class B, Eraserhead stated calmly even while pouring more gas on the fire, not responding at all to the screaming. New classmate. Izuku was also surprised by that point. He'd already heard that Katsuki was switching classes, and was thankful he could properly avoid him now, but he hadn't realized they were switching him with someone else. He hoped whoever was chosen didn't mind too much. Eraserhead walked over to the door to open it and called in someone from the hallway. The boy who stepped in was one Izuku remembered from the sports festival, the Class B student with the pure black skin that he'd thought probably had a cool quirk associated with it. In contrast to his skin was the bright white of his hair and the popping white of his eyes. As he slowly went to stand at the front of the room, Izuku couldn't help but think that if he hadn't been wearing the uniform, he'd look exactly like a shadowy figure from a horror story. Izuku thought this even more when the boy smiled. The white of his thin grin downright unnerving set into the dark with a lack of facial features. Whoa, he looked so neat. The new student spoke with a lax tone that was almost contradictory to the way he spoke. Hey, I'm Kiwaro Shihai, and I'll be in your care starting today. Kiwaro bowed slightly in greeting, before trailing off casually. Let's see, I guess I should introduce myself a bit more. I like the embrace of honest darkness, and I dislike the burning of false light and promises. My favorite color should be self-evident. My favorite pastime is contemplating the meaninglessness of existence, and my favorite food is curry udon. That's about it. I hope to get along with all of you. Without waiting for a response, Kiwaro left the front to sit in the empty desk Eraserhead pointed out to him. It was the one Katsuki used to have right in front of Izuku's seat. There was only a small lag before a collective whisper sounded off at once. It's a second Takoyami. It's a second Takoyami. Izuku thought with excitement. He had to keep himself from boring a hole into the back of Kiwaro's head with his one-eyed stare. At that point, Eraserhead promptly dropped to the floor in his sleeping bag and let Midnight take over, who walked in with a dramatic flourish when opening the door. Whiteboards and markers were passed around, and soon Izuku was brought out of the excitement of having a new classmate and back to anxiety-inducing reality in the form of the blank space on his board. His eye never strayed from it, even as others discussed their names around him and talked about how they'd been thinking of one since childhood. But of course they had, everyone had. Every child would want to come up with a super cool hero name after seeing heroes fight on TV. Izuku himself had been like that, often thinking of names that had nothing to do with his quirk. They had all been based on All Might. They had all been about being like All Might. I also ended up teaching the generations who watched me things I didn't intend to pass on. For that, I am sorry. You can't be in this course just to help out your friend. You need to be in this course for you, because you want to strive for this and you believe you at least have a chance at accomplishing it. This would be his first step, if he decided he wanted to be a hero again. This would be his first step, giving himself a name that suited him as a hero. It made everything seem so much more real instead of just a hypothetical scenario. It made his impeding choice so much more real. If he could truly be a hero, wouldn't that be such a wonderful thing? Izuku let his marker slowly sprawl across his board. His thoughts were getting ahead of themselves again. At surface level, becoming a pro hero would be everything he had wanted before. But that was the point. He didn't know if he still had that childhood fantasy. He didn't know if he could do it, if he had what it took to face the people that would look at him and still see a villain. Those random people on the internet certainly didn't think he could. He didn't know if he still wanted it enough to force himself through all the problems that he would have to face if he tried. It would be so much easier if he just focused on himself, and not on trying to make himself a hero. He wanted to try more at life, but it was still intimidating to think about. Hound Dog was right to suggest that he see for himself what the job would be like, because that's what it was at the end of the day. A job, a career. He could just as easily focus on a different path and still do something that helped people daily. It didn't matter how many dreamlike scenarios he had imagined as a kid of how he'd save the city just like All Might. What mattered much more was the everyday practicality of what being a pro hero was like as a job. He needed to know what that reality would look like if he wanted to address the anxiety that stirred his mind of how there was no way he'd ever be enough for it. He didn't need to think very hard about a name. It came to him naturally, something that he thought was dramatically cool and reflected his quirk while not sounding outright villainous. Others in his class didn't manage to achieve the not villainous sounding part, though personally he didn't think Alien Queen was that villainous. If anything, it was a wonderful homage to that brand of alien horror movies that suited Ishido's unique style and appearance. But he also wasn't as good of a judge as Midnight probably was about those things. And of course others came up with cuter-sounding names, like Froppy and Uravity, while others went a more conventional route like Shaoji's Tentacle and Todoroki, just using his own name. There were also names that were meant to be homages to past heroes, like Kirishima choosing Red Riot to emulate the famous Crimson Riot. If Izuku could, he would have liked to pay homage to All Might too, but as he already knew, any identity he formed as a hero would be much too distant from All Might's for that to make sense. In the end, he wasn't really surprised when Takoyami went up and he found they had similar ideas of what a good hero name was, mainly that they should be extremely cool and dramatic. Takoyami displayed the black-inked board as he declared, "The jet black hero, Tsukuyomi, the god of night." Midnight passed the name by commenting energetically. The class gave their usual approving applause while Izuku's was slightly more vigorous than previously. He tried to show his immense approval in a wide smile that wasn't hard to put on. Just thinking about it was exciting. A name that was not only cool but also projected the image of a shadowy, mysterious figure that he knew Takoyami would want to be, on top of referencing mythology. What more could a hero want from a name? As Takoyami went to his seat, it was their new classmate's turn to go up. Hirwara flipped his board around lazily while commenting, "Well, now I feel like I'm copying you, but I swear I decided on this name at least a year ago. The scheming hero, Vanta Black." Scheming usually has a negative connotation, but good heroes often have to scheme on the same level as the villains to keep ahead of them. "I think it suits your style." "It passes," Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. They really are the same," was the general consensus even as the class applauded with equal enthusiasm. Izuku's clapping was also equally as vigorous as last time. A name that stood on the border of what an acceptable hero image was while also embodying the coolest color ever. Blacker than black, absorbing and nullifying even more light than conventional black, a style that obviously suited his quirk. He's just as much of a genius as Takoyami. Izuku had been nervous about presenting, but after those two he felt like he was almost obligated to go right after them to complete the set. He volunteered to go next, then smiled at the class when he stood at the front and revealed his board. "I hope it sounds all right." The Hex hero, Karma. To his relief, the class cheered in their usual reaction. He thought he even heard Takoyami call out "magnificent" from his seat closer to the back of the classroom. Midnight sounded intrigued as her eyes focused fully on him. Izuku had to keep himself from freezing up at the stare. "That's a smart one. Advertising your bad luck as a karma to be inflicted on the evildoers of the world will help offset the natural negative image people could think of when they hear of it. The creativity of youth is always so inspiring." Without pause, Izuku just nodded slightly with a smile before heading back to his seat. "Oh, she's totally right. He just chose it because karma suited his quirk while also being a cool word. Not to mention the ready-made catchphrase he already had for it and the alliteration of his title. He had also been trying to avoid anything that sounded like a villain's name, so that sorta crossed out a lot of options. There were only a few others that went after him, and the last was Ida, who only presented his own name just like Todoroki had. That internally brought Izuku's mood down and out of its momentary excitement. He would have thought Ida would take the hero name of his brother. And the way Ida presented his name made it clear he hadn't cared too much for his own choice. At least Todoroki had the reason of wanting to develop his own personal image as a hero that wasn't tied to endeavors, but Ida was extremely proud of his family's work. Izuku wouldn't have thought he wanted to take that sort of route. It was probably more that Ida felt he couldn't use that name ingenium, rather than him not wanting to. The lists of both the personal draft picks and the general list everyone else was choosing from were handed out conveniently right before the end of the period with the order to turn in their picks in 2 days. That was Eraserhead's way of letting them talk about it immediately rather than go through the hassle of handing them out before class and trying to control them after. As the people around Izuku began chatting about their possibilities, he read down his list. Immediately one name stood out, but he started on flipping through the pages and going through the whole set regardless. It was interesting to know what heroes were volunteering to take him even with both the nature of his quirk and the bad press he'd been causing. "There's a lot for you to choose from, Midoriya-kun. I wouldn't know what to do with so many offers." He glanced up to see Uraraka had drifted over to him along with Takoyami, who was looking between the two of them like he was thinking of something to say. Even though she spoke casually, Uraraka herself fidgeted with the pads of her fingers nervously. They're trying to still talk normally like friends do. He's hoping that means they won't confront him about the details of what they learned, but that doesn't necessarily mean they plan to avoid it entirely. The classroom is a bad place to act on that after all. He'll help them out with the conversation regardless, though it's a lot to look through, yeah. But you both got yourself a good amount too. Are you going to look for a rescue-based hero, Uraraka-san? He smiled brightly at the two of them. Uraraka gave an obviously stilted smile back, while Takoyami didn't even try. That wasn't in character for him either, though, so Izuku didn't really know what to make of it. Actually, I was thinking of looking for someone focused on combat instead. I can't rescue people properly if I can't also fight too. When it comes to villains. She clenched her fist like she was miming a punch, though Izuku could tell it wasn't with as much as excitement as was expected of her. I want to improve my weaknesses so I'm not too limited. I see, going with a hero outside what you're suited for. That is a good way to widen your breadth. He glanced back down at his own sheets thoughtfully. The hero that stood out to him was also like that, but he wasn't sure if it would help him as much as combat training would for Uraraka. Frankly, he had no idea why they'd even offered in the first place. Not to mention he would have to count on them not taking back their offer, too. Karma, the sum of a person's actions in this and previous states of existence, viewed as deciding their fate in future existences. People sometimes think of it as getting a stroke of bad luck, but its meaning in the context of Hinduism and Buddhism makes it clear it's not a random thing. Karma is earned through the deeds one does, whether they be good or evil. To claim yourself to be the fate your enemies deserve is a very bold thing indeed. Izuku barely kept himself from jolting when he looked up to see Kiwara was turned around in his seat, looking over his shoulder in a way that was reminiscent of a particularly creepy owl. Uraraka and Takoyami set their gazes on him too, and when he saw he had their attention, he fully shifted around so that he rested his arms on top of the backrest, leaning forward slightly. The white of his wide smile was almost off-putting with its stark contrast to the tone of his skin. My apologies for intruding on the conversation, but you caught my interest, so I thought a more personal introduction was in order. You've caught it since the sports festival. It's no problem. I noticed you during the festival too, actually. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He bowed his head slightly, going through the intro automatically and only realizing halfway through that there was no way Kiwara didn't know his name, unless he was the forgetful type. Kiwara's mouth curled up more on one side like he was amused but bowed back regardless, or at least as much as he could without moving from his position. Polite one, aren't you? I know I didn't do anything worth getting your attention. You don't need to pretend to spare my feelings. Izuku had to keep himself from flushing at that. He wasn't actually pretending like Kiwara thought he was, but that was something he would do, so he still felt called out. I'm not. It was just, I wished I could have seen more of your quirk is all. It seemed like it would be interesting. Is that so? I'm flattered. I guess our kind does tend to seek each other out. With how much his eyes popped out visually compared to the rest of his face, it was impossible to not notice Kiwara's eyes flit to Takoyami before settling back on Izuku. My quirk is black. It lets me merge with things of that color. Ironically, Izuku internally brightened with interest at that. That sounds cool. You'd be really good at stealth, and there are probably other things you can use it for, right? I was guessing you'd have a shadow-related quirk. Technically it is, since things in the shade or darkness are black enough for me to merge with. But it's more about color than light. Though, in terms of physics that would be the same thing anyway. It's not as exciting as your guys in a lot of your classes. To become one with the darkness has more intrigue than mere excitement. Takoyami finally spoke up. Takoyami gave Kiwara a considering look that wasn't necessarily pleasant. When Kiwara sent a smile that was definitely meant to be interpreted as creepy just by the way that he tilted his head ever so slowly and slightly, straight out of horror movie monster mannerisms, Izuku would know. Takoyami outright scowled at it. Uraraka apparently either didn't notice the subtle back and forth that was going on between the two of them, or had taken Izuku's interest in Kiwara as enough of an acceptance to offer, "Do you want to eat lunch with us, Kiwara-kun? We should get to know you more." Kiwara smiled at her as he answered in a heartfelt tone, "I'd love to." Takoyami didn't react, but there was a stiffness that Izuku could recognize from his own forced non-reaction, or at least how they used to be before he'd gotten better at them. Could it be that they're too alike? That doesn't seem right, but this isn't the reaction he'd expected. By now they had a fairly eye-catching table group in the lunchroom. Shaoji stood out with how big he was, especially compared to Asui and Uraraka that were seated near him. He sat next to Takoyami, who sat next to Izuku, and on Izuku's other side was Hitoshi. Across from him was Kiwara on the girl's side, along with Todoroki, who Izuku had flagged down when it looked like he was about to eat in seclusion like usual, and Ida, who only introduced himself politely before focusing on mechanically eating his meal. No one really looked pleased with the inferred distance, but it also wouldn't be good to force Ida to interact more when he had such heavy things on his mind. "Looks like what Present Mike said about you guys being friends was true," Kiwara commented while looking at Izuku and Hitoshi sitting together, then slurped some of his curry udon. The smell of it had been tasty enough that it influenced Izuku to get a curry tonkatsu rice plate instead of katsu. Hitoshi just gave a half shrug at that. "What, did you not expect that since we're in different departments?" Kiwara paused his eating to causally explain. "Oh no, it made sense when he mentioned it. Just like him being friends with Takoyami makes sense. You all have villain quirks after all." Both Hitoshi and Takoyami noticeably tensed up at that. The rest of the table looked at them all carefully as well, except for Ada, who may not have been paying attention. Kiwara took note of it, placing the noodle he'd been bringing up to his mouth back down to give them both a look that made Izuku wonder if he was raising his eyebrows at them. There's no need to freeze up like that. So what if you have a quirk that people disapprove of? It's just what you were born with. That title doesn't have to be a bad thing, if you embrace it. He leaned forward with his elbow firmly on the table against basic etiquette, and that unnerving smile reappeared again. "I get it. People get real freaked out about me just cause of how I look, and even though my quirk's pretty tame they still think it's creepy. It used to bother me until I thought about it and was like, hey, isn't being creepy pretty cool? and now I take pride in being the best at being creepy. This topic was at least 10 steps ahead in terms of friend intimacy from where they should be at with Kurwara. Even the others hadn't been comfortable with bringing it up themselves. Not even Tokoyami, though Izuku had been sure he would also have been labeled as having a villain quirk. Izuku was sort of surprised that Todoroki apparently wasn't completely unique with his tendency to go from 0 to 100 in conversation topics. Predictably, Todoroki himself was still just quietly eating his soba without paying mind to the tension other than his slow glance over the table. Izuku was also flexible enough to just go with it, even when he didn't particularly like this topic either. Well, that's easier said than done. Kurwara switched his focus from Tokoyami to Izuku, letting his face fall into a more natural neutral expression. I suppose it is, yeah. What side do you fall on, by the way? You didn't act like I spat in your eye like those two. Kurwara gestured his head towards Tokoyami specifically, even though he was verbally including Hitoshi. But you're not saying anything else. Discussion on complex issues cannot progress without true thought and conversation from multiple people, which is why I think it's important to engage when appropriate, and why I want to hear your thoughts. What's your perspective on the state of our society? That was a huge question. Is this how Kurwara introduced himself to his previous class? Luckily, he was saved from having to decide how to answer by Tokoyami inserting himself back into the talk. It's not that simple. You can't embrace having a villain quirk unless you mean to actually become a villain. That's what that descriptor means. Kurwara's eyes shifted without much movement to Tokoyami's narrow-eyed glare. He responded with much less heat. Rude of you to interrupt your friend like that, and didn't pause when Tokoyami chirped a choked sound of frustration. The others that refer to us with that term mean it like that. Yes, but that doesn't mean we have to interpret it like that. All it really means is that society looks at you as having a villain quirk regardless of whether that's true or not. The morality of a quirk is always neutral, so why should we accept their illogical insistence that there are good or bad quirks? To pretend like you don't have a villain quirk is to pretend like they don't think of you that way, which is untrue. Isn't it better to accept reality and change your interpretation of the term itself? There's no need to cater to them and pretend like we align with the majority when they've already excluded us. Why are you in the hero course then, if you think you don't fit in with the majority? Hitoshi was the one to ask. He wasn't confrontational like Tokoyami had been, but he was examining Kurwara wearily. Kurwara pointed at Hitoshi like he'd brought up a particularly important question. Because you don't need to conform to be a pro-hero. The industry and public may try to convince people otherwise, but the numbers don't back it up. The heroes that get listed on the top heroes who look like villains chart aren't the most popular, but have very dedicated cult followings. If every hero was a copy of All Might, that'd just make things boring, right? That's why certain people will prefer edgier heroes to straight-laced ones. It's harder for us to enter it than heroic quirks, but we give the industry more variety. It actively benefits from our unique quirks and personalities even when it doesn't want to admit it. Kurwara grinned wide at Hitoshi. Doesn't that just piss you off? It certainly makes me want to stick it in their faces of how effective of a hero I can be. Make it so obvious that they can't just hide it under a rug. Hitoshi's gaze changed into something more genuinely considering, tipping Izuku off that he agreed with Kurwara's spiteful reasoning. His new classmate hasn't quite endeared himself to Hitoshi yet, but Izuku saw it as a promising sign that they'll get along. The same couldn't be said for Tokoyami, though, who still glared at Kurwara in offended suspicion. That's not exactly a noble reason for pursuing heroism. Rather than bolstering the slander people say of us, I'd rather prove them wrong about me outright. I want to be a hero to show them I can be a hero despite my darkness. Oh, you poor misguided chick, Kurwara drawled with teasing pity in his tone. He leaned forward, resting his cheek in his hand to stare down Tokoyami, who bristled at the words. If you think like that, that means they've already won. If you want to be a hero despite your quirk being dark, doesn't that imply you also think it's something to be ashamed of? You can't prove them wrong unless you embrace the darkness which others tell you you're supposed to hate about yourself. That's not what that means. I'm not ashamed. Everyone else was just silently watching while this was going on, not touching their meals. They clearly felt like it wasn't appropriate for them to speak up or even be hearing this conversation. Izuku could see why. Quirk prejudice in any form was an uncomfortable thing to talk about for most. And for people that haven't experienced it firsthand like Uraraka, it must be disconcerting to be thrust into an argument on the best way to handle the unfair treatment. Shoji and Isui may have experienced another common form of quirk prejudice against mutant-type quirks, which arose from how different those quirk users tended to look. But the experiences one received from that were probably different. Izuku can't imagine Shoji's been told that he's inherently evil just because of how he was born, despite probably being seen as physically intimidating, for example. That being said, There were still old and fading radical groups that saw mutant-type quirk users as not being real humans who sought to either remove their rights or eradicate them via mass genocide. So it's not as though their experiences were better, either. Just different flavors of the same putrid behavior. Kiwara also seemed to note their silence, as he sent a smile around the table. Climbing up, you should get more used to talking about these types of things. It doesn't go away just because you're afraid to bring it up at the lunch table. Sort of hard to talk about heavy discussion when you're trying to eat, though. Everyone swerved their heads to look at Todoroki, who was the only one that finished eating, presumably because he'd been eating while one half of the group was busy talking and the other was busy being unobtrusively quiet. He looked blankly at the rest of them, as though his interjection had been completely normal. And maybe it was, because Kiwara sounded off a short but genuine laugh after he had blinked the surprise off his expression. Huh. You do have a point about that, yeah. My apologies for getting in the way of people's eating then. It's important to feed yourself properly at UA. We need the energy for classes. With that, everyone was reminded that they had a limited amount of time to finish their food, and the chowing down resumed. When Izuku had gone through a good portion of his curry, he decided to strike up the conversation again because there was only so long he could take tense, awkward silence without feeling the need to prove there was nothing wrong with him. Kiwara-san, you're really bold? Huh. Did you talk about stuff like that as soon as you met your classmates in 1B2? That was the most significant thing Izuku had taken from that conversation. He knew that he probably would prefer death over bringing a conversation even close to talking about villain quirks if he wasn't 100% sure he knew the other party's opinion on it already. And here Kiwara was purposely starting off with it as his very first conversation topic with strangers. Kiwara shifted his attention back to Izuku without much weight in his stare, which Izuku preferred. Bold, you really are polite. I know I can assert my opinion to an extent that others don't wish to hear it. You don't have to sugarcoat it. He gave a slight shrug of the shoulders. Passion can be a double-edged blade, and I tend to rub people the wrong way too because of how contrary I like to be. That's probably why I became a Satanist. There was a single beat of silence before everyone stopped eating again to sound off confused exclamation. Even Ida suddenly existed again as he shot out of his seat to lean towards Kiwara with his palms on the table and cry, Satanist. As in, you practice the religion of worshipping Satan, even though you're a student of UA. Was that Ida's main problem with that? Historically, Satanism can refer to cults which worship the devil. Yes, though the validity of those accusations is questionable really, Kiwara calmly explained. But modern-day Satanism started as a movement before the time of quirks to address the unfairness faced by the non-Christian minority in Western countries where Christianity was the dominant religion, especially in America. Their governing bodies are set up to be secular, but Christian faith was given special consideration and inclusion into their government. Religious freedom and expression was always prevalent for Christians, but other religions were only given token recognition in comparison, and to be godless was seen as being immoral to those types. Japan doesn't have the same problem as Shintoism and Buddhism are both equally prevalent and non-exclusive of other faiths. But the principle is the same for many other things. The majority decides what's the right way to exist. And everyone that doesn't fall in line is wrong. There happened to be a devout Christian in Class B, Shizaki if you remember, and man, that was awkward to deal with, let me tell you. It was favorable for me that I was the one chosen to transfer, to be honest. Kiwara placed a hand on his chest as an expression of nostalgia came on his face, like the time when he decided to call himself a Satanist was a good memory. I admired their tactics. They took on the name of the things those people hated the most. The insults that were told to them and the others that didn't fall in line, and turned it into a weapon. Why are Christians allowed to preach their faith to the public, but we are not? Why does it matter what God we choose when we aren't violent, aren't violating any rules, and the law is supposed to allow for all religion? They made themselves an example to showcase the disparity the system promoted while simultaneously mocking it. He sighed wistfully. I joined up online as soon as I finished researching them. You can apply to be a Satanist online. While most of the others were still staring at Kiwara trying to process this new information, Izuku had the sudden realization that this basically explained all of Kiwara's personality, while also being no explanation at all at the same time. So you're anti-establishment. I guess that makes sense. Though, rather than becoming a hero, wouldn't you want to be outside the system instead as to not be incorporated into the aspects you're critical of? Everyone switched to looking at Izuku now, and he had to keep himself from tensing under the attention. He flicked one of the upside-down crosses on his ears in demonstration. That was probably what had caught Kiwara's attention when he saw him in class today. Actually, I also researched Satanism. I was interested in what it was about and my quirk had a lot of synergy with their symbols. It's actually pretty legitimate as a way of life. They have moral tenets just like other religions and those tenets are very reasonable. It's just also fairly anti-establishment, in that they try to fight injustice that's built into authority-holding bodies of society, along with other human rights advocacy. When quirks started appearing in the population, they immediately began advocating for quirked people's rights. However, the church was the biggest concern for them, of course. Hitoshi didn't look the slightest bit surprised. Not that he would be. Todoroki looked surprised for maybe a single blink before he immediately accepted this as just another part of Izuku's personality. And everyone else besides Tokoyami seemed like they needed a second to process that. Yes, his interest in pentagrams and inverted crosses and the like weren't just a surface-level cosmetic thing. It's not like he would ever wear a symbol without first researching its entire history, though. He wasn't outright a Satanist, but it was honestly a close thing. Tokoyami, on the other hand, seemed like he was now thinking about Kiwaro through a different lens, as he glanced at the other in deep thought before looking back at Izuku. I too looked into the Satanic Temple, though not as much as either of you it sounds like. They are indeed a respectable cause. Christianity had been the majority power of the Western world for so long. There was much corruption and decay, not even mentioning their earlier crusades and witch trials. Accusations of people practicing devil worship that were likely just targets of the church. Even heading into the modern world, their power lasted. Quite right, Kiwaro agreed with a nod. It was probably the first thing they've agreed on since they started talking. Before turning back to Izuku, the hero industry I see as being different than something like the church because, at the very heart of it, it is a job that's purpose is to help people. Things like governments and religious groups may give charity, but often the point of it is not the charity itself. It's to sway the minds of people to believe what they wish. But the very core of what a hero is about protecting people. And therefore, even if there may also be some corrupted aspects, it is not unsalvageable. People can change it from the inside just by being the heroes they want to see in the world. There's not a lot in this world that you can say the same about. After that point, Kiwaro, Tokoyami, and Izuku were able to continue the conversation more casually, branching off from Satanism and into its details along with other occultic research they found online. The others also joined in, asking more basic questions like how Kiwaro had even officially become a Satanist and other broad things that all three of them were happy to answer. Ironically, Tokoyami seemed to view Kiwaro in a better light after he knew he was a Satanist. Izuku assumed from the way their talk never strayed back to quirk politics, though, that they were still discordant in their opinions on that. In the end, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Todoroki never got the chance to ask him about whatever questions they had regarding his suicidal tendencies that day. And if Izuku helped this work out by making sure to stick by other people that knew nothing, well, he'd never claimed he wasn't a coward. He only got around to submitting his choice for the workplace training the day after, in last-minute push to force himself to at least try it. He could have made it a last-minute push by waiting until tomorrow, which was the final day to submit. But he was too paranoid about making it in time to the teacher's lounge to actually submit it. Right after class, when most of the others had already left the room, he was still filling out his forms, going overly slow in signing it. He'd filled out the form detailing his hero of choice easily enough. It was the consent form Hound Dog had given him regarding his situation that he was hesitating on. He'd already told Hitoshi that he would likely be late to their meet-up spot, though, and had told his one of friends he was staying just a bit longer to finish something up. Uraraka had given a worried frown at that, and Tokoyami grimaced. They didn't seem to like they went another day without being able to follow up with him, but didn't want to push it. Eventually, he was at the end of filling out the consent form and the room was almost entirely empty. The only other person that was loitering was right in front of his desk. And when Izuku caught him watching, he shifted the papers so the consent form wasn't on top anymore. Kiwaro-san, did you need something? His new desk neighbor shrugged with a neutral, bored look. Not really. I was also looking through the hero list trying to decide. But I'm still debating. Got curious about who you chose, though. Kiwaro's gaze shifted back to Izuku's papers. It looked like you had an extra form there that made me worry I was missing something. But I don't think I've seen anyone else with it either. Izuku didn't freeze up, but in the second it took him to decide how he should respond, Kiwaro clarified. I didn't get a good look at it, so you don't need to freak out if it was something you didn't want people to see. I just wanted to mention that I noticed it, and that other classmates might notice it if you have it out with the rest of the forms like that, too. Izuku blinked once before a polite smile came on his face. You're a kind person, Kiwaro-san. Thank you for looking out for me, but I don't need to worry about that. It's just an extra medical form I needed to do. I wasn't trying to hide it, and I'll be turning them all in soon anyway. The medical form thing wasn't technically a lie, but he expected that Kiwaro would assume it was for his eye, and the follow-up statement was. He couldn't really tell what Kiwaro thought of it. The darkness of his face made it hard to read. However, Kiwaro ended up going back to something Izuku hadn't even thought twice about. That is not how most people would describe me. How did you even get that impression? He seemed like he was asking out of genuine confusion, so Izuku responded, you care very much about people. If you didn't, you wouldn't care so much about how others treat people and how people view themselves. And you wouldn't have tried to warn me. I was also blatantly looking at your things when it wasn't my business. I didn't see the medical stuff, but I stared enough to see you chose the wing hero, Kiwara pointed out as though that negated Izuku's logic. He then commented, impressive that he put in an offer for you, but not the type of hero that I see you aligning with. He knew what Kiwara was talking about. The wing hero, Hawks, he broke the record for being the youngest hero to enter the top 10 right after his debut at 18 and continued the upward momentum till he reached the number 3 spot. His image as a hero was exactly the type you would think for that kind of feat. Flashy, popular to the point of even beating out Endeavor who was a rank above him. The personality he carried himself with in interviews was some mixture of being laid back enough to seem like he hardly cared about much while also being unfailing, affable, and approachable. Not to mention his amazing, undoubtedly hero-worthy quirk. Basically, the only hero of that notoriety who Izuku was less like was All Might himself, but Hawks was a close second. And now that he knew more about All Might as a person, he might even be the first. Izuku usually would brush off this type of questioning, but Kiwara has already proven to be a very not normal person. It was probably fine to talk about not normal things with him because of that. I know, but you don't often get chances to see how a hero in the top 3 does their work in the field. It'd be a waste if I didn't take it up. And well, it'd be interesting to know why he chose me. When Kiwara glanced away like he was questioning the thought himself, Izuku felt reassured that he wasn't just overthinking it or being paranoid. Or maybe Kiwara was just also overly suspicious of other people. Actually, that's exactly what it was. But that's beside the point. There was something strange about this. People with quirks like Hawks's don't reach out to people with quirks like Izuku's. That was the norm. Maybe he was just different, someone that saw all quirks as being equal, but frankly speaking it still didn't make sense. Hawks is fast and Izuku wouldn't be able to keep up with his non-physical quirk, so why even bother trying to make it work? I saw Tokoyami was submitting him as his choice too, Kiwara muttered, and Izuku took a moment to reel in his surprise. He hadn't thought to ask Tokoyami about his choice, too busy avoiding personal talk as it was. Thought it was weird, but not really when I thought more on it. How he used his quirk in the festival showed he'd be a good fit. But to ask for you too is, he had even less of a reason then, since he already had a promising choice like Tokoyami. Eraserhead said workplace training was for the benefit of both the students and the heroes. The students got to learn, but the heroes got a chance try out and claim dibs on students with high potential as a future pro, specifically looking for those that would make good sidekicks for them. So if Izuku doesn't have the type of quirk that would make him a good sidekick for Hawks, and Hawks must know that too, then technically the hero's getting nothing out of this. Or more likely, Izuku just doesn't know what he's getting. Charity isn't often done for the sake of the charity itself. It's sort of weird, but I'm curious enough to look into it. Izuku repeated the sentiment Kiwara had mentioned earlier. Kiwara seemed to raise his non-visible eyebrows at that. So you'd be the type of horror protagonist that just follows the strange sounds right to the deadly vengeful spirit, or the one that watches the video that's said to kill the people who watch it, or the one that enters the haunted house people keep disappearing at. Izuku cut him off before his face's desire to start flushing was irrepressible. That's all horror protagonists. But you've made your point. And what, are you expecting this to be a murder plot or something? He's the number 3 hero. I doubt it'll be anything that dangerous. The number 2 hero was actually a domestic abuser, but that was an entirely separate issue. This is a legitimate thing to be curious about. Kiwara rolled his eyes in a way that reminded Izuku of Hitoshi. I'm just saying there's a reason why the saying is curiosity killed the cat, and satisfaction brought it back. That only works because cats have 9 lives. Izuku opened his mouth, then paused as he had to think about that. Is the saying really that the cat was revived from the dead? I never thought about it like that, but I guess there's no other way to interpret it. But once you get to that point you can't use it metaphorically. We aren't talking about literal death either, like I said. It's a bit too paranoid to be thinking that drastically. Izuku ignored how hypocritical of a thing that was to say for him. Also, weren't you looking at my stuff because you were curious? That turned out fine for you. Kiwara deadpanned at him with a short sigh, before he seemed to accept he wasn't getting anywhere and moved on, again, something that reminded Izuku of Hitoshi. Well, Tokoyami will be with you, so I suppose it should be fine. And that brought Izuku to the realization that one of the people he'd been avoiding being alone with was now going to be his only company for an entire week. Well, there was no getting around that talk now. Izuku had pushed back facing the music for a good couple of days, at least. You know, you never did answer my question from before, about where you stand on how to deal with people saying you have a villain quirk. I try to kill myself to avoid dealing with it, is what would have been the honest answer before. But now that Izuku has to find a new solution, he's not really sure of his answer. Hitoshi's answer would be what he said before, that he doesn't have to prove himself at all. which was different compared to both Tokoyami and Kiruaro's answers. There were clearly many personal solutions one could come up with, but Izuku still didn't know. However, he had to say something, so he responded, "To be a hero, we need to prove ourselves to others so that they trust we'll protect them. But whether that means you prove it by showing you're better than the negative image of your quirk, or by showing there was nothing wrong with your quirk in the first place, I'm not sure how much that matters. Is that so? Then what happens when you have to deal with the people that can't be taught? You know those types. No matter how hard you try, you can't prove anything to them because they don't want to see what's in front of them. If you just try to prove you're better, you'd gain nothing. But if you're trying to prove your quirk is fine as it is, then at least you still have your own self-acceptance. Why do those have to be two different things, though?" Izuku had to ask. You and Tokoyami see them as being different, but it's not like it's mutually exclusive. You can prove you're better than the superstitions people have towards your quirk and at the same time also prove that there's nothing wrong with your quirk. It's like you said, people's view of your quirk is separate from what your quirk is like in reality. Kiruaro hummed in consideration, taking his question seriously. But after thinking about it ultimately answered, "You're right about that. That'd probably be a more optimal way of doing it. However, what is it you said yesterday? It's easier said than done. If you think just embracing your quirk and all the faults people see in it is hard, it's even harder to do that while also having the mindset that you need to prove you're better than how people see it. If your brain sees your quirk as a thing you need to surpass, you're not really accepting it right. It's easier to think that way if you're rejecting it. That's what I was trying to tell Tokoyami." He gave a half shrug. "So I'd say yes, you can think that your quirk is fine and also think that you're better than its image, but subconsciously you might not actually believe both those things." I guess that's true. He certainly knows he can't do either of those things despite being able to think about it theoretically. It was unusual that Izuku was able to talk so plainly like this even though he'd only just met Kiruara. Was it just because the boy broke that barrier himself first? Izuku's mo was to follow the social expectations of whoever he was talking to, talk about things he knows they would talk about, answer in ways he knows they'd be receptive to. So since Kiruaro had already thrown the very concept of social expectations out the window, it left Izuku with responding to the conversations Kiruaro was starting himself. He could see that Kiruaro was receptive to these kinds of heavy, uncomfortable answers, actively sought them out, even, and so Izuku was free to give them. Sort of like when Todoroki told him about his life and Izuku responded in kind. Actually, as he walked back to the dorm with Hitoshi, Izuku thought it was fitting that he'd met a person who challenged the world with big questions at this time. There were a lot of questions he was now having to force himself to face to go forward. He should consider dealing with Kiruaro as practice, starting off with questions that he doesn't want to outright avoid. Will it be okay? Is Izuku good enough to be a hero? Why would a hero like Hawks be interested in him? What is he supposed to tell his friends? Will Hitoshi and him be able to walk home like this together every day? Or will even more wanted changes shift his world? Will Hitoshi always be with him? Will he always want to be with him? Is he going to be okay? Or will things get worse? Does he want to be a hero, even after all this time? He supposed it was too much to hope that he'd gain some good karma from previous lives or however it worked, because the way he saw it, his luck for how well things turned out for him when finding his answers already wasn't in his favor. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.